It is spontaneous and genuine, not this manufactured stupidity. Just trying to share how we lefty commie pinkos think about sport. 0433 98 11 16 to join in today.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good morning, I'm Alex Riddell with SEN News. A player in the seniors team of the Newport Football Club in the Western Region Football League in Melbourne has tested positive to COVID. The person played in the West Footscray v Newport game on the weekend. The player felt unwell this week and didn't go to training on Tuesday. All players and officials have been told to isolate and be tested. It comes as Victoria records 6 cases of COVID over the past 24 hours after more than 27,000 tests. In Queensland, there are dozens of children and parents in hospital with COVID. While infectious diseases expert Peter Collignon has told Nine, people under 40 should be one of the priority groups to receive the vaccine.
Because they're the main people that get it and spread it. Children can actually get this and can spread it, but it's more older children. So, high school students, 17, 18-year-olds are really probably a lot like 20-year-olds. So, yes, there is an argument for getting those people vaccinated. But equally, we've got to still remember there's a shortage of supply of vaccine. And for Pfizer in particular, there's not going to be a lot of that till probably late September.
And broadcaster Brian Henderson has died in Sydney at the age of 89. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Liberty, free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply.
Speaking from quarantine in Darwin, Emily Seabohm, who won gold and bronze in the pool in Tokyo, has told SEN she'll use the 2 weeks to reflect on what they've achieved.
It's really nice to be in Howard Springs just to refresh a bit. I need to catch up on that much sleep. I'll be sleeping the entire 2 weeks that I'm here. But it is nice to be here though, because it gives us all a chance to just refresh and just have a look at what's happened, reflect on where we've been, on what we've done. We don't really get that opportunity.
Last night, Australian Peter Bowl finished 4th in the 800-metre final, and Australia has lost their second T20 match against Bangladesh by 5 wickets. Weather's next.
Hello again. Finally cleared a crash out in Carron Downs. Thompson's Road has reopened between McCormick's Road and Frankston Dandenong Road in both directions. An earlier crash on the Monash Freeway has also been cleared near Blackburn Road, and a good run for the Monash in both directions. Crews are attending to a crash in Collingwood though, Smith Street at Grieve Street. Final days of Amart Furniture's Best of the Best sale. Get the best pieces at the best prices with up to 50% off a huge range. Only at Amart Furniture. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Drive with Bob and Andy live this afternoon on SEN.
Liberty, free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply. Partner today with Bright Zero Interest Finance for Tradies.
Cloudy with a light shower today, Melbourne 15. Cloudy with a light shower tomorrow 15. Right now it's 11 degrees. And don't miss all today's Olympic action on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
Yeah, it's a very good morning to you and welcome across to SEN Flip on what is going to be a huge day at the Olympics with the Boomers in action against the might of the US. Jared Waitley will have you covered there if you want your Olympics. If you want your footy and other sports, stick around with us through until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Plenty going on. We'll get Sam Edmund, who's been on fire the last couple of weeks, broke a big story yesterday in relation to Shea Bolton and him extending his contract at Richmond. So looking forward to discussing all things with Sam, including any further details that come to hand over the alleged comment made by former Adelaide captain Taylor Walker of a racial nature. We'll cover that extensively this morning. Blues fans, Vince Lociano is from the Carlton Coterie Group. He's not happy, so we're going to get him on. There's all sorts of things happening behind the scenes from a few significant and influential supporters from the Blues, so we're going to speak to Vince. I'm looking forward to doing that. We'll cross to Adelaide and speak to either Tommy Wren or Michelangelo Rucci about this latest saga unfolding. Front page of the Advertiser over here in relation to Taylor Walker. Some reports that he will front his teammates today. Some reports saying that he's extremely remorseful. So we'll wait and see, but we'll cross to Adelaide and get the latest with that. We'll hear from Brett Ratton, the coach of St Kilda, on what's been a really disappointing year for the Saints with 3 games to go. Cam Luke is going to preview the Boomers game for us. Of course, he does great work on all things SEN, really. He's across most sports, but he loves his basketball, so Cam will join us. We'll flip the switch with Jared, and we'll get to him before he loses his mind, before tip-off between the Boomers and the US, so we'll get to that. Frank Piscini from the Storm is going to have a chat to us, and young gun from the Giants, Isaac Cumming, is going to have a chat to us as well. But most importantly, and I can't emphasise this enough, is your input into the show right here on the app. Are you inspired by the Olympics? How are you feeling with 3 games to go? Who's been the most disappointing team this year, or anything else you want to talk about? 1300 736 736 will find you a really good prize to give away. We are here for Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. That's Red Energy. And for Hyundai, shop online today with Hyundai's Click to Buy. I've got to tell you this, living in Adelaide and broadcasting to you from Adelaide here this morning and for the last couple of weeks, this issue with Taylor Walker has been as feisty and I don't know, there's been a lot of aggro about whether or not this story should have reached the public domain until the investigation was finished. I've got a view on it, but firstly I just want to play how it's unfolded. We'll also hear some audio from Stephen Rowe, who broadcasts over here on Adelaide Radio. Of course, his son, Jimmy Rowe, plays for the Crows and has an extremely close relationship with Taylor Walker. So factor that in mind when you're listening to this commentary. But here's how it's played out since Pete Ryan and Sam McClure broke this story yesterday afternoon in relation to Taylor Walker.
Well, they have, Jane. The man considered Adelaide's spiritual leader has found himself in very hot water just 3 days out from the showdown for comments he made about Roosters Indigenous player Robbie Young. It was during a SANFL clash against North Adelaide on July 17. Now, it happened at quarter time. What he said in the Crows huddle hasn't been made public. However, it was overheard by Crows SANFL players and officials, one of whom reported it. It's now in the hands of the AFL's Integrity Unit. Now, 7 News understands Walker will meet with them tomorrow, and he'll go there hat in hand, apologising for what was said and accept any punishment that comes his way. Walker's management isn't clear on what that could look like, whether it be a suspension, a fine or education. Now, in the past, Walker has condemned racism and has stood up for former teammate Eddie Betts on countless occasions. He's understood to be extremely remorseful and will, of course, take full responsibility for his actions. Now, like the Crows, North Adelaide is awaiting the outcome of the AFL's investigation, but say if the comments are of a racial nature, they are without question completely unacceptable.
Yes, it's a nasty story. We don't like reporting on these stories, but they are important stories. And this one is an AFL investigation. Their Integrity Unit is looking into Taylor Walker, one of the most revered figures that this club has ever had, their leading goal kicker, for a comment that he allegedly made at an SANFL game 3 weeks ago. So just before the lockdown, it was Adelaide versus North Adelaide. Taylor is there watching as a leader of the footy club, and there are quite a few Adelaide listed players there watching. And it was a comment he made to a teammate. Now, I think that teammate was Matt Crouch, who was at a quarter-time huddle, is coming back from injury, playing in the SANFL. And the comment, which is an alleged racial comment about a North Adelaide player, was overheard by a couple of Crows players and also a trainer who heard a comment and went to the club and complained. The Adelaide Football Club has then passed that on to the SANFL, who have passed it on to the AFL. And the AFL Integrity Unit is now looking into it and obviously taking it extremely seriously, because the AFL, as they quite rightly should be, Jared and Richo, take these sort of things very seriously when it happens from a spectator to a player. This is now an added layer of complexity in many ways when it's player to player. Now, the player who was allegedly talked about, Robbie Young, you might remember him a few years ago, played a few games with the Saints, now playing for North Adelaide. He was over a couple hundred metres away at the North Adelaide huddle. So he didn't hear it. No one from North Adelaide heard it. They didn't complain. It was heard at the Adelaide huddle, and that's where it's come from. Look, it's upset a lot of people, including quite a few players at the Adelaide Football Club.
If this is our new standard, God help us. So Age reporters, Ms. Peter Ryan and Sam McClure, it was alleged to have happened at a sample match, attempting to establish the facts. Why isn't he afforded the anonymity? Two reporters wanted to be heroes. Make no mistake, there's no place in our industry or society for racial vilification, we know that. But I'm not going to stand by and have a great man's character assassinated and reputation ruined because of an allegation that's meant to be confidential in its investigation that is likely, I don't know all the facts, nor does Ryan and McClure, to be innocent. It's with, I don't know whether it's a heavy heart's the right saying, but this next story has saddened me on a number of levels. Let me just go through it. Okay. Age reporters Peter Ryan and Sam McClure, who we've spoken to, have posted an article alleging Taylor Walker is embroiled in a racism scandal that's being investigated by the AFL for an incident at a sample match in the quarter-time huddle. That is the only fact in this article that is correct. Ryan and McClure go on to say, and I quote, "The Age is not saying the player involved made the remark, but the league is attempting to establish the facts." So I'm coming from here for the first point of this, and then we'll move on with it. Why write the article and why drag a good person's name through the mud? Why be the hero and be the first to do so? And the reason I say that, and we've all going to be protected, whether it's Taylor Walker, this could happen to me. Sam, you're looking at me, this could happen to you or anyone in the street, okay? Rule 35 of the Peak Rule states, if there is a complaint or racial vilification, strict confidentiality applies throughout the process until a confidential investigation is complete. Now, Ryan and McClure chose not to do that. And for those reasons are for theirs alone. I've spoken to Caroline Wilson and three other reporters from Melbourne, and I asked them specifically, would have you wrote that story? They said no. The Peak Rule sits there for a very, very important reason. Because if they are false, you need to be protected from it. Because mud sticks.
If Taylor Walker is found to have made these comments, he has signed another one-year deal with the Adelaide Crows. I can't see much future for Taylor Walker, I've got to say. I think this could be the end of... If it's happened, I think this will really hurt his career and could potentially be the end of his career.
That's a big call. I was just about to ask Sam, do you think he doesn't play again this year? But to get to that point where you think that it could end his career...
I reckon it's really damaging, really, particularly in... You put things in context. In today's, society and today's AFL landscape and SANFL landscape, and Ed's mentioned the camp. I mean, they want to get rid of that C word forever. I understand that, but it is true, and Taylor himself acknowledged to me that it was the Indigenous players who were so upset by what went on.
And many of them left, Caro. Let's not forget.
But no one knows the official outcome yet. I think we're jumping a lot of hurdles here. I think it'd be nice to hear the official outcome.
Yep. Absolutely.
Let's not injure any party before it occurs.
Well, Ross, let's be brutal about this. Taylor Walker's reputation is already injured, whatever happens. I hate to say it, but that's the brutal nature of this. I don't know whether it's true or not. The reporter on Channel 7 in Adelaide who has reported this story usually gets pretty good mail out of the Crows and out of Taylor Walker. So if this is true, I'm not saying his career is over, but I predict that it'll be very damaging.
If it is true, the best thing Taylor could do would be to stand up as club captain.
Ex-captain.
Well, ex-captain and a legend of the club. And if he has made a grave error, I don't think it necessarily leads to retirement, but I think he could own
I agree.
That audio, thanks to Channel 7 here in Adelaide, 3AW, 5AA and Footy Classified Channel 9. So I guess the most interesting thing for me is that Channel 7, where Taylor Walker has a commercial agreement with, have said that he's said to be extremely remorseful and that he is set to front teammates today. So that that makes you think there's significant substance to this. Of course, it is alleged at the moment. I just want to speak about the impact that this will have if this alleged comment is proven to be true, because some of you would remember the heartbreaking situation that unfolded at a showdown. Now, of course, just coincidentally, these two teams are set to play against each other on Saturday night, where a banana was chucked onto the field directed towards Eddie Betts. Eddie Betts has spoken extensively about that and about the fact that that was the lowest moment of his career. And after that did happen, both clubs, the Crows and Port Adelaide, and their Indigenous players stood side by side with the club bosses. So Ken Hinkley, Keith Thomas, Andrew Fagan, the CEOs at the time. Don Pike was the coach as well, in a sign of what was solidarity, I guess, between the two clubs after the person who did throw the banana onto the field was charged by police. So Port Adelaide and the Crows, they suspended the membership, players and other supporters that have been involved in similar issues. Travis Boak said, he was the captain at the time, "We stand here together with our Aboriginal teammates to say they deserve more respect. We're here to make a stance. Enough is enough." This is back in 2017. Crows captain at the time, Taylor Walker, said, "We are united with a strong message. Racism has no place in everyday life and certainly not in sport, and we will not tolerate it anymore." They are the words of Taylor Walker. This is 100 steps forward, 500 steps back, if it is true what Taylor Walker has said, and how he could run out there with his Indigenous teammates and his Indigenous opponents. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how he's going to front up to this. Now, as Ross Lyons said, if it is true, the only thing he can do is front his teammates and, by extension, the media, the club sponsors, his teammates, the opposition, the AFL, and put his hand up here. So we'll wait and see. But the fact that Channel 7, the station that sponsors the Crows, the station where Taylor Walker works for, is saying that he's set to front his teammates today and he's very remorseful. You wouldn't want to be Taylor Walker today. Now, back to 2011, when Western Bulldogs forward Justin Sharman was banned for 4 matches for racially vilifying a Gold Coast player. So 4 matches for Justin Sharman back in 2011. I'm not sure in terms of speculating on sanctions, but just the damage, if this is true, the alleged comment will do, is it's hard to put into words. 1300 736 736. You can have your say on that. It is confirmed as we move on to other matters. Richmond have just sent out a statement, as Sam Edmund broke on this station yesterday. Exciting youngster Shea Bolton is committed to Richmond for 2 years, so that'll tie him to the club until the end of 2023. He was selected in the 2016 draft, all the details that you don't need me to go through, but Bolton says, I am happy to be at Tigerland. I've been so excited to be staying here. I love all the boys here. We've got a very good Indigenous culture at Richmond as well, and I think it is even getting better. I just love this place. The playing group in general, it is a brotherhood. We take football seriously, but it's kind of a different thing at Richmond, where we have a tight group and we have fun around each other. We make football fun, and that is why I like it at Richmond. Tigers fans, rejoice. 2 years, look, as I said yesterday, it's a very mature deal from club and player. So hats off, well done. I like the fact that it's 2 years for him. Listening to him and reading his comments, I don't think there's any real concerns about him leaving. And in a couple of years' time, in a year or so's time, he'll be negotiating another deal, which would have a couple of more zeros behind it, you would think. But 2 years at about $600,000 is a very, very good deal for Richmond and for Shea Bolton, and a very mature one at that. 1300 736 736 to have you say on that. We had Lisa Alexander on yesterday, of course, legendary coach, and it caused a bit of a stir. We had a good debate, and she challenged me, and she challenged the thinking of a lot of you out there, which was good, and it got a really good response on our temper text 0433 98 11 16. She's just tweeted, because there was 3 or 4 articles that I saw that had followed up on that chat that we had with Lisa. So we're making a few waves right here on SEN Flip. I saw one in the Herald Sun, I reckon, that the headline was that she'd put her hand up to apply for the Collingwood job. That wasn't the case. I asked her, just hypothetically, if she was to apply for the Collingwood job, and that caused a bit of a headline. She's just tweeted. She says, I've got to clarify, I am not, in all caps, applying for the Collingwood Men's Football Club head position. I was asked a hypothetical by Kane Corns on SEN. If I was going for the job, what would I concentrate on? Re dynamics versus mechanics. And she's hashtagged it clickbait. But it's a really interesting topic. It's one that won't go away. How do we give access to female coaches to give them more experience so they can absolutely blow the socks off selection panels that are hiring coaches, and not just get down to the last 2 or 3, which is happening now in the 14 jobs at AFLW level, but actually doing what Phil Walsh did at Adelaide, sitting in front of the selection group, getting out your laptop, going through a game, going through tactics, all of that, and just blowing the socks off the selection panel. We've got to give our female coaches the experience and the coaching hours and the flying hours to be able to do that. 1300 736 736. Lisa has just tweeted she's not happy with the clickbait articles. 0433 98 11 16. Just trying to filter through a few texts here. I find the Tex Walker situation intriguing, says Jeff. Not knowing the details, I won't condemn Tex without the facts. What I was impressed with, though, was the club's response. In the past incidents, such as these, they would have been kept in-house. Some may think that the Adelaide Football Club essentially has dobbed him in, but I prefer to review it as an enlightened 2021 view and commend the club for putting its standards before a beloved son's gaff, says Jeff on the text lines. Let's take our first quick breather. It's 21 minutes past 10 o'clock. Lines available right now. Would love for you to jump on and have your say. You can do that next. We'll get to your calls after this.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
Big show coming up today. A slightly abbreviated drive, of course, with the Americans taking on the mighty Boomers.
Yeah, we'll be still squeezing in Thursday testimonial. We'll be chatting with Lin Jong, retiree from the Bulldogs, and the Demons key defender, Stephen May, one of our favourites.
Mad to be anywhere else, honestly.
Become a Master Builders Victoria member from just $1.40 a day. Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
If you're working too much in your business and not on your business, before you know it, you could miss your opportunity for success. I can give you more time.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Bet Deluxe, the new home for online punting. And this week it's our crazy lockdown specials. It's money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races. That's right, money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races this week. And it's money back up to $50 if you run second or third for all races at selected tracks this week. So download the brand new Bet Deluxe app today. Bet Deluxe, serious betting for serious punters. Gamble responsibly.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Dog Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Dog Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Dog Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedockshop.com.au.
Australia, meet your new McCafe blend. Smoother, richer and expertly roasted in Melbourne for Aussies who love great coffee. You know, like you. The new McCafe blend. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie. Available at participating restaurants.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Recording receipts, but in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box, but storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
You're listening to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
It is 26 minutes past 10 o'clock. We are taking your calls right now. You can do so. We'll get Sammy Edmund in the studio very, very shortly. But he doesn't stop. You can ring up. He's more than happy to take your calls as well. Heaps of people texting. It's better when you call and we can hear your voice. Hi, Kano. A lot of people I spoke to before the start of the Olympics stated that they weren't interested. They were wrong. This is fantastic and standalone as the best sporting event on the planet, says Russ in Geelong. Yeah, there was a bit of that commentary, and I said at the time, I said, you wait. No one was really speaking about it. A lot of people were saying, why is it going on, and questioning it, and you can understand why. But I said, when it starts, everyone is going to be absolutely captivated in it, and experts on rock climbing and table tennis and canoeing and all sorts of things, and that's exactly what's happened. But it's been full credit to the strength of the Australian team. Always strong in the pool, but I think they even outdid their expectations. But you know my love for track and field and all things running. I can't believe how strong our Australian track and field team is. Anyway, we're not here to talk about the Olympics. If you want that, we'll cross across to Jared after 2 o'clock and you can switch over to him whenever you like. Good morning, Kano. As you know, through my texting to SENSA, I am an Aboriginal Australian. My father is English born and my mother is an Aboriginal woman. He names the land that he's from in South Australia. I don't want to have a crack at pronouncing it because I'll get it wrong and make an absolute meal of it. He goes on to say, I love my football. This is from Rob in Berry. And my Crows. I've paid thousands of dollars for memberships for me and for my kids. I already feel sick in having to explain to my kids around this incident if it is indeed factual. We have respected and loved Text, screamed with him and for him. This could very well break our hearts, but we should be used to it. So many we have known, respected and cared for just so long go back to showing their true colours once in a while, and that really hurts us. It is exhausting, says Rob, who is in Berry. Rob, I can't put it any better than that, so thank you, and I appreciate your text. Just the damage that this, if it is true, will do is hard to put into words with the strides forward that we have made in this space. And it is coincidental that both clubs, Port and Crows, have been so passionate about getting on the front foot and uniting on this issue that they face off against each other on Saturday night. I'm not sure how Taylor Walker, if it is true, could run out and play on Saturday night. I don't think that is realistic if we find out more details between now and Saturday. How come the media doesn't get on St Kilda about not winning this year and not being in the top 8? Compare that with what the media say about Carlton. It is just rubbish. Have St Kilda got off lightly 0433 98 11 16? I don't know. I don't think so. I think we went pretty hard on the Saints early on. I would think the coverage of St Kilda and Carlton has been reasonably equal, I would have thought, and you're right, because the expectations of both teams were about the same. So I think the expectations of both teams win a final. St Kilda maybe just in front because they won one last year, but the coverage has been about right, I would have reckoned. Bolton has re-signed. Richmond's premiership window is next year, Kane. And Kane, just wait some years. I think we'll see the likes of Daisy Pearce. The next generation, we will see the best female coaches. I have no doubt about that. It's just how we can fast-track that process to make sure that when these female coaches are put in front of a selection panel, they have the experience and I guess the coaching flying hours to absolutely blow the socks off the selection panel. Clearly they're getting really close and down to the last 2 or 3, but for whatever reason they're not just jumping that last hurdle. I think, as we spoke to Jared about yesterday, that level 4 coaches program, and I want to take you through what is involved in that level 4 coaches program. I've got some further details in that and which coaches have completed it and why it's such a big thing. If we can just open that up to even numbers, as Jared said yesterday, I think that'll have a massive influence on the next generation of female coaches. Now, where's Brock on the road? We're getting a lot of texts that want him to call in because we're going to hear from Brett Ratton a little bit later on, but he has said that Paddy Ryder may not play for the rest of the year. Well, that's a disaster. Brock, you know the number, 1300 736 736. Give us a buzz on that. I want to talk some level 4 coaching situation next, what's involved and why it's really important to open up that process to more applicants. And also Sam Edmund's going to stop by the studio. We've got a big morning coming up. We'll cross to Adelaide and find out the latest in relation to Taylor Walker and why it's been such a massive issue over here in Adelaide and a really emotional one. We might hear a little bit more from Stephen Rowe, actually. He almost lost his mind covering this yesterday on Adelaide Radio. It was unbelievable listening to this unfold and the way that he commented on this situation. He had to retract some comments that he had to say about Caroline Wilson, so he did that and he was forced to apologise. He completely lost it, did Rowie. Great guy, Rowie, but he does get highly emotional, so we might hear a little bit of him after the 10:30 news headlines. And on the other side, Sam Edmund. So here's the all-important news headlines.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Making SEN News this hour. Victoria has recorded 6 cases of COVID over the past 24 hours, with more than 27,000 test results received. It comes as a player in the seniors team of the Newport Football Club in the Western Region Football League has tested positive to COVID. Queensland has recorded 16 new cases of COVID in the community with over 50,000 test results. All cases are linked to the current cluster. Canned food producer SPC will become the first non-health related organisation to ban employees from the workplace unless they're vaccinated. And broadcaster Brian Henderson has died in Sydney at the age of 89. SEN.com.au sport up next.
Liberty, free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply.
Shea Bolton has recommitted to Richmond for 2 years, tying him to the club until the end of 2023. At Stumps on day 1 of the test between India and England, India is none for 21 after England were all out for 183. At Tokyo last night, Australia's Peter Boyle finished 4th in the 800-metre final, while fellow Australian Genevieve Gregson ruptured her Achilles tendon in the final kilometre of the steeplechase. Weather's next.
Selling your home? Don't pay commission. Real estate is changing. Visit myauctionmelbourne.com.au.
Subscribe to the SEN Track podcast. Just search for SEN Track on your podcast provider today.
Partner today with Bright Zero Interest Finance for Tradies.
Cloudy with a light shower today in Melbourne, 15. Cloudy with a light shower tomorrow, 15. Right now it's 11 degrees. And don't miss all today's Olympic action on SEN and the SEN app.
Hello again. morning. Got some delays in South Yarra now on Alexandra Avenue thanks to a rigid truck that's crashed into a bridge. We've got some pretty good conditions around Melbourne with all the major arterials moving at speed. Just a little sluggish around Springvale Road on the Monash after an earlier crash. If you're looking for great value on a great network, switch to Optus today. Get a huge 80 gigs for $55 on a month-to-month SIM plan. Visit Optus in-store or online today. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing now at 1593 SEN Track.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
Communicating in a family business can be difficult, especially when it involves succession planning and future growth. I can help facilitate those discussions and take out the emotions.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
The Doc Shop. Make space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop. Make space to make the world a better place.
TheDocShop.com.au.
Bet Deluxe, the new home for online punting. And this week it's our crazy lockdown specials. It's money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races. That's right, money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races this week. And it's money back up to $50 if you run second or third for all races at selected tracks this week. So download the brand new Bet Deluxe app today. Bet Deluxe. Serious betting for serious punters. Gamble responsibly.
Take the confusion out of buying a bed with BedMatch at 40 Winks. Our exclusive system calculates your support needs so we can find the best mattress from our range of leading brands. BedMatch, only at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
To celebrate 50 years of Maccas, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Maccas glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction event. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
You're listening to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806 and Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
It is 21 minutes to 11 o'clock. If you're with us in Adelaide, it's 9 minutes past 10. It's SEN Flip. The number's 1300 736 736. And we are with you through until 3 o'clock this afternoon with a big morning and afternoon of sport, including our next guest who's been on fire. He's stopped by the SEN studio once again. Sam Edmund, the chief sports reporter right here. Hello to you, Sammy.
Hello to you, Kane. Good to talk to you again.
You were on fire yesterday. You did break the details in relation to Shea Bolton extending his deal, now confirmed by the club, so you were 24 hours before they got to it. 2 years.
2 years, which is, I think, when you boil it all down, pretty smart management from Ralph Carr and his team there. I mean, we understand the deal to be worth, as we told you yesterday, around $600,000 for each of those 2 seasons, which means, obviously, if he keeps improving at the rate he is, by the time he's 24, Kane, he will be commanding a big contract. Now, Trent Cotchin, Jack Rewalt, they'll probably have retired by then. Shane Edwards too, perhaps. Dustin Martin's 7-year contract expires in that year as well. So pretty smart timing, isn't it, from Shea Bolton, who, yes, could have got more on the open market, but, geez, why would you be leaving Richmond? I know they've had their issues this year, but they're definitely going to reset next year. They'll hopefully have some better luck with injury as well, and you'd be a fool to say that they're going to keep falling down the cliff face. So he stays, he does his time, he earns his stripes, and then he cashes in a couple of years' time.
Yep, I agree with all of that. I think it's excellently well played by the club and the player, and a good lesson to some others. You got some details on the big nank.
Yeah. So Shea Bolton's Richmond play North Melbourne this weekend. Their season is hanging by a thread. The players look battered and bruised and pretty mentally fried too, which you can understand after being the top of the summit for so long. So they haven't had much luck on the injury front, and now I understand Toby Nankervis is in some sort of doubt to face the Kangaroos. Now, I must stress, Kane, he could very well play this weekend, but I believe he's got a foot problem that is bothering him, that he's sought some medical expertise on. So watch this space on Toby Nankervis, who has had his battles with injury, of course, in recent time as well. The Kangaroos will get a couple back, and this is a real danger game for Richmond. This could almost be a flip of the coin job. Cam Zerha back from the shoulder, Taron Thomas back from concussion. They should both play, but Aidan Corr and Tom Powell have had a line put through them for the season. So there'll be warehouse now to get ready for 2022, but the reinforcements coming in for David Noble's team.
Yep, no doubt. And if you look at the stats, Richmond the last sort of 4 or 5 weeks, bottom 4 side, North Melbourne almost top 8 side. So on form, you would think it's a genuine 50-50. We'll wait and see. The latest situation with COVID in Victoria, 6 new cases today, 3 in the community. It's not looking good for the AFL ground. I don't want to be doom and gloom about this, but you can't see crowds returning anytime soon. You would think there's another lockdown on the cards. History would tell us that. It's not great for the grand final, is it?
I think I speak for everyone. We're just putting the grand final and AFL aside for a moment. Nothing fills your heart with dread more than the developments of the last few hours and this morning and last night. It honestly makes you sick to your stomach. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of anxiety. And you can understand all that. I feel it myself, and we all do who have experienced it. And then the AFL Grand Final. I mean, geez, how can we possibly plan for anything of the sort, the crowds and footy? I mean, this is how quickly it changes. It just snaps you back into reality, doesn't it? And a depressing reality at that, I think it must be said. So, as you say, 6 new cases in total dating back to last night. The Western Region Footy League here, a local comp in the west of Melbourne here, Kane, have released a statement moments ago saying one of those 6 is a player for the Newport Football Club who tested positive to COVID-19 on Wednesday, so yesterday, but the player did play in a game against West Footscray on the Saturday just gone, July 21. The player began to feel unwell this week.
Apply.
North Sydney, no problems on the freeway as you make your way to the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Harbour Tunnel. Rozelle work on Victoria Road. Lane 3 closed, westbound approaching Iron Cove Bridge. Speed down to 40 kilometres. The Anzac Bridge clear in both directions. And Roselands for COVID-19 testing. No problems. King George's Road into Roselands Drive. Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas in July feast only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever.
Kamoya here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. In my footy days, I had a massive support team on and off the field. If things didn't go our way, we had each other's backs on the next play. You need that support in business too. With Gallagher Insurance Brokers behind you, your business is always ready for whatever comes. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
As we get older, we deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate our uniqueness and provide the best specialised care. For over 25 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Our brand new residential aged care home, Holy Spirit Kasula in Sydney Southwest, is now open, offering permanent and respite care with tailored lifestyle activities. Now's the time to tour this exciting new home. Call 1300 25 33 24 or visit kasula.catholichealthcare.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. So Nicola McDermott has had her first jump and cleared 1 metre 86. So 1.86 for both Nicola and Eleanor in the women's high jump. The next event on the list out at the Olympic Stadium for us, and the interest for us, will be the men's decathlon coming up in about 5 minutes' time. They move into the discus. So Cedric Dubler and Ash Maloney, after the 110 metres hurdles earlier this morning, go into the discus. Ash still in a medal position. On the Temper text machine, 0457 736 736. Hey, Matt, how good is the future meaning of life with Professor Steph this morning? #gold, loving the show. Glenn, good on you, Glenn. Glad you got through all that one. We still don't know what he was trying to get to, but I think we've created ourselves either a really fast baby or some really good shoes.
We're procreating. That's what we're doing, Matty. Beasts. We're procreating.
Now listen here,
beasts.
Steph. Listen here, your sure bet this morning, you came out firing, but boy, you missed the mark. It's good that you're not an air rifle shooter, because you would have taken down some people. So you were tipping us in, but not until tomorrow. Sort of got your schedules wrong. So there aren't really too many sure bets that you've got on fire today.
No.
How about we rough it up with Steph and find a roughie?
I don't like it. I don't like it, Matty. To be honest, I don't like the bet. There's not enough meat on the bone for me, so I don't want to do our listeners dirty like that. But what we're going to do, we're going to rough it up a little bit with the Steph, yeah? I'm going to give you some real good roughies at some real good odds that I think there's a lot of value in. One is Hansel Parchment in the men's 110 metre hurdles to win a medal. Now, there's some conjecture around this guy because he battles to show up, but he's paying $3 to medal. I think that is a steal. He can compete. He was meant to be. He's run 12.97 before. The guy can move over the hurdles. He repeats that performance. He wins this thing. I don't think it was that. It's that out of the world for him not to medal. I think it's really good odds. And the other roughie that I really like is Michael Norman in the men's 400 final tonight. He's paying $2.10 to medal. Michael Norman is, I think, the fourth fastest in history in this event. He won national US trials, and he's just struggled in the rounds a little bit, but he's got an outside lane. He's coached by the great Quincy Watts, who won 92 400 metres in Barcelona. I think he can get out really hard and just hang on for a medal.
So you like Hansel Parchment from Jamaica. He'll be in lane 7, so that starts at 5-1. That's the men's 110 metres hurdles to medal, paying about $3. And then you're going to... Are we multiing this?
We're multiing this up. We can multi, or you can take it on as a single.
All right. As a single or multi, let's go multi. We need to climb some money back. The men's 400 tonight, so Michael Norman to medal as well. Hansel Parchment in the 110 hurdles later this afternoon. Michael Norman in the men's 400 tonight, both to medal. A question for John. Does the goodwill and congratulations we see between the athletes after each final carry on once they leave the track, or is it just for the cameras? Because there are a lot of big egos there, says Tony.
That's a good question, Tony. It just depends on the event. It depends. The sprinters are normally way more highly strung because it's warfare, right? When you go into a sprint race, you need everything going for you. Use whatever you can to get the victory. Where if you look at some of the long jumps, high jumps, pole vault, they spend so much time out on the track together. It's just too hard to be upset with someone. Unless they're an absolute flop, then you just hate them. But if not, you tend more to lean on conversing with one another, and sometimes you get each other through because you're waiting so long on the track. So it just depends on the event. But most people, once the competition's over, that's why the Olympic Village is such a fun place to be at after you finish your event, because most people let their hang down, put all the competition aside, and just have a good time.
Did you ever go toe-to-toe with anyone?
Mate, I made a career out of it. It just depends. I used to use everything I possibly could, especially in call room leading up before a race. I would, if I knew a young kid was running, I would, if he tried to shake my hand in call room, I just wouldn't shake it. And so then I knew that was. How dare you? That's bad. He'd be thinking in his head, that's bad sportsmanship. And then I'd shake his hand after the race, and then he'd be confused, going, "Is this guy trying to be nice to me? Is he trying to be bad at me?" I just play mind games like that. I never really hated anybody that I ran against. I just didn't have time. I was too busy trying to focus on what I was trying to do right. But I know one day we raced against the Yanks in 2009 at World Championships, and they always used to do a stupid war cry right before they get into the call room, and I knew because I lived in America, trained in America, I knew most of the boys, and I just started abusing them verbally, and the three other relay guys were looking at me like, "John, what are you doing?" Because the two other guys in the American 4x4 didn't know me, so they were looking, they wanted to fight me, and I'm giving it more, going, let's have it, let's do this in the call room, and the boys look at me like, "John, what are you doing? That's Caron Clement, that's Angelo Taylor, don't do that." But I wanted to distract the boys to show them that we're all human, and let's have a crack, and we won a bronze medal that day. So you use whatever you can when you get to a championships to win, and when it's all said and done, you shake hands and you move on.
It took me a while, Steph, to get a grip around Leighton Hewitt in particular at the Australian Open, especially because everyone saw Leighton as an angry man. He's a great fella. He's got a great sense of humour. He's really easy to be around. But at the Australian Open, he was a fighter, and it was siege mentality for him. He would pick a fight with the ticket guy at the front if he could, just to get himself into that zone. He'd pick a fight with his coach. He'd pick a fight with Tennis Australia, and that's what he had to do. Once I got my head around that, I understood the kind of pressure that he was in and the position 100%. That he had to put himself in. Yeah, so I hear what you're saying.
And that's
so the beach volley.
Sorry, Matty, and that's similar to my career. Sorry, I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah. Just picking fights. That's all you're doing.
That's what I said. I made a career out of it, mate.
The beach volleyball is coming up. So women's semi-final, Shiokaze Park will be Australia versus Latvia. Maria Fatacho del Sola, the 27-year-old, and Talika Clancy, the 29-year-old, who's the first Indigenous Australian to represent Australia in beach volleyball at the Olympics. They knocked out the world champions on the way. They are now in the semi-finals. It will begin at 11 o'clock. So we'll take the SEN news a little bit earlier than normal, bring you back. We've still got plenty going on at the Olympic Stadium. High jump qualifications, decathlon continues, 4x100 relays today as well, all in action, in the men's 110 metres hurdles final at about 5-1. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN, thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better.
Injured and it's not your fault? Did you slip or fall in a public place? Not sure what to do next? We do know what to do. Call Bryden's Lawyers today for a free, no-obligation appointment. No matter how big or small your claim may be, we know what matters most to you because it matters most to us. Bryden's Lawyers. We do make a difference. Call Bryden's Lawyers on 1800 848 848.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? AC Green was a pro basketballer in the NBA. He was nicknamed Iron Man for playing the most number of regular games in succession, 1,192 to be precise. It's an NBA record. He built up an impressive list of achievements. Some of those, he won 3 championships with the Lakers and was named an All-Star in 1990. But before all this, when he was at high school, he had an aha experience. He discovered the truths of Jesus. As a result of this, AC Green became known for his discipline and strength of character, not only on the court, but off it. For example, he made a decision that the world would consider bizarre. He decided to remain celibate until he got married. Pressure then came from others to make him change his mind, but he stood firm. In the Bible, James, who was Jesus' half-brother, put a call out to all of us to cleanse our hands and purify our hearts. The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Making SEN News this hour, 27 cases of COVID-19 have been detected in Queensland, 11 are crew members on an infected ship, and the remaining 16 are linked to the West Brisbane cluster. Positive cases of COVID have been identified in schools on the New South Wales Central Coast and Lake Macquarie. Former 9 News reader and bandstand host Brian Henderson has died at the age of 89, and convicted killer Reginald Arthurall will be supervised for another 2 years. sen.com.au sport coming up.
At 7-Eleven, there's wonderful in every cupful of freshly ground coffee for only $1. Head into your nearest 7-Eleven today. 7-Eleven, wonderfully easier.
At Tokyo, Ashley Maloney is continuing his decathlon campaign, qualifying third fastest in the 110-metre hurdles. He's currently second place overall. New Panther Tavita Pangai Jr. will start off the bench this weekend against the Roosters. In AFL, Shea Bolton has signed a 2-year contract extension with Richmond, and John Millman is through to the round of 16 of the Washington Open.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Leaving Sydney on the M1 Pacific Motorway. A good run northbound as you make your way to the Central Coast. At Kenwell, the lights are flashing amber, Pacific Highway and Craigie Avenue. Roselle work on Victoria Road. The outside lane closed westbound, approaching the Iron Cove Bridge, and speed there down to 40 kilometres. Enjoy great deals at Snooze, plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what a little Snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
UPin Property. Dream it, find it, UPin it. Australia's first seeking property marketer. Download now.
Made in Sydney. Independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Partly cloudy, we're heading for a top of 19 degrees in the city and in the west. Sunny tomorrow and 20. And don't miss the Kookaburras fight for gold against Belgium live tonight on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
On the Temper text machine, Daniel from Adelaide says, listening to John Stephenson has turned me the same way Leighton turned you, Matt. He's been great listening to Steph's insights and despite public perception during his career, sounds like a top bloke, says Daniel from Adelaide. Well, you're spot on about that, Daniel. He is a top bloke. We've been having a lot of fun. Hey, Steph, we're about to
Daniel's making a black man blush, mate. What's going on here? Come on, brother.
No, it's been a lot of fun, mate. Shiokase Park is the venue for the women's semi-final of the beach volleyball, so this is huge for Australia. It is Australia versus Latvia. Mariafa Tacho del Solar and Talika Clancy in action here. This is about to get underway. They have been the giant killers of this tournament, so let's take you over to Seven's coverage and commentary with Kerry Pothast and Brenton Speed.
For the right to face the United States in the gold medal match. They just beat Switzerland emphatically in the earlier semi-final. The Aussies fantastic against Canada 2 nights ago. That was a 10 p.m. local time start. Now it's a 10 a.m. kick-off in the semi. And Australia to serve first. And sailing long early on from Kravchenica. And Maria Fay was a bit of a legend with the serving the other night at crucial stages, and she kicks things off here.
That's definitely one of the strongest skills of the Australians, and they've been working into this game. Match by match, their serving has got more consistent, it's very aggressive. And they'll be needing to watch Kravchenica and Rodina on that. So off the top of the block. Very experienced volleyball players. Not having done a lot on the beach volleyball circuit, coming to their own in 2019, but they had a big year off. They didn't see a lot of each other. The Latvians, they trained in different countries. Gradina in the US.
But they have been giant killers already in this tournament. Beat the Brazilian team, 4th seeds here in the pool stage. Little touch off the net made it awkward for Kravchenica. Adjusted nicely, but pushed it wide again this time, so she's been a little off, understandably nervy early on.
Well, it's a big game for both these teams. The giant killers, the Latvians, as you said, they've beaten Brazil, Russia, Canada, all in 3 sets. So they've played long matches. They've played way more sets of beach volleyball out here than the Aussies. But the Aussies just sharpening up every time they set their feet out on this sand.
Again, it's a mistake from Kravchenica, and they look up to this Aussie team. They regard them as the best on the circuit, the toughest team to beat, and they rate Talika Clancy the best blocker in the game as well. And so far, it's the Aussies on top.
You think that's probably going to put a bit of nerves in their mind? Feeling that way. Big serve from Clancy, one of her fastest serves, nicely taken that time by Gradina on 2. So the players can pass, set and hit, or the players can pass and hit, or even just pass it straight over the net. So 3 hits maximum. This time Latvia using the taller of the 2 on the aggressive side out.
Lovely back set from Tacho del Solar. Then it became an even money contest, and in the end Gradina did enough in the face of Clancy at the net, and they switch ends for the first time after these first 7 points.
Both these teams have a blocker and a defender, definitive. So at the net you see Clancy and Gradina. They're both exactly the same height, 1.84 m or 6 foot tall. Gradina having to use the knuckle to go high over Clancy. And the 2 defenders in the backcourt, they do most of the digging. They get it very sandy throughout this match. blockers serving and running to the net to do their job.
Graudina, just 23 years of age. Targeting Maria Fay on serve. Up goes Artacho Del Solar, and Graudina was there to greet her. So Latvia have steadied here and level things up. First ever NCAA athlete to qualify for an Olympic beach volleyball tournament while still at college with USC in the United States. That time, Artacho Del Solar got it through the blocker.
Well, it's great to see a lot of volleyballers from all over the world go to the United States, have a fantastic college system. They have beach volleyball scholarships now for the women, and that's what Graudina from Latvia has been doing in the last couple of years, and she's been coached by Dane Blanton. He's the Olympic gold medalist in beach volleyball from the Sydney 2000 Games. So very experienced, and that was a great experienced shot. So for a tall player who normally uses her height and power to go over the top of the defender in the corner, beautifully played shot. Way too good for Artacho Del Solar.
Wicked serve. Out wide towards Clancy, but back to her feet in a heartbeat to finish it all off. Wonderful athleticism from Australia's tallest player, Taliqua Clancy, at 184 centimetres.
Clancy's seen a lot of the ball in this tournament. Normally players from other teams will be serving Maria Fay, but Taliqua has seen a lot of serve. She was ready for that one. She comes back firing with a big jump serve.
Great defence, and the improvisation from Clancy with the clenched fist. Drops it well inside that baseline. That was so clever. That's feel and instinct.
A lot of reaction there, both from Maria Fay. Nice forehand into the backcourt. Taliqua was using her tennis skills there.
So good. That all happened so quick. And the Aussies improvised in sensational fashion, and now right down the middle, not a touch on it. And Australia really going for it on serve in this game, as you'd expect with this weapon that Clancy possesses.
She's got a great top-spin jump serve, and putting it so deep and right on the line at the back there makes it so difficult. A husband and wife serve, again through the middle. Great defence. Just missing that time. So we've seen Maria Fay dig a lot of balls in the past few games, and normally finishing that off, uncharacteristic for her to not make that one down the line.
Australia's only loss so far came against the Russian pair.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot, your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
The legendary reliability of Toro has made it the first choice at many of the world's best sports grounds. Real Madrid and St Andrews. And now you'll find Toro walk power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools, and irrigation equipment closer to home at your local Toro dealer. Whether it's above ground or underground, you can count on Toro to get the job done.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
G'day, it's Matt White here. There are all kinds of love. You can love your partner, love your sport, love your car. But if you can't say, I love my pillow, well, I'm feeling sorry for you, because people who sleep on the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow can honestly say they love their pillow. But make sure it's not an imitation. So watch out. Here's what you need to do to order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery. Just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
At the Beach Volleyball Australia 11 lead Latvia 8. A Red Energy update for our Aussies. Eleanor Patterson has cleared 190 in her qualification jumps in the high jumps. So she is in a different group to Nicola McDermott. So I'll just have a look at what Nicola's jumped as well. I'm pretty sure that she has jumped 190 as well. Yes, she has. Thanks to Red Energy. Proudly Australian. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. On the Temper text line, Matt and John, just wondering what your thoughts are to where you see athletics in Australia reaching. I know we have some young kids that hold world records for age groups, says Junior Smithy. What's the future, Steph?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's always hard when you're trying to predict the future when it comes to track and field, because you got these big superpowers in commercialised sports like NRL and AFL, and now even basketball and that sort of overshadow the ability for especially a young teenager or young adult to make their mind up on whether they, become, pro track and field runners, or they go to AFL or football, because the fiscal benefits of the two sports, the differentiation is so big. But if we're talking pure talent, Australia's always had great talent. We just lose them to other sports. So they, like I said, they choose to go into a sport where they feel they can create a future for themselves financially. So we're seeing in this games that, we've made really, really good progress in our ability to make semi-finals, to make finals, which shows that the underpinning there of where we are athletically is still very good. So what we need now is just athletes and more kids to take on track and field, and maybe not have to really choose between the two. Maybe try and do dual sports. Maybe play for the Wallabies and also run for Australia. Maybe try something like that. But I think it's just going to always be the way it's going to be. But we just need to get more depth moving forward with maybe trying to get more money generated in track and field.
Thanks for the text, Junior Smithy. John Stephenson making absolute perfect sense, which is not always the case. Can I just take you back about 20 or 30 minutes, Steph? I just want to see if we can actually get our heads around what you were talking about. This was a question about the super spikes, and this was the answer that you gave me. This is the kind of stuff you get here, folks, on 1170 SEN. This is John Stephenson at his best.
In the terms of athletics and running, my perspective is that times and records are meant to be broken. That's just evolution, right? Tracks get quicker, you get better wind assistance, you get better spikes, better diets, and human beings evolve. As the world becomes smaller, people are out, and procreating, if that's the right word, with different races and making superhumans. You procreate. Is that right? Procreate, Manny? Am I trying to get too smart here? What's going on here? Well, I should just say they're having sex, mate. They're all having sex with one another from different countries, right? And then they're coming together and they're making. Usain Bolt has sex with Israel Adesanya. Now imagine that.
No.
Imagine how fast that fight would be, So this happens, yeah? Or Mike Tyson has sex with Usain Bolt. It's a real strong, fast dude. So anyway, but this is happening, right? So then when this happens, obviously athletes are going to get quicker. And I'm all for it. It is what it is, but Olympic medals never go away. You win Olympics, it says there, Matthew White from Australia is the sword fighting champion of 2021. Is it sword fighting?
I was just going to let you know where I was going with the sword fighting.
Fencing,
you know what you just did? You just put yourself further into the hole.
You
They're
saw
the kind
me
of insights.
And you know what I love about you, Matty? No,
Even
hang on a
listening
minute.
back
Hold
to
on.
it-
Let's just get this in perspective here. Maybe Israel Adesanya and Bolt wasn't really like a real good sort of analogy, man. Like, let's go with somebody like a Sydney McLaughlin makes love to Usain Bolt. They breed a super fast endurance kid.
Yeah,
that's all I was saying. That's
I
all
cannot
was
believe that you're actually going to throw yourself back into that huge ditch that you just managed to craft.
I've been starting at 5 o'clock every morning on Sunrise. Okay, you got to cut your boy a bit of a break. I just got my human beings mixed up. You know, I mean, my sexuality's mixed up a little bit. That's all. I was bang on point. If you hear back the procreation and breeding superhumans, Bolt, Sydney McLaughlin, hey. Makes perfect sense. LeBron
sense.
James, Liz Cambage. Super basketballer. No?
Is this what you're going to take to the head honchos at Puma when they say, how do we attack the Nike Super Spike? This is going to be your answer.
I'll be like,
Forget about the shoes. Let's roll in the athletes here and create the mega monster.
I'll be like, well, we've got Bolt. I mean, he's a Puma athlete, so we're halfway there. See? We're halfway there. All of a sudden, I'm making a lot of sense.
0457 736 736. Let me know if you agree. Nathan does. He says, I love your work, boys. Johnny, if you have to ask, I am getting too smart. Here, the answer is usually no. Love your work. Oh, there is only one, John Stephenson, and we love it. 16-12, Australia lead Latvia here in the women's beach volleyball semi-final. Let's return to the action with Kerry Potthast and Brenton Speed.
Sparked again on Manly Beach. And she shares that passion with Kravchenica, actually. One of her favourite destinations on the entire world circuit is Manly Beach. And Latvia looking to fight back here in the opening set, but Australia are close to that 21-point barrier here. 16-13 up. Great defence from Graudina, but Kravchenica can't track it down, and that buffer is very handy now.
Well, Latvia, they call a timeout. They're not sure what to do here. They just can't get in a groove with their game. Australia's not letting them get in a groove. Their plan was to come out really hard, come out aggressive, serve tough through the middle, and that's a great strategy for any team to serve through the middle, cause that indecision with a lot of power, a lot of heat. And both Maria Fay with her jump serve, her float jump serve, it looks a lot slower, but it's very, very effective, as is Taliqua Clancy's serve.
When they won the European Championships, 7 matches they played, 5 of them went to 3 sets. And one of their former coaches, he gave them no game plan going into matches. So they used to drop the first set often and work it out on the court and then come back and win it in 3.
Well, that's the beauty of beach volleyball. Without having a coach there, you really have to learn to work on that strategy. And often you'll see one player taking charge and really thinking about the strategy and calling the plays because their partner perhaps is being served every ball. But so far, both teams are mixing it up, and that's because they're serving through the middle. And by serving tough through the middle, sometimes it'll spray to the left or the right. So there's not one particular player that's getting worked.
So they called the timeout and they get the first point out of it, Latvia. And when they qualified for the Olympic Games, it was 2019 in a random event in China, and they were down 12-7 in the race to 15 in the third set against the Czechs, and still came back and won that to book their spot in Tokyo. So you cannot rule them out, and here we go, back-to-back points, and it's back to 17-15.
Yeah, they definitely are the Cinderella story for Latvia so far. Their men have made the semis as well. Latvia can win a medal here at this Olympic Games. They will be national heroes, no doubt about that. But Australia's there to stop them at that time. Graudina stopped the hit on 2 from Clancy.
And Australia, they've got one timeout up their sleeve as well. And after dropping 3 straight points after Latvia called for time, Australia answer.
Yeah. That was it.
Brett Kamoy here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. With Gallagher on your side, you'll be ready to tackle any challenge while covering gaps in your field and protecting your day-to-day. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
We're live at the Coalface track in Chatswood for the Best Boot Championship. The cars are revving up and it could be anyone's race. This year the car boots are stronger than ever. First bend, oh no! Mungle careers into Bloodston's boots. Hard Yackers slammed into Steel Blue, but they'll all keep going with Steel Blue overtaking. Wow, strong boots indeed.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Welcome back. Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. 17 all in the first set between Australia and Latvia, the women's semi-final beach volleyball. But let's go across to the Sea Forest Waterway. We've got a few Aussie athletes in semi-finals today. A little later on, Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen will be in lane 4 for semi-final number 1 of the K2 1000. They set the Olympic best time yesterday, but right now out on the water in beautiful conditions. The K1 500 semi-finals with Elise Wood in lane 3, Alyssa Bull in lane 6, and in lane 5 will be New Zealand's Lisa Carrington, a superstar of the water. She's already won 2 golds these games, the Kiwi, and she's got 4 gold medals overall. They are looking for a spot in the final here, so let's take you to the Sea Forest Waterway now with Nick Green and Matt Hill.
Into second spot. Terrific start. We said he had to be explosive out of the start. Lisa Carrington is absolutely the benchmark, and so Elise Wood is going well. Ali Bull, also just at the bottom of the screen, is in there with the mix.
Yeah, not far away at all. So they're about to complete this 250-metre split, the halfway mark, and the good news is Wood has gone through into second. So that's terrific work, and her partner usually over on the near side. Bull is really putting in too, so the Australians with a great showing. There's Carrington, who is just smooth as silk, solid as you would expect, leading by 1.27 at that 250-metre split. There's 150 metres to paddle. Carrington going strongly, and the 2 Australians, they're both in with fighting chances of making the final.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Matt. Both paddling superbly. Last couple of 100 metres is going to be very telling for both the Australians.
Osterman is coming through, could be a danger, and also Novakovic from Serbia, but over on the far side, Wood is still holding strong here. Watch for Bull late. She's very strong late at the back end of her races, less than 50 metres to paddle. Carrington's going to shut down a little. We're looking over on the far side. Can Wood hold on? Second will go through to the final. She has to grip on from the Serbian, and I think she's going to do it. It's going to be so close. It's so close. Yes, she is through to the final. Elise Wood, fantastic. Had to grit her teeth late, but she did it. It was nail-biting, but got there. Look at Carrington.
So Lisa Carrington leads the way. Elise Wood through to the final. First and second go straight through. Third and fourth into final B. So just getting a read on Alyssa Bull's finishing position there. But great news that Elise Wood will go into the final of the women's K1 500. Alyssa Bull has finished in 4th. Set point, the first set here, Australia in the beach volleyball.
Jenica again the target. Long way off the net here. And Tacho Del Solar could not get there after the block from Clancy. And for the first time in this entire tournament, Latvia are playing a set that will require at least 22 points to win it.
This one probably could have been taken by Clancy off her block. This time Latvia choosing Clancy, but she answers with a big swing.
Big Queenslander from Kingaroy had to travel 2 hours from Kingaroy to get to the nearest beach, and here she is, a star on the beach volleyball circuit. Now it's her turn to serve as well. Australia's biggest server. Does she go for broke? And they let that one sail, hoping to get an error down the middle, but they change ends after every 7 points, and at 21 all, it's time for another change.
Aliqua Clancy is undoubtedly one of the best beach volleyball players in the world right now, and her athletic capabilities are really a rare find in any sport. She's so tall, she's agile, she glides across the sand for someone who's 6 foot tall. Honestly, it's not an easy thing to do. Most of us would fall over just running down for a swim at the beach. Aliqua Clancy, she makes it look so easy.
Now it's time to try and come up with something big in the clutch. Tacho Del Solar off the blocker of Graudina. It's set point again for the Aussies. You know, when Maria Fay has won a point, there's the early shout of Vamos, or an excited shriek. Now serving. Awkward. Australia claim the first set after giving up a big lead at one stage, but the serve from Maria Fay, Tacho Del Solar, brought the error, and they do take the opening set 23 points to 21.
Breakout River Meats has some advice on your food choices. Independence. We're talking good Australian family-owned businesses. If you don't choose to shop at independent businesses now, you'll lose them forever. You can't buy Cara lamb, Watervale beef, or Shiverton pork at the giant supermarket chains. So be part of Team Australia and buy from independently owned family stores. Choose wisely now, and you'll have choices in the future.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass. Like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
Welcome back, Tokyo 2020. A check of the medal tally thanks to Rebel. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. Australia in 5th position overall with 15 gold medals, 4 silver, 17 bronze medals and 36 in total. So Great Britain have overtaken us overnight. They've got 15 gold, 18 silver and 15 bronze for 48. China lead the way with 32 gold medals and 70 overall. Let's take you back out to the Sea Forest Waterway, the K2 1000 Aussies featuring here.
Through to the A final, so they can still work hard and explosive teamwork that they're so used to, but also use their tactics and their smarts and their experience to get through into the A final.
So the world champions and the K4s together in 2017. Away they go. In the middle lane is Fitzsimmons and also Wood 2 from the bottom, and Van der Westhuizen and Green, who were pretty impressive in their heat. So good start. Probably the better of the two Australian crews, 2 from the left at this stage, Fitzsimmons and Wood.
Yes, and while this has got a number of credentialed paddlers in this race, what I know about the two Australian boats is they work together as a team. They train against each other, they push each other, they paddle together in boats all the time. So I expect the two Australians to use their teamwork to their advantage in the semi-final.
So this is not as nerve-wracking as what we just saw with the women's. First 4 go through to the final here. So we've got a field of 6. First 4 going through to the A final. Westhuizen and Green have come through in a time of 45.37, looking really strong. They blaze out in front of Fitzsimmons and Wood, 0.87 between them at the 250-metre split. Aussies 1-2. Watch for the checks in the middle. We've got Joseph Dostel, who was the silver medalist in the K1's 1,000 metres at Rio. And over on the far side, also the Kiwis, Brown and Imrie, are showing out.
Yeah, while the Australians have got a boat length in front there, but they are on on the screen, every other boat behind them are paddling at about the same speed at the moment, pacing themselves. As they get to the halfway mark, they'll start to think about their tactics and whether they need to start making a move to get one of those 4 spots into the A final.
So it's that real balance, isn't it, between preserving some energy for the final, which comes up in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, but also making sure you are there. We've got some top crews here. First 4 through to the final. So out clear, Van der Westhuizen and Green. They lead by probably over a boat length, looking at that camera angle from New Zealand, the Czechs, and also the Australians in a bit of a fight there. Fitzsimmons and Wood, 2 from the right.
Yes, they're both as their second Olympic Games for both Fitzsimmons and Wood. They'll now to draw on their experience to get through unscathed. You can see there's 5 boats and there's only 4 positions. So the Australians, who are slightly dropping back in this third part of the race, will need to execute. They're fresh. They haven't had a lot of racing to date in this regatta, so they'll start to come through and try and get, that 1, 2, 3 or 4th position if they can.
So looking strong, the team of Van der Westhuizen and Green. They go through that split at 225.65, 1.6 up on Dostel and Sleuth, and then it's Wang and also Bu from China who have come through at this stage. We've got a bit of a race with the Kiwis for 4th here. Brown and Imrie were 0.2 of a second up on Fitzsimmons and Wood at the 250-metre split.
Yeah, the pace is up at the front. The Australian Van der Hausen and Wood Green, I should say, have just taken the intensity out, allowed the others to come up. But the Australians, the second Australian crew, just dropping back in the last part of this race.
So we've got mixed feelings watching the last 100 metres or so here. Van der Westhuizen and Green tactically just easing a little bit. Gee, they're looking impressive, aren't they, as they go through to the final easily. And unfortunately, Riley Fitzsimmons and also Jordan Wood come through and will make the B final. But well done to Jean Van der Westhuizen and Tom Green. Let's just get a time for you, because they have the Olympic best at the moment, 3:08.77. They've kept something in the locker. I reckon there's a fair bit in the locker too, and we'll just wait for that time.
So Thomas Green, Jean Van der Westhuizen go through to the final. Top 4 go through, which means that Ryan Fitzsimmons and Jordan Wood have missed out. So we've now got a finalist in the K1 500 for women and a finalist in the men's K2 1000 after the action there this morning at Sea Forest Waterway. Back to the beach volleyball we go. Shiokaze Park. So Australia, Maria Faye Atacho Del Sola and Taliqua Clancy have taken the first set, and action out here in the second set is hot at the park. Let's take you back to Sevens commentary with Kerry Pothas and Brenton Speed.
Go back to the line, it's such a fucking good hit, okay?
So this time Australia giving each other some advice there on where to hit. Maria Faye Atacho Del Solar being worked a little on the serve now. Having come up with some variety, Taliqua asking her to use some variety, so expect to see some little chip shots around the block together with her power. She's used her power really well for the first part of this tournament, especially when she's picking up balls in defence. She crushes them to finish them off. She's a big game player, Maria Faye Atacho Del Solar. She'll be ready for this one.
Dina goes her way again. Australia go over on 2. There was a big gap for Clancy to aim for, and she found plenty of sand. Latvia beat Brazil in their second group game after dropping their first, 15-12 in the third. Beat Russia in the round of 16, 15-13 in the third. Beat the second Canadian team, 15-11 in the third. So they're well versed in getting into those deciders. Australia don't want them to get there, of course. Clancy had to go a long way as Maria Faye was playing defence.
You don't often see Maria Faye make a mistake there in defence. Looked like she was all over that, just coming off the side of her arm, so perhaps coming in a little bit too fast, ready to hit the ball before she finished that dig off. So those are the little percentages of errors that you can make out there. Big swing, big serve from Latvia. Maria Faye beautifully down the line in that corner. They have played that point over and over and over again in training. We talk about these players a lot, but they've got a lot of support around them, and Australia have some great coaches in Kirk Pittman, who played for New Zealand for many years, Brad Tutton, who's played for Australia. He's got a big family history, rich history in volleyball and beach volleyball. And of course the support of the Volleyball Association, Volleyball Australia. And then we have Gina Reinhardt, who's a patron of our sport, and she's a patron of many sports, women's sports in particular, and is fantastic, keeps our girls and guys out on the tour, training and playing all year round.
Well, they backed off and they caused indecision for Kravchenica and tightened things up in this second set. Australia, the number 5 seeds. Latvia, 16th seeded for this tournament.
Latvia have only come out of nowhere almost in the last year or so. Really in a groove in 2019. In a groove on the blocking there, Graudina. She jumped into the angle on Clancy that time, so well played, and that would probably be their strategy. Clancy loves that big cross-court swing. We've seen her win quite a few balls there. That time she just didn't get enough power behind it to go off the hands. Graudina staying strong in the air.
Back set. And that time the variation comes. You heard Clancy at the timeout telling Maria Fay that variety was needed to break down this Latvian pair, and this time she used the knuckles to great effect.
Beautiful back set from Artacho del Solar. Australia's really consistent with their hand setting. The rest of the world's hand setting more and more now. The Americans in particular use a bump set.
Confidence booster there for Kravchenica. To bring it down on the line. Any touch off the blue line, and it's in. There's the chat from the Aussies. Preferred it when Taliqua Clancy was in that midnight time slot the other night. Not sure about the language at 10 or 11 in the morning, but we'll let it go through to the keeper.
Well, she gave her a call line angle, so she changed it halfway through. After you set the ball, you have a look and you make a call to either side. Oh, great serve off the side of her hand with a lot of power. Chance for a point here. Bread basket.
And they let it go wide. Kravchenica had a good opportunity there. Both teams gave up the advantage in the point, and in the end it's an error from Latvia's defender, and it's back to 10-all. Australia have rallied nicely here.
It'll be interesting to see how Kravchenica responds to this. She's looking very disappointed with herself. She knows that was a massive point. They would have been a couple of points ahead here at the midway of the second set. Gives you a good confidence boost.
Don't have to worry about calling a timeout at this stage because the technical timeout is 1 point away as Clancy winds up again. And couldn't get it over the net that time, so Latvia edged their way back in front at the technical timeout. 11-10 in this second.
We've talked a lot about Maria Fay Artacho del Solar and how she landed in Australia at 11 years old on Manly Beach. And her first coach, in fact, was a gentleman by the name of Dieter Rokamper. A couple of famous daughters who have played on the world tour as juniors, won medals.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Now, are you sure you're ready to buy a house or think you're paying too much on your home loan? Are you just pretty sure or are you certain?
When you deal with First Point Mortgage Brokers, you will be certain because with First Point, you have access to all the loans you'd expect from the bank and a few you didn't.
They are doyens of finance, Fletchy, the guys at First Point Mortgage Brokers, the team. Forget about sure, be certain.
Visit firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Catch up with the Matty Johns podcast, brought to you by Qualify Me. If you're a plumber and wanting your TMV and backflow prevention qualification, contact Qualify Me. Come on, hurry. Seats filling up fast. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Welcome back. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. A Red Energy update for you for the Australians competing in the women's high jump qualification round. So Eleanor Patterson has cleared 193. So the next stop for her will be 195. And Nicola McDermott has also cleared that height as well. So looking good in the women's high jump qualification. One set up, the Australians are over Latvia in the beach volleyball semi-final. That update thanks to Red Energy. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806, and Australia leading 14-12 in the second set as we go back to the park with Kerry Potthast and Brenton Speed.
Out wide. Read well, but just off the hands of Graudina, so Latvia no chance of getting that one back over. Makes it just look so easy. That point has, as I said before, has been played over and over. She knows where that line is. Great set out to the antenna.
It's been a great effort by Australia to get their preparation right when you consider they wouldn't have gotten to sleep until yesterday morning, probably 2 or 3 in the morning at the earliest after that amazing game that finished after midnight Australian time. To come back in an early morning start and be playing like this. Graudina can't finish it, and they're 5 points away with a 4-point buffer, the Aussies.
Well, everything's falling apart on the serve reception now for Latvia, so Australia's serving is just too good, too hard. The Aussie coaches just behind the Latvian coaches there, trying to be respectful in their cheering, I'm sure. Probably feeling a little bit of pressure just lifting off their shoulders now. Talking to one of their coaches today, he's excited. He was more nervous about the last game. He's excited about this game.
Touch off the net, made it tough for Kravchenica, and she can't adjust. Australia is so close now.
Well, I would say now that Australia is so much in the heads of the Latvian team, the Latvians are just starting to dip down now, trying to do too much with the ball. Pressure's on.
Maria Fay gets there. Down the line, too tough for Kravchenica. The artistry of Artacho Del Solar.
Well, she's definitely that MVP of the big game points. She gets the touch on the ball, lays out full stretch. That ball was almost landing under the net and then just places the ball so beautifully. That's her line. She knows it. She owns it. Even when the other team know it's going there, they can't get it. Big swing. Easy take.
They're trying everything now, the Latvian pair. Australia all over them. And one more point. They're on a roll right now. Clancy keeping the game face on. But Australia are just 2 points away.
Well, you've got to feel confident now. And every time Clancy goes back to serve now, she knows that she can serve as hard as she wants. If the toss is there, if she feels good in the air, she'll give it the biggest, strongest hit that she can. Best way to put the pressure on and make the points. And again, another point from Clancy's serve. This time just trickling over the net. Wow, Australia, we're on the cusp of history right here. The medal is almost in their hand.
And they met each other about 15 years ago, teamed up for good at senior level in 2017, chasing this Olympic dream, and now they have 8 match points to set up a shot and a guaranteed medal, remember. 1 match point save.
Ooh, I thought that was out. I was ready to start screaming. Woo. They side out for the match point. And this is the nicest way to finish a match. When you get to hit the winner, let's see who it's going to go to.
Still 7 match points.
Wow, the serve is out, and that's it. Australia have a medal in their back pockets. They came to play, they held their nerve, they showed true Aussie spirit. They've hit form right at the perfect time.
Australia are into the gold medal match.
It was just confirmed. They were waiting for a call on that, but the referees called it. The Latvians, they look happy. They've still got a chance for a medal, but Australia a gold or a silver. Woo!
Medal guaranteed for Maria Faye Artacho del Solar and Taliqua Clancy. They beat the world champs in the quarterfinals, the European champs in the semis. Bring on America in the final.
Fantastic. Maria Faye and Taliqua straight through to a gold medal playoff.
Well, that is a fantastic performance from Australia there. So Maria Faye Artacho del Solar and Taliqua Clancy going through to the gold medal matchup. So 23-21, 21-13. They win it 2 sets to love, and they are guaranteed either a gold or a silver medal. Kerry Potthast knows exactly what that feeling is like. She did it in Sydney 2000, and you could hear the excitement in her voice. We'll have finalists in the women's K1 500 in the canoe sprint, with Elise Wood going through to the final there, and a finalist in the K2 1000 as well, Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen as well going through. At 2:15 this afternoon, the men's semi-final of the basketball will tip off the Boomers v USA. Don't forget, from 2 o'clock, we'll be handing over to Gerard Whateley and Chris Anstey for a full preview as the Boomers take on Team USA. This is day 13 of Tokyo 2020, live on SEN.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design. Extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price. Plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today. And find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita LED flashlight valued at $179 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless blower kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
G'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. The Shed Company are your personal guide through the whole process. The team will be with you every step of the way, from design through to council approvals and finding the right local builder. They make it easy. So call the Shed Company on 1800 821 033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company, experience the difference.
M4 moving steadily east and westbound. Cecil Hills, the M7 roadworks, the southbound on-ramp from Elizabeth Drive. Roselle work on Victoria Road. Lane 3 closed westbound approaching Iron Cove Bridge. Speed down to 40 kilometres. M1 clear out of Sydney as you make your way to Wollongong. Until August 28, all non-essential businesses in Greater Sydney must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
Great deals on Intel-powered laptops now at Harvey Norman. Upgrade your portable workstation with the Acer Swift 3X, now $798, save $400. Save $200 on the Lenovo IdeaPad Slim laptop, built for entertaining and powered by an Intel Core i5 processor, now $898. Need performance and long-lasting battery? Save $500 on the Acer Swift 5, designed on Intel Evo platform. These deals on Intel-powered laptops plus more, now at Harvey Norman.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Just when you thought you'd chosen your next car, the Kia online ordering system is here. Order your brand new Kia from the comfort of your own home, and one of our trusted dealers will deliver your new car right to your doorstep. It's never been easier. And with Australia's best 7-year warranty, it's easy to see why more people are choosing Kia than ever before. For more information on how you can order your new Kia online, visit kia.com/au.
Kia, movement that inspires. A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because it's a great time to get yours with a virtual consultation. Order yours now by calling 02 8459 7420 or visit seadoobeaches.com.au.
Choose an internet and mobile provider you can trust like a mate. Get internet from just $59 a month. Bundle your mobile plan and save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and award-winning Aussie service. Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Let's take you straight out to the Olympic Stadium. David Colbert, the commentator here, as Cedric Dubler gets to the discus in the decathlon.
Throwers not up in the first group. Something in the mid 43s would be more than acceptable for the Australians. So Dubler here, opening throw. His personal best is 46.01. Season's best 44.47. So that's the sort of range that he wants.
bit of stress off the hamstring after the difficulties of the opening day and a bit. So 43.31. That's a reasonable start for Cedric Dubler. Former Australian record. And in fact, he hasn't been the Australian record holder. He's been the Australian champion. This man took over the Australian record. And he's been in good form. A couple of personal bests. Reasonable first throw. You can see not quite as technically smooth as Dubler. This is a difficult discipline for the decathletes. Some of these technical events, a lot of it depends on where you've come from as a junior athlete, but the platter is large, 2 kilograms, and it's big, and it's hard to get your hand around, and it's not an easy discipline. You really do come to appreciate how good the discus throwers are. 43.29, so that's a pretty good throw. That meets the expectations, I reckon. And he set the national record. He threw 43.93, so he's down a little bit on that. Final throw here for Ash Maloney. Dubler didn't improve on the 43.31 from his opening round. So can Maloney eke out some extra centimetres here? Coach Eric Brown back in Australia. There's Craig Hilliard, the Australian coach, who's looking after the decathletes here. This one goes a bit further down the middle, and that's a pretty good throw. So approaching the 45-metre mark. That's his personal best, 45.11. But I think this is going to get some extra points. Wasn't bad in terms of technique. I like to keep the front foot down for as long as possible, but it did go straight. It flew out pretty well. And this is going to be close to 44 metres, maybe a little extra. It's been a good morning so far. 44.38, so that is a good improvement on what he did when he broke the Australian record. So he's up on day one, and he's improved on both of his events so far today. Whether that keeps him in second place, we've got another group of discus throwers still to come, including the leading chances who will be in the second group. But it's a good morning's work for Ash Maloney. You've got to take some equipment with you when you go for a day at the decathlon. And the Australians pack up everything that they've got. Camp chairs, umbrellas, cold towels. Actually have a room underneath the stadium where the decathletes rest in between events. It's got a full setup, kitchen and everything. So there's Shirinkov was the best, 47.02, but it's all about your individual performance here. And Ash Maloney, fifth spot there with that 44.38. That's got him some strong points. Dubler 43.31. So they'll have a rest. The pole vault still to come, and then the javelin and the 1500 to round out the decathlon.
So that's the situation in the men's decathlon. Dave Colbert taking us through there. So at the end of the discus, Ash Maloney 44.38 puts him in fifth for that event. Cedric Dubler seventh with a 43.31. Still tallying the numbers, but Ash went into that event in second overall. So we'll have to see if he still maintains that medal position. At the golf round two of the women's individual stroke play, so Madeline Sagström from Sweden currently leads the way through 11 holes. She is 3 under for the day and 8 under for the tournament. Australia's Hannah Green leads the way for the Aussies. She's 3 under for both the day and the tournament. Let's go straight back to our successful beach volleyballers, the 7 coverage, interviewing the girls who are straight through to the final.
Against
USA.
I've got a mental blank.
Alex and April.
But yeah, we always have great games, so we're ready for it.
That embrace at the end there, it means a lot to you to come together this far.
Yeah, 100%. You know, like Marife said, we always knew that we're going to be in this position, and it was just awesome for us just to know that we took another step forward again today. We stayed really patient because there was a bit of a patch where I don't think we were right where we wanted to be, but we stayed strong and we came out really strong after our technical timeout in the second set and showed that that's our game. And just so proud of Marife and our whole team, and now we just got one more step.
You did lift a notch in that second set. The first was really tight though. A few nervous moments for you there?
Yeah, I mean, nerves are normal, but try to turn them into positive fire, excitement, aggression. So, I was just super confident that we were able to come back if we kept focusing on our processes and what we've been doing as a team, which, just super stoked. I don't know.
Your spike is next level. Where does that come from?
Gym. Every time I have the ball and I have the control to try and make something with the ball, I just try to get a point, and I don't know.
Your inspiration was the Sydney 2000 goal.
There they are, Maria Faye Artacho del Sola and Taliqua Clancy through to the gold medal game against the USA. They did it 2-0 against Latvia. Still plenty to come on day 13. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
The legendary reliability of Toro mowers has made them best on ground at Real Madrid and St Andrews. Then there's the legendary toughness of Toro irrigation that makes them best underground too. And now you can rely on Toro for your home ground. Check out Toro Walk Power Mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and garden irrigation systems at your local Toro dealer. For the home ground advantage, you can count on Toro.
Attention Sydney! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
We're live at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tough start to the season for anyone who's not into mongrel boots. Tonight they're up against the old tradie boots and the balls with mongrel slip-on. Who passes decides it at the 40-metre line with steel cap? Who goes past the defence? That's a try for mongrel boots.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm Celeste Fitzhugh with SEN News. 5 people have died from coronavirus in New South Wales overnight as Sydney's outbreak grows by an additional 262 cases. 3 of the victims were aged in their 60s. More than 4,300 people have been infected since the first case was reported on June 16. Premier Gladys Berejiklian has refused to concede tougher restrictions are needed to curb the spread.
Our best way through this at the current time is getting jabs in arms as well as focusing on compliance. So no, this is a really important point to make.
So you're ruling out further restrictions?
The evidence is there. The evidence is there to suggest that vaccination helps us deal with Delta.
The Hunter region will enter a 1-week lockdown from 5 o'clock today. It follows the detection of new cases that have shut down 3 schools. One was a student who attended the University of Newcastle. Sydney broadcaster Brian Henderson has died at the age of 89. He holds the record for the longest-serving television news presenter, beginning in the late 1950s with Channel 9 until his retirement 45 years later. He was inducted into the TV Week Logies Hall of Fame in 2013 after picking up his second gold Logie. And triple murderer Reginald Arthurall's extended supervision order has been increased by 2 years. Arthurall now goes by the new identity of Regina Kay. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
It's Telstra Day. Save up to $500 on a range of phones, tablets and accessories.
Don't miss Telstra Day. Call your local store or shop online until midnight tonight.
Australia are through to the final of the women's beach volleyball after defeating Latvia 2-0.
Medal guaranteed for Maria Fay, Artacho Del Solar and Taliqua Clancy. They beat the world champs in the quarterfinals, the European champs in the semis. Bring on America in the final.
Audio courtesy of Seven. The Kookaburras will chase gold against Belgium tonight, while the Matildas will battle the USA for bronze.
Here's a great tax tip. Get a COVID-safe tax refund on the spot at Tax Tips. For an instant tax refund, visit taxtips.com.au now. Conditions and charges apply.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Mona Vale. The crash on Mona Vale Road eastbound at Oliver Way. The Anzac Bridge is looking okay in both directions. Roselle work on Victoria Road. Lane 3 closed westbound approaching the Iron Cove Bridge. Speed down to 40 kilometres. And leaving Sydney on the M1 Pacific Motorway. No problems northbound to the Central Coast. It's Telstra Day. Save up to $500 on a range of phones, tablets and accessories. Don't miss Telstra Day. Call your local store or shop online until midnight tonight. That's the latest Sydney traffic.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Partly cloudy, we're heading for a top of 19 degrees in the city and in the west. Sunny tomorrow and 20. And don't miss the Kookaburras fight for gold against Belgium live tonight on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Zero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero, Xero.
Matt White with you for Day 13 coverage, Tokyo 2020, live on SEN at 2 o'clock. Jared Waitley and Chris Anstey will take over as we head towards the men's semi-final this afternoon. Tip-off 2:15 between the Boomers and Team USA. The other semi-final in men's basketball is France v Slovenia. So a news update thanks to Monarch Painting. You can visit monarchpainting.com.au and the news is good. We just rolled it through moments ago. Australia defeating Latvia in the women's semi-final of the beach volleyball, 2-0. So Maria Fay, Artacho Del Solar and Taliqua Clancy are into the gold medal match. Now that will be tomorrow at 12:30. So tomorrow at 12:30 it will be Australia versus the USA to go for gold in the beach volleyball at the Shiokaze Park. So plenty of good news coming our way on Day 13 here, and Melissa Wu also putting up a terrific performance in the diving, so we'll keep you abreast of that as we move through the day. The decathlon continues at the Olympic Stadium with pole vault still to come. A couple of finals coming our way too. The men's triple jump will be getting underway very soon. The men's shot put final, and at 5 minutes to 1 it'll be the men's 110 metres hurdles final. By the way, if you missed it earlier today, John Stephenson's roughing it up. So we've had Steph's sure bets throughout the last couple of days, and we've had some success along the way, but he couldn't find a sure thing today, so he decided to rough it up. So Steph's roughing it up today with the 110 metres hurdles. He likes Hamsel Parchment to medal at $3, and then he likes Michael Norman to medal tonight in the men's 400 metres. So that's what you're looking for in terms of roughing it up with John Stephenson's tips for today. We like our listeners to be winners along the way as well. You can have your say on the Temper text machine 0457 736 736. He's been in rare form today, Steph. It has been a lot of fun. We saw Poppy Olsen yesterday at the Ariake Park skateboarding in the women's event, just missing out on the medal. Kieran Woolley is our representative in the male event, which is taking place today. So the same deal here. They start in heats and they will go through 3 runs to try and qualify for the final. The first 8 skaters from the combined ranking of the heats will qualify to the final. So let's see how Kieran Woolley goes today at the Ariake Park skateboarding.
The whole of Kiama is going to be going bananas right now.
Look at the head on him. He's so stoked. He knows he's up first. He's definitely got the juices flowing. This is the kind of skater we'd like to see. Even if he wasn't Australian, even if he wasn't someone that's friends with friends and with such a good head on his shoulders, his style, his approach alone, you would have me speaking the same way I'm speaking about some of these other skaters that put on like this. The Pedro Quintas, the people who are coming up in Heat 4. He's at that level. He's skating that way. He's definitely only just begun as well.
Yeah, he has only just begun. And Kieran Woolley, for his debut here in the Olympics in Tokyo, starting things off with a huge method into the kickflip ending.
He's looking so good. I'm so into this. He's got massive air in everything that he's doing. He's pumping hard out of every transition, trying to get every ounce of speed he can. Huge transfer from the extension over that gap. It's hard to kick off a boneless and travel so far across. He's looking so good.
He is looking so good right
there's
now.
that alley-oop 3 we were talking about.
Frontside feeble through the corner.
That one looks good. I'll convert for that front feeble. I will.
10 seconds on the clock for Kieran Woolley.
Backside boneless on that square rail set back from the coping. Standing up with a 5-0 rolling
cameraman over.
He hasn't even fallen over the cameraman. How's Kieran's unfazed? He's checking on him. He's saying, how you going? He still had 3 seconds left.
Yes! The cameraman's gone down. He has not stopped filming, and Kieran has given him a thumbs up and goes, "We're in this together, mate."
He landed that 5-0. He's rolled away on flat. You can't even underscore that.
I'll tell you what, that is going to be one of the highlights.
It could not have gone any better. I'm so happy about that. Even if he was a bit jittery from having entered such a massive contest at such a young age with so little contest experience, as if something silly like that isn't just going to help him clear his head. He's had a great run and it's ended off.
Kind of brings that extra enjoyment, shakes the nerves off. But as you said, the run alone, that boneless, the way he extends that as well, there's aggression. You know that he wants that. And he's saying to the judges, I'm here to play and I want to win.
That's a tip of the hat to just classic skateboarders, the way he's pushed that boneless out. You can just tell he wants it. Look at the head on him.
Look at... Oh.
We're really happy here, not just because he...
It's going to be a good score, boys. And ladies and gentlemen, look at him. Kieran Woolley, a 82.69. He is catapulted into the leaderboard.
Every single person out there who has got to skate after Kieran will be looking at his run. He's fallen off into a cameraman, still landed his trick on the flat bottom and got the highest score of the day so far. Good on that man for not hitting his head, by the way. He's held together that really well.
All cameramen from now on have to wear helmets. Just in. Wow, Kieran Woolley, an 82.69.
He has no idea how many people in Australia are on the edge of their seats right now. So happy for him, so proud of him, so excited for the next 2 runs.
Luis Francisco from Brazil, 21 years of age. Things have gone to a whole new level. They settled, now we're back. We have lifted. Kieran Woolley has started it right now. Luis Francisco, backside 5.
He's had a lot of speed out of every trick that he's done so far.
We said we saw it. We knew that he had a big slam in practice. It doesn't seem to be holding him back right now. Blunt on the extension, frontside blunt.
Some people feed off the adrenaline in such a certain way that I think it doesn't even hold you back. Some people don't have those things linger in the back of their mind. Once they roll in, it's all left behind. Mine goes clear. They hold on to shocking things they should not hold on to.
Like that kickflip ending.
I love that. Things have gotten so good now.
Backside 3 now.
I'm almost glad that it didn't get to this level straight out of the gate.
We'll just pause at the skateboard there for just a second to take you to the Tokyo Aquatics Centre where the diving is continuing. So this is the semi-finals of the women's 10 metres platform. So Melissa Wu has had 3 dives for a score of 201.7. She is up for her 4th round dive. She will need at least a 3.2 to get into the top 12, which is qualifying. She needs a high score to get right up the ranks. Let's take you there now.
Melissa Wu, inward 3.5 somersaults. So far, so good from the Australian.
Yep, she's having a really good day. Very consistent. Nice extension in the feet. Just not a ripped entry.
And that will be a 62.4 for Melissa Wu. Comfortably in qualifying position, as are the next 3 to come. Delaney Schnell will be the first of the final 3, forward 3.5 somersaults.
So there you go. Melissa Wu has delivered there with her 4th dive. She will have another one with the top 12 to qualify for the final. She's gone right up into 2nd position, 264.1, her current score. So Melissa Wu looking good to qualify into the final of the women's 10 metres platform. Let's go back to the skateboarding.
This level straight out of the gate. If Zion and Heymana were skating like this from the beginning, I don't know if I'd have made it through all these heats. The level has just gone through the roof thanks to Kieran. 82.69 on his first run.
This is so good. And now the level has just lifted, right? And Luis Francisco, one thing I do have to say about Francisco is his style has improved a lot.
It has, hasn't it?
It has a lot. Now, I don't know if that's come with age and progression. It probably has, but he's still, Luis is still, he's still only 21. And when he burst onto the scene, he did have that young kid style.
Yep.
It's evolved, and it's showing off now, and it's great.
It's crazy that he held on to that kick of Indy as well. Look at him. Kieran Woolley saying, yes, mate, we are stepping it up here. Everyone else coming after us. The Pedro Barroses, the Corey Junos, the Keegan Palmers, they're going to be paying attention.
81.50. Kieran Woolley in first position and Luis Francisco in 2nd.
Let's go.
Yeah, there was Dora and Indy Apps just cheering on Kieran and Luis, but right now, Oberholzer, Dallas, 46 years of age.
This man, hold up.
Beautiful rock and roll.
This is like the victory lap of this man's life.
It is.
I'm counting my blessings if I'm... Oh, with the arms up. I love someone going over a hit with their arms all the way up in the air. It's just...
And he still had to qualify to get here. You know, every region around the world does get a certain amount of spots, and it's only 3 per continent, but you still have to cleanly get there somehow, and he's done it.
There's a bunch of savage skaters in South Africa who he's had to go head-to-head with to get here. And he's done really, really well. He's only missed that last wall. He's got 2 more runs. This is classic form. Anyone out there who maybe thinks that skateboarding has to be at some shocking Olympic level to be enjoyed, I love to point out anyone who's cruising around the park, these are classic tricks. These are entry-level tricks, not for anyone who's just picked up a board, but these are the kind of things, these are the foundational tricks, the most classic, tasteful ways that you can move around a skate park. It's really, really nice to see this.
Locking in a score of 21.68, and you look at any of the interviews with Dallas, he is just so happy to be there. Right now, Stephen Pinero.
You know what they say?
What do they say? You tell me, Nick.
You didn't stop skating because you got old. You got old because you stopped skating.
And that is a tattoo.
It keeps your youthful glow, I swear.
It is true, though. It's very true. Stephen Pinero still with the youthful glow, but yeah, you're 100% right. You're only as young as you feel. And skateboarding makes you feel young.
It makes you feel like $1 million.
Stephen Pinero from Puerto Rico, backside 540. We've seen this young man in competition throughout the years.
We've got a soft spot in our heart for Puerto Ricans. Let's be absolutely honest. Manny Santiago in the street contest had already won us over, but just to see him out there with this awesome approach, a big smile on his face. And I know you feel the same way about this man right here.
Yeah, Stephen just always having a good time with the front side alley-oop over the hip there.
He definitely wanted to keep that in his run, but I don't think that was in time. I believe. I believe the clock went off just.
Nonetheless,
just before the clock that wound up. Sorry, just after the clock went up.
Yes. Yeah, Stephen Pinero. It's going to be a good score. It's, look, but now we're in a whole different ball game. We're looking at the 80s now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know who set that off, don't you?
I'm so happy. You don't understand.
I do understand. People out there, we want you to understand too. Kieran Woolley has just taken a bite out of this contest, out of this park, out of one of the cameramen. And he's done so well. He is a #1 scorer right now on his first run.
Well, yes, Stephen Pinero, a 64.11, so he's in the position we like to call
the bubble position. Which, oh my goodness, speaking of which, who he's bumped out to get there?
Oh!
Aymana Reynolds, our #1 qualifier from the United States, the flying Hawaiian.
Vincent Matherone for his debut here in the Olympics, doing it for France. Now, he, been in many contests around the globe. A great style. Some good tricks. We haven't seen him podium too much, but he's such a solid skater.
That was... Ooh, the sugarcane?
Sugarcane. Around the corner.
Through the corner. That's a hard one. You have to turn your body so far around and you lock the truck in a very difficult way to come back into the transition as well.
Sort of lean air and then...
Ooh, taking it to disaster on the way in. It can turn into a disaster. That's where you smash your board on the edge of the coping instead of rolling straight into the transition.
And you really got to own it, don't you?
Yes.
It's just not tapping. It's like, hey, if you're doing the disaster, it's like a body jar. It's like, hey, bang, I just did that. Score me big. Kieran Woolley. Now, look at this. We saw this yesterday with the women. All these skaters get behind each other so much. It's not like other sports where if the person in front of you or behind you does well, you kind of might get a little upset. These guys and girls are all cheering each other on. That sugarcane around the corner.
Watch that truck pop out, come back into the transition so fluidly. It shouldn't be even disaster out of that too. He's just throwing them around.
Throwing them around like it ain't no thing. Kieran.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
We're calling live from at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tonight's game, it's the Steel Blue Boots versus the Old Tradie Boots. After the bounce, the ball's with Steel Blues Argyle, who kicks it down the centre where it finds Parks. Kicks it into the circle. What a mark by Steel Blues Southern Cross. It's a goal.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au. Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Update for Red Energy. Red Energy is proudly Australian. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. Our Aussies in good positions across the board. So Melissa Wu currently 11th overall with one dive to come in the women's 10-metre platform. So this is to go through to the final. The top 12 will go through. She'll have one more dive and she should be safely through to the final of that, which will be later on today. At the golf, round 2 continues for the women's individual stroke play, but we've had a mover up the leaderboard with a bullet. In fact, Nana Kurtz-Madsen has gone to 8 under par, 6 under for the day. So she shot at a 69 in round 1, and through 15 holes, she's 6 under for the day to be the leader by one shot over a couple of players, an Indian golfer Aditi Ashok and Madeline Sagström from Sweden. The best of the Aussies is Hannah Green. So she's at 2 under the card, which is 2 under for the day through 10 holes, and her companion compatriot Minjee Lee just can't get it going today. She remains even with the card, which is how she finished round one, a 71. So even with the card for Minjee Lee through 12 holes today. We're still waiting on the men's decathlon final group of discus to go through before we get the overall score heading into the pole vault this afternoon. But Ash Maloney was second overall after his throw. So once they collate Group B, we'll know exactly where Ash sits. If you missed it earlier on 1170 SEN, John Stephenson was in absolutely fine form. Now, this is what happens when you ask a guy like Steph, an Olympic silver medalist, a Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Usain Bolt's best buddy, when you ask him a serious question about these Nike spikes and what it's all going to mean and how does it play out in the world of athletics if they continue to have a bit of an arms race. Here's Steph this morning.
In the terms of athletics and running, my perspective is that times and records are meant to be broken. That's just evolution, right? You know, tracks get quicker, you get better wind assistance, you get better spikes, better diets, and human beings evolve. As the world becomes smaller, people are out, and procreating, if that's the right word, with different races and making superhumans. You procreate. Is that right? Procreate, Manny? Am I trying to get too smart here? What's going on here? Well, I should say they're having sex, mate. They're all having sex from different countries, right? And then they're coming together and they're making. Usain Bolt has sex with Israel Adesanya. Now imagine that.
Nice.
Imagine how fast that fight would be, So this happens, yeah? Or Mike Tyson has sex with Usain Bolt. It's a real strong, fast dude. So anyway, but this is happening, right? So then when this happens, obviously athletes are going to get quicker. And I'm all for it. It is what it is, but Olympic medals never go away. You win Olympics, it says there, Matthew White from Australia is the sword fighting champion 2021. Is it sword fighting?
I was just going to let you
where I was going with the
out of
sword
that
fighting.
hole.
Fencing,
You know what you just did? You just put yourself further into the hole. They're the kind of insights.
And you know what I love about you, Matty? You just let me just drown myself. You're like, there he goes. Look at that. That's it.
There you go. I think we're all none the wiser after that from Steph this morning, but we all at least got a laugh on this Thursday. So let's go back to the Olympic Stadium. So the women's high jump, Eleanor Patterson, the 25-year-old at her second games, and Nicola McDermott, the 24-year-old at her first games. Nicola, the only Australian female to jump 2 metres. So the marker here to get through is 1 metre 95. So 195 is the qualification mark that they'll need to jump. Nicola going first in her final attempt here.
Aim is to try and get them down to 12, and 16 is probably a couple too many to take through automatically. Nicola McDermott's had a great competition so far, and she comes 195. It's the automatic height. She's over. First attempt, clean sheet. So it's been a good morning for the Australian record holder, making her Olympic debut, the 24-year-old from the Central Coast. It's good clearance. She's been in great form, and that's exactly what you want to do. So she's booked her spot in the final. I reckon she'll be okay anyway, but she'd want to get this just to make sure. Second attempt and goes clear. And there's a confident clap of the hands for the former Commonwealth Games champion, returning to the sport under coach Alex Stewart, having moved from Leongatha, cousins of Jared and Jordan Roughhead. They'll get around them in Leongatha. And she's into the final.
All right, let's go straight out live to the Olympic Stadium now, because it's the big guys. It's the fast dogs here. 4x100 metres relay. We're into the heat stage. Let's take you to Bruce McAvaney.
One where a lot of mishaps tend to take place.
So they wait. The big guys, eh? Pumped up and waiting for the baton to arrive. away France, Trinidad. South Africa away okay. So are the Dutch. Jamaica, there's not much there in the stagger. Look at that now. Going into the first, I can't really pick who's in front. Japan got a good one, and then Great Britain and Nigeria. South Africa, what happened to them, Tamsin?
They didn't get the baton round on that first change.
Wow. So Simbini's not going to get his hands on it. That is a huge thing. So France out in lane number 9. Jamaica in the centre. The Brits towards the inside. Seville gets it for Jamaica. On the outside, Zizi gets it for France. Coming home hard, Japan. They're going to qualify, I reckon. But Jamaica first, Great Britain second. Or Japan squeezed in, I think, in front of France to get through. And the South Africans on the first, was it?
It's heartbreak for poor South Africa. That Jamaican Seville, he's a good runner, Bruce, on that last leg. I mean, Jamaica don't have the star power of they once had, but he is one to watch because that was just a brilliant last leg by him. But there was a lot going on in that race, and the first change, poor Simbini's not going to get that Olympic medal he's desperate to get.
He's a youngster, isn't he? Have a look. We saw him earlier, and we know that he's full of promise. He's probably the big hope for Jamaica going forward. They've had such a mature team over the last couple of Olympics, led by Bolt, Powell and Blake particularly, and Ashmead and those great athletes. Oh, the disappointment. They would have come in here thinking they were absolute medal chance. Take us through it, Tamsin.
So let's watch them. Lane 7, it's Mounier taking the baton to Maswanganyi. Here he is.
So we're watching 3 from the outside.
And he just doesn't get the baton to him. He trips. Oh. He just had that stumble step, and his hand wasn't pushed out far enough for Mounier to get that baton in there. You need to have that open palm so that it's an easy placement of that baton. See that? See, Johan Blake just was able to put that baton
into Seville's hand, eh?
Into Seville's hand.
So the first of them done, and the second of the heats coming up after this.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Matty Johns here. If you're a tradie with years of experience on the tools, get in touch with Qualify Me and turn your experience into a nationally recognised qualification in weeks. Take the Qualify Me 60 seconds free skills check. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan Tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan Tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan Tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
In this time of uncertainty, we're told we can only go to the supermarket and home again. Breakout River Meats can think of a great way to help our economy in this difficult time. Keep shopping at your independent greengrocer, baker and butcher. If you don't, you'll lose more than your freedom. You'll lose your right to choose. Breakout River Meats, supporting free markets, independent family businesses and our great Australian spirit. Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita chainsaw bag, valued at $99 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless chainsaw kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Hi, I'm Lionel Lee. What do you do in lockdown if you need a new laptop, a microwave or a heater? And you need it soon. Contactless click and collect, ready in 30 minutes at Bingley. Just go to bingley.com.au and find your nearest click and collect location. We'll email you when your order is ready, then just call the store when you get there and we can even load your car. It's easy, safe and fast. Contactless click and collect in 30 minutes at Bingley. And we're offering customers same-day delivery in selected areas of Sydney. Conditions apply.
The legendary reliability of Toro has made it the first choice at many of the world's best sports grounds. Real Madrid and St Andrews. And now you'll find Toro walk power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and irrigation equipment closer to home at your local Toro dealer. Whether it's above ground or underground, you can count on Toro to get the job done.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Live on SEN, this is Tokyo 2020 as we go around the grounds for you with Flight Centre. You can win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. So where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. We're going to go straight to the Olympic Stadium because Heat 2 of the men's 4x100 metres relay is about to take place, featuring the 100 metres champ Lamont Jacobs from Italy.
Just then, and he was brilliant. But
Sue runs the bend, the Asian record holder in the 100.
And that's exactly the same thing that China's done. They've put their fastest on third, which is an interesting thing to do, but sometimes you can break the race open on that leg.
So he's the fastest man in the world this year at 9.77 and couldn't get the job done, could he? And Turkey with Guliev to bring them home and Harvey to go second. Again, they've put up some good times, the Turks, and they will be competitive. USA, Canada, Italy. There, I'm going to take a trifecta. Not particularly in that order.
I like it.
It'll be a trio. The qualifying times there, you can see France and Brazil waiting. Let's hope they get the baton around, eh?
Yeah, we just lost a big team in South Africa in the heat before.
So Brown will run a brilliant bend here to lead off for Canada. And Bromell from the United States. Clean start, so Bromell 2 from the left and Brown on the outside. Canada, Ghana, Denmark, Germany, Italy, China, USA as we're going down, and then Turkey. Let's have a look at the first change. It's clean for the USA down the back straight and flying down the back straight to grass. Look at Jacobs in the middle for Italy, the 100-metre champion. The Italians got a reasonable baton change. The Americans start to wind it up with Ronnie Baker on the turn. Gee, look at the line up here as they come into the stretch. The Americans are back a bit, but Gillespie starting to fly now. Gee, de Grasse has got some work to do out wide to get into the first three. What a turn up! China, Canada, Italy, and the United States not in the first three with all those names.
Wow. USA really stuffed up their changes. That Fred Curley to Ronnie Baker change. The third one again, Bruce, was just horrendous, and they dropped back, and China was very smart. They made Su Bingtian's leg super, super long.
Gee, coming to the final baton change, there were 7 teams in a row, basically, weren't there? De Grasse had to do something quite extraordinary to wind up and get Canada through. And China with that great baton work, and Sue in their team on the bend, and the Italians there coming home for them. Tortu with Desalu and Jacobs in the back straight, and there's Gillespie. I thought he was going to get them home, and you can see here the despair, and Blakely wanting to know what happened. And
yep, Ronnie Baker, their change was terrible, Bruce. Hopefully we get another look at it, because just haven't done enough changes.
They haven't made it, the Americans.
No.
They have not made the final with that lineup. Oh, there'll be some inquiries, won't there? There'll be some inquests going back in the United States.
And they could have dropped so many people from that 200-metre final into that race. You know, Benderek didn't run, and he was fourth at the trials. Okay, so let's watch the USA team, second from the right. Here they go. Too close. He didn't accelerate enough. Fred Curley is extremely fast, and he did not take off at all, Ronnie Baker.
So, Darcy Joe, it's not on paper, these races. You can look at the times.
So there you go. The last changeover for the USA from Fred Curley to Ronnie Baker is where America has come unstuck in this 4x1. Curley comes towards Baker, who's the last runner. He's got the baton high up, and they're just too close in the end. So it took a good couple of metres before they managed to get the clean change. By this stage, as they come across the finish line, Andre de Grasse comes steaming home to put Canada in the picture. China leading the way. The Italians also bolting into the frame. So it's them going through. China, Canada and Italy. Germany, Ghana make up 4th and 5th. The United States of America, with the superstars, end up in 6th, and they will miss out on the final of the 4x100. Let's go back to the Tokyo Aquatics Centre. So Melissa Wu needs a 3.2 here to make sure that she's in the final.
She, at that time, became the youngest Australian diver to win an Olympic medal. Oh, it looks good. She started off the first round, she finished in 12th place. She's been consistently sitting over the next few rounds in 5th place.
So there you go, Melissa Wu. So her 5th dive, that's enough to get her through. So she has qualified 5 dives off the 10-metre platform. She's qualified with the 5th best score. The top 12 go through to the final. So Melissa Wu will be going for gold a little later on today after another outstanding performance. The 29-year-old, she's been around for such a long time, such a great performer. These are her 4th Olympic Games. In Beijing, she finished 2nd on the 10-metre synchronised platform and 6th in the individual event. London, she finished 4th. 2016 Rio, she finished 5th. Let's see if Melissa Wu can get that elusive gold medal on the 10 metres platform, or medal, in fact, just on her individual dive as she goes through to the final. The athletics world is stunned. The USA will not be part of the men's 4x100 metres relay final.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
We're live at the Coalface track in Chatswood for the Best Boot Championship. The cars are revving up and it could be anyone's race. This year the car boots are stronger than ever. First bend, oh no! Mungle careers into Bloodston's boots. Hard Yackers slammed into Steel Blue, but they'll all keep going with Steel Blue overtaking. Wow, strong boots indeed.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer. Maximum premium refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer.
One classic lager, one standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
G'day, it's Matty White here. Hey, what's your daily routine? You wake up, you get showered, you get dressed, you go to work, you love SEN, of course, then you go home, you have dinner, you watch telly, and then you go to bed? Nah, mate, you're actually awake during all of these, and the only time you're not awake is while you're sleeping. That's why you need to trust a pillow that'll do the best job while you sleep. And that's why you need the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later.
Always read the label.
Whatever car you choose to drive, it's your right to choose your own independent mechanic. Your local Repco authorised service centre is a trusted professional who is fully qualified to service your car and stamp your logbook. They have the latest equipment and technical know-how. They use quality parts and lubricants, and all work is backed by a nationwide warranty. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Drop in or book online at repcoservice.com.
To create a high-performance machine, equal parts art and automobile. That was the brief. Lauded and awarded like any masterpiece. There's always critics. But with 15 premium Harman Kardon speakers and the new bimodal exhaust, it's kinda hard to hear them. The new Kia Stinger.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Want award-winning service with your mobile plan? Mate! Get unlimited talk and text plus data banking up to 200 gigabytes from only $25 per month. Plus free Tidal music subscription included. Choose a provider you trust like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
Iona Rossley loved her job as a ski instructor. Over time, she developed her skiing to a point where she represented Britain in speed skiing. In fact, Iona admits her life was generally in the fast lane. She rebelled against anything religious after growing up in a Catholic family. Then the day came when she was competing for her country, and at the speed of 160 kilometres per hour down the slopes, she crashed. Somehow she survived and went straight back into sport. This time, equestrian events, and in PR for Formula One racing. Iona said, being successful in sport gave me a sense of acceptance and value. But over time, she came to realise the truths about what Jesus said about her worth. In the Old Testament, the prophet Jeremiah wrote, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope."
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
An Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. So the schedule for the canoe sprint finals this afternoon featuring Australians. The women's K1 500 with Elise Wood into the final there. That will be at 1:30. So that's coming up in 40 minutes time. The men's K2 1000 final with Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen will be on at 1:55. So we'll be taking that live for you. Then we'll be crossing over to Chris Anstey and and Gerard Whateley as we prepare for the Australian men's basketball team, the Boomers, to take on the USA at 2:15. So tip off on that one at Saitama Super Stadium at 2:15. There is a lot going on. The athletics world absolutely reeling after the Team USA botched the changeover in the 4x100 metres relay. They will not be part of the final. That stuff just doesn't happen in the world of athletics. At the skateboarding, the men's park continues. So Kieran Woolley has qualified to go through to the final. The top 8 will qualify. His teammate, youngster Keegan Palmer, posted a 64 in the first run, a 77 in the second run, which should be good enough to put him through. Let's see what he's got in the third run at the Ariake Park skateboarding.
You're getting things nearly wrapped up. He goes absolutely huge with that 540.
He's going the long way over that volcano too. We're not seeing anyone else do that. He really knows what he's doing. He's definitely keeping it together. He's definitely... You can see his history in contest skating. You can see his stance is so classic.
Nearly hooked up.
He almost overcompensated because he didn't want to go too far over the top. Then it's fallen in before he expected to, and he still held on to it. He's got 10 seconds left. Can he make the most of it? Yes, he can.
We talk about that coming in blind, then going into the next transition, actually backwards. Okay, with that nose grind, you know what I think Keegan was? He was thinking about that trick too much rather than thinking about what was ahead.
You can see it on his face. He's probably saying the same thing right now that you're saying to me.
Oh, okay. Now, Kieran is currently in 12th position. That with a 64. He needs a 71 and above to move into top 8.
He hit a lot of walls. He made the most out of something that was really could have been an absolute throwaway run again.
100. So that, okay. Everything he's done, like we're breaking this down right now, that alone is going to score extra points.
Yes, yeah. Can I just talk about the maturity that seems to be in his skating? Not necessarily in having grown fully into his final male self as far as feeling out, but just in his approach and in his composure.
That composure has brought him a 77 and moved him into 5th position.
It's paying off.
Okay, we've still got a fair few skaters left to drop. There's Poppy.
Cat Williams, the whole Aussie squad is so proud of him because they know the same thing we do. He's really used a lot of mental strength to get through things going so strangely. He's almost taken a leaf out of Pedro Barros' book and just kept it together.
How good is this? Okay, Pedro Barros, Luis Francisco, Pedro Quintos in the top 5, but we also right now have Keegan Palmer in 5th and Kieran Woolley sitting comfortably in 2nd with that letter Q that means qualified for the finals next to his name.
Kieran Woolley is in, so we have everyone in the 4th heat. Their third run is still to come. So no one below those top 3 is going to be getting that qualified point come through yet. But as we watch all the scores pop through on the way to Keegan. Keegan is the last skater in this heat. We'll see where he's...
So there you go. Keegan Palmer qualifying with his teammate Kieran Woolley at the men's skateboarding in the park events. So we'll have 2 Aussies into that final. We'll stay on top of that for you right here on Tokyo Live on SEN. But out at the Olympic Stadium, the superstars of the hurdles are being announced. This is the big one. It's the final of the 110 metres hurdles for men. Let's take you to Tamsin and to Bruce.
Finished 4th, Martino Lagarde. So a couple of finalists from Rio and a medalist from London. So this is the only man that has an Olympic medal in this event. But you've got to go back to London when he was 3rd.
Yeah, and at 31 years of age, 6'5", can he get another medal? He had a hamstring injury, which is the reason why he missed Rio, but he's back. This is going to be good.
He's put a lot of thought into that one. So Devon Allen, he's really been a character, and he's in ripping form, isn't he? And here's the man that, if he gets it right today, and the conditions are right, if he does everything, he could take the world record today. He is the overwhelming favourite, but it's one of those events that anything can happen, obviously.
Yeah, there's no room for error in the sprint hurdles, and well, Holloway's been nicknamed Wonder Boy, and he's been nicknamed Wonder Boy for a reason. Can he live up to that name?
6 men have broken 13 seconds of the Olympic Games, 5 of them in finals. Merritt broke it in the semi-final as well as the final. That's the barrier. And the United States team's a bit rattled at the moment. Just a moment ago, their 4x100 metre men's star-studded lineup were outrun, weren't they?
And they're a tight bunch, so hopefully they didn't actually watch that race in the cool room, Allen or Holloway.
So a couple of Americans, a couple of Frenchmen, a couple of Jamaicans, a Brit and a Spaniard. Not the usual starting time for these races, but it hasn't made any difference to the men's or women's 400 hurdles.
Can we get another world record, Bruce?
So 12.80 is a world record. Holloway ran 12.81 at the American trials. He's the second fastest man ever. Only 5 men have broken 12.90. Everything's got to go right. He's got to get that goal first. There's Allen. There's Holloway. Wonder Boy. Levy. Jamaicans won it 5 years ago. They didn't pick him though. Away. Holloway away pretty well. Levy's with him early, and then Parchment and Allen. Now Holloway starts to get away from Levy, Allen and Parchment. Levy trying to get up towards Holloway, and so's Parchment. They've got him. Parchment's got him, and out wide also Levy. And Holloway's fallen apart in the last 20 metres.
That was extraordinary. That did not go to plan at all for Holloway.
Bronze, 9 years ago now, and now gold. You rarely see that in a final like that, when the champion or the supposed champion establishes himself at halfway. What went wrong?
He's shaking his head. He was out well. He had good hip height over the hurdle, and he was running smoothly through the middle. He just...
I tell you, he's a good sport. He'd be gutted. He's a good sport.
It was quite a messy race, Bruce. There was a lot going on. Devon Allen will be disappointed as well, because he hit quite a few hurdles and just couldn't get onto them. But the Jamaicans really lifted in that race. But Parchment, nobody was talking about him as a chance for that gold medal, and he has just run the race of his life. He has run sub-13 before.
He has. He's run 12.94 back in 2014. It's a long time ago. He came to the Gold Coast for the Commonwealth Games 3 years ago and got the silver medal. You can only wonder about Grant Holloway and what's happened to him here.
But he was only third at the Jamaican trials, so he couldn't even win his Jamaican trials.
And think, Jamaica controversially left McLeod out. Yes. He was the defending champion. They controversially left him out, and here they come with a gold and a bronze. Levi with the bronze, and this man, Parchment, at 31 years of age, winning the gold medal. 31 years of age, the gold medal here for Jamaica. I still can't get my head around. I was thinking world record for Holloway at halfway. I was thinking it was a parade. It wasn't a contest. In all the races over the years we've seen, Tams, and I haven't seen many like that where the champ seemingly looks home and collapses, so to speak, and over the top came, well, one of them came over the top and the other one nearly got him.
And Levi fought back as well. I can't wait to see that race replayed, because that was phenomenal.
Unless they crash at a hurdle like Divas. I mean, he didn't crash at a hurdle. You know, Gail Divas, who won crazily, won 2 100-metre titles, but never won a gold medal at the 100 hurdles, which was his specialty.
The Jamaicans are ecstatic.
And their relay men have had a good moment too a few minutes ago. Suddenly they're flying again.
They have, but I mean, Parchment, what what he has been able to achieve, he has a psychology degree, Bruce, so maybe he's just got that ability to concentrate and focus on the hurdle on his own. Let's have a look here, because Holloway was fabulously out. His hip height is good over the hurdles. He's a tall man. He's snapping the lead leg down. He just looked like he got a little bit close to that hurdle and had to take the pace off. And when he did that, Parchment took the opportunity. That last hurdle for Holloway was messy. Here it is. See how he was low at that point? So he didn't have that hip height up, and he had to try, and you can't re-accelerate. But he's looked to the side because he was twisted, and it was not his best race of the season. But I tell you whose best race it was.
Hansel Parchment, that's exactly who it was. He is the gold medalist in the 110 metres hurdles. If you were with us earlier this morning, you were roughing it up with John Stephenson. Hansel was his man. He picked him to medal in this race. Not only that, he's gone gold. He was paying about $3 when Steph roughed it up. So the roughie today has turned into a gold medalist, which means we could roll that into Michael Norman tonight, the men's 400 metres final. So Hansel Parchment delivering in leg one of our Rough It Up with John Stephenson. Don't forget the Boomers Olympic Dreams will be on the line. They face the mighty USA team for a spot in the gold medal match, Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. And from 7, Ryan Daniels joins us, the man who'll be out there this afternoon at the basketball. G'day, Ryan.
G'day, Matt. I realise how lucky I am when you say that. There's not many people who get to head along to this game, but I can tell you it's very, very much appreciated by me. It should be fantastic.
We do need to update the count, though, your personal count of how many venues you've got to. What are we up to?
Yeah. Mate, I have lost count. I'm way past 10 at this point. I think I'm at about 13 or 14, and I've got 2 fresh ones coming tomorrow with the boxing and the equestrian. So I reckon I've covered just probably about 3/4 of the possible events and sports, which has been fantastic.
It's just been great. As soon as you say you lost count, then you're ahead of the game straight away. So that's awesome. The energy, Ryan, around the Australian Boomers team has a lot of experts predicting that they're going to take it up to Team USA here. It's not just the fact that we've got a great lineup of players, but you would have seen it and felt it, and you get a vibe out of the team. Their gold vibe only campaign continues, but they're very, very cohesive, this unit.
Yeah, that's it, Matt. I think, going back to previous Olympic Games, coming up against the USA, the mentality from the outside and maybe secretly on the inside was, look, if we can just get, within 20, 30 points of these guys, it's almost a win. That's not the mentality here. Paddy Mills and Joe Ingles, these guys, they have a belief that they can win this game. They can take it right up to the US. And the US have shown that, they have a lot of superstars in this lineup, but they have had moments where they've looked in trouble. They're gettable. And I think this is our greatest opportunity so far at Olympic Games to take the US basketball team down, which is something I think many of us thought might never happen, but we're at that place right now. And this team has a belief. It has a strength, as you say, from within, and also they're just playing really well. It's quite a great chemistry going on at the moment.
Tell us about the Saitama Super Stadium. So you're on the way there now. What kind of venue is it, and how different has it been with basketball in particular without any crowds?
Yeah, it's a massive stadium. It holds, I think, as much as 22,000, depending how you move the seats around. So it's a huge basketball stadium. It's weird because there's nobody there. I was at the Opals and the US game yesterday. There was probably about 150 people at the stadium in total, and that includes the players. I was sitting sort of about 20 rows from the front, and then the US men's team just came and plonked themselves and sat down in front of me, which made it very hard to see. They're very tall, Matt, but I was like, this is how weird it is here. There's no one in the stands. It's almost like the game is just put on as an exhibition. Obviously, there's millions of people watching at home, but it's a strange way to watch the Olympic Games, and you feel like you're part of this very exclusive club. And you know that there's a lot of responsibility to deliver back to the people who really would love to be here. Aussies would normally travel to the Olympic Games. They'd come over and have a look at games like this if they could get there. So it's a unique experience, that's for sure.
You'll be there soon. Tip-off is in just over an hour's time. Appreciate your time today, Ryan. Enjoy. Keep on clocking up the Ks.
Thanks, Matt. Cheers, mate.
Ryan Daniels there from Channel 7, and of course you'll see it all on 7, live, free and in HD, and you'll hear it right here on SEN as well. Chris Anstey and Jared Waitley taking you through that in about an hour's time. Running a little bit late for the news, but here it comes.
sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. New South Wales has had its worst 24 hours since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, with 5 people dying and 262 new local cases. Of the people who passed away, 3 were aged in their 60s, 1 in their 70s and 1 in their 80s. Premier Gladys Berejiklian says none were fully vaccinated.
4 out of those 5 people were not vaccinated at all, and 1 person had 1 dose of AstraZeneca. So again, no one who's died has had both doses of the vaccine. And I cannot stress enough how it's so important for everybody of all ages to come forward and get the vaccine.
Meanwhile, the state's Hunter and Upper Hunter regions will enter a week-long lockdown from 5 p.m. after several cases were found there. 2 further COVID-19 cases have been found in Victoria, on top of the 6 reported in this morning's figures. And to Queensland, where 16 new cases were found today, only 4 were not in isolation. SEN.com.au sport coming up next.
Until August 28, all non-essential businesses in Greater Sydney must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
Both Aussies in the inaugural Olympic men's park skateboarding have progressed into the upcoming final. Keegan Palmer qualified through in 5th and Kieran Woolley qualified through in 2nd, despite knocking a cameraman over during his high-scoring run.
10 seconds on the clock for Kieran Woolley.
Backside boneless on that square rail, set back from the coping, standing up with a 5-0 rolling, and the cameraman over. He hasn't even fallen over the cameraman. It has Kieran's unfazed. He's checking on him. He's saying, how you going? He still had 3 seconds left.
In other sports, Melissa Wu is through to the final of the 10-metre platform diving, and Australia's women's beach volleyball pair will play for a gold medal tomorrow against the USA. Back home in AFL, St Kilda veteran Paddy Ryder has been ruled out of this Saturday's clash with Sydney and is in danger of missing the rest of the season as he battles an Achilles problem.
Until August 28, all non-essential businesses in Greater Sydney must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Glenbrook, Elliott crashed westbound for the Great Western Highway near the RAF base. Crews are on site, some delays behind it. Good run for the M4 out past the Cumberland Highway out towards the foot of the mountains, with the M5 steady both ways. Moorebank Avenue and through Casula past Currajong Road. M7 steady, Eastern Creek. I'm seeing the M2 running well through the Epping tunnels both directions and past Pennant Hills Road eastbound westbound. Save $45 on Revolution Plus Cat Flea Tick and Worm 6-packs at Pet Barn. Conditions apply. Ends August 16th. Pet Barn. Life's a treat.
Sydney's voice of sport, Andrew Voss. Breakfast with Vossy, weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Sunny with a top of around 20 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss the Kookaburras as they go for gold tonight in the hockey, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Welcome back. This is going to be a big hour leading into an even bigger one after that, because the basketball is heading our way in about an hour's time. Tip-off between the Boomers and Team USA is at 2:15, so it's just gone 9 minutes after 1. We've got a fair bit to cram in between now and then, including finals at the Sea Forest Waterway in about a half an hour's time, or even less than that. Elise Wood, into the final of the women's K1 500. That's coming up at 1:30. 4:30, and that'll be followed at 5-2 by the men's K2 1000 with Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen in that one. In the golf, the second round continues of the women's individual stroke play. So the leader at the moment is Nana Kurtz Madsen from Denmark. She's fired a 64, a 7 under for the day to go to the top of the leaderboard with Aditi Ashok from India. They are both in the clubhouse at 9 under. There are a couple on 8 under, and the best of the Australians is Hannah Green, who's having a pretty good day. She's 4 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament midway through her round. So 13 holes gone for Hannah Green. Minjee Lee has finally got moving now. She's 2 under the card through 14 holes, so she's currently in a tie for 20. Earlier this morning, the men's marathon swimming took place, so the 10K event for men in the water. Kai Edwards, the Aussie, finishing in 12th spot. So he was a fair bit behind the leaders. Not too far, in fact. So the leaders crossed in an hour 48, and Aussie Kai was an hour 53 to finish just outside the top 10. In the decathlon, we have had the hurdles and the discus today for our Aussie decathletes, Ash Maloney and Cedric Dubler. Now, Ash Maloney, after the discus, continues to be second. He's still in the medal frame here. He's 251 points behind the leader, so he's maintained that second position from overnight in through the day, with the pole vault still to come in the day session. And then they've got the javelin, I think it is, and then they'll finish it off with the 1500 tonight. So Australia's Ash Maloney is looking pretty good in that one. The women's high jump, Eleanor Patterson and Nicola McDermott are both through. They jumped their qualifying height of 1.95 m, so 195 to both Eleanor and Nicola, and they go through to the final of that. Melissa Wu is into the final of the 10-metre platform for women. That final will be coming up at 4 o'clock today. So there is a lot going on, and the big shock at the Olympic Stadium is Team USA missing out on the men's 4x100 metres relay. They have not qualified for the final, and an upset in the men's 110 metres hurdles final. Hamsel Parchment from Jamaica has claimed the gold medal there. Last night, Peter Bowles' 800 metres final reached 3.05 million viewers on the screens of 7. Over 3 million Australians tuned in to watch Peter Bowl. That's up 329% on the same event 5 years ago at Rio. The whole country was behind him. This is how it played out in the 800.
He said in the semi he's about to have the race of his life. Well, he's having it now, isn't he? So Amos out wide and Bowl. So Peter does pick up with Amos. We were expecting that Amos would go off pretty quickly. Terrell goes forward and so does Tuka. Rotich looks okay early. He got crossed there by Bowl, didn't he, Rotich? And Peter's done the right thing here. Carreur, Bowl and Amos as they slow it up, and and it's rough. Rotich is there. Some pushing from Murphy. Again a shove from Murphy, giving Rotich a hurry up. Bowl's in a good spot. This is slow Tamsin, so Carreur, Bowl, Amos, Chual. Peter's just where he likes to be. That mouth looks dry, doesn't it, as he comes into the straight. Rotich and then Ben and Murphy. Now Bowl does the right thing, I think, and quickens it up at the bell.
This was the concern. The pace wasn't on, so Pete needs to make a really long run for home, which is exactly what his coach wanted him to do if there was no one willing to take that fast pace.
So it's the Australian leading on the last lap of the Olympic final. Carreur sits second, Amos third, Dobek behind them, Rotich is fifth, and then Tual and Ben and Murphy with a lot to do at the back. Holding for the moment. The pressure's about to come on. Who strikes first? Carreur. Not sure how well Rotich is going. He's back in 6th place. Can Bowl hang on? Carreur's at him now. Peter's got to hold his ground here. Amos is coming with a run. 150 to go. Carreur's taken the lead. Bowl not done with yet. Dobek coming. They're starting to sweep home at the back now. Carreur in front. Rotich very, very late. Kenya go 1 and 2. 3, Australia 4. He gave himself every shot.
Pete, congratulations. The tempo dropped out of the race early, but you had to then take up the running. Take us through the race.
I put myself in every chance. I think the only thing I regret is the last 100 tightening up a little bit. Other than that, we came here to win, and that's what I did. I tried to win it. We came short. but we're in the Olympic final and there's more to come.
You've run fourth in an Olympic final. It's something you should be immensely proud of, especially when arriving at these championships. That was above your wildest dreams, wasn't it?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I'm pretty happy right now. The goal was to win, so we still have to reflect upon that. But at the same time, I think today, I didn't know if I was going to win, but I knew one thing for certain, that the whole Australia was watching, and that carried me on, so I love that part about it.
Are you aware of what you've also done for the Sudanese community? We know your journey from Sudan to Egypt to Queensland to WA, and you've inspired so many young kids at the moment.
Yes, to Ross, I'm grateful. To Australia, I'm thankful. And to everyone in Australia, because we're just human at the end of the day. So we inspired the whole nation, and that's the goal.
We were a little cheeky, Pete. We put some cameras in at your family. I'm going to turn this monitor around so you can have a quick look at them. I think they're all pretty keen to give you a wave. Check them out, Pete.
Oh, man.
Have a look at that. The whole family were there. They got together. They were cheering. Hopefully they'll see themselves on screen soon. They can see that you're seeing them.
That's my brother. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday. Look at that. That's the whole family. I can probably name every single one of them. I love you guys and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for following the journey.
It's absolutely brilliant what you've done, Pete. Everyone in Australia was all talking about how great you've been, mate. You're inspiring many, many youngsters out there. Congratulations on what you've achieved. You've been outstanding.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, he's a legend, Peter Bowles. So more than 3 million Australians just couldn't wait to watch that. Our thanks to Jason Richardson, trackside there last night for Channel 7. That interview, thanks to Toro. Toro's all-new battery-powered ES3000 ride-on mower for maximum performance, zero engine exhaust emissions. Day 13 of Tokyo 2020 continues live on SEN after this.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
We're live at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tough start to the season for anyone who's not into mongrel boots. Tonight they're up against the old tradie boots and the balls with mongrel slip-on. Who passes decides it. At the 40-metre line with steel cap. Who goes past the defence? That's a try from mongrel boots.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Catch up with the Matty Johns podcast, brought to you by Qualify Me. If you're a plumber and wanting your TMV and backflow prevention qualification, contact Qualify Me. Come on, hurry. Seats
filling up fast. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today.
The new crunchy fried chicken from Red Rooster is the crunchiest, tastiest crunchy fried chicken around. Just listen to this. Crunchy outside, juicy, tender inside. So what are you waiting for? It's crunch time. Get into your nearest Red Rooster for crunchy fried chicken today. The Rooster's calling.
Penrite Oil, 100% Australian owned and made, celebrating great Aussie Olympians.
Dawn Fraser is Australia's most successful Olympian, having won 4 gold and 4 silver medals. Fraser held 39 records during her career and also became the first woman to ever swim the 100-metre freestyle in under a minute.
Great Aussie Olympians over the decades, brought to you by another Aussie great, Penrite Oil, 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926. penriteoil.com.au.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Better solar, better batteries, better energy. With B Solar, you never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Only B Solar have trusted guaranteed savings and free yearly checkups. Talk with a B Solar advisor, search for B Solar or visit b.solar to learn more.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
QBE Insurance have sponsored the Sydney Swans for 35 years, supporting them through thick and thin. And now they're supporting you, offering you the chance to save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online before November 30. It's super easy. Get a quote in minutes online at qbe.com/au. QBE, there for you before and after. Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
It's an Aussie countdown at the moment to some finals heading our way at 1:30. In fact, 29 minutes after 1, Elise Wood will be on the water at the Sea Forest Waterway in the women's K1 500. At 1:30, the men's skateboarding, the park skateboarding final will begin, featuring Keegan Palmer and Kieran Woolley. Keegan will be fourth out in the top 8. They'll have 3 runs there. So gold medals up for grabs there. So too in the men's K2 1000. That is at 5-2. We'll be taking that live. And then the men's semi-final of the basketball begins, the Boomers v USA. So it's an Aussie countdown thanks to Red Energy. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. At the Olympic Stadium, the big news that I mentioned to you, the men's 4x100 metres relay. No American team in the final. They have missed out. Thankfully, earlier for the women, well, the Americans made sure of it. Here's how the heats played out in the women's 4x1.
Off they go. Italy, Japan, Ecuador on the outside, and then Jamaica going quickly. Williams, who Tamsin talks about, and then the Brits are the first of the changes. Let's see how they go. Are they clear? Well, Skipper's had to wait a long time down on the inside. Jamaica are going well. Italy, here's the next change. Asher Smith about to get it for the Brits. Wait. Oh, chaos as always. It is such a difficult thing to get it around. So Great Britain and the United States to the fore at the moment. Nita gets it for Great Britain, leads from Hobbs to the United States. So GBR and USA and JMA. Jamaica, you know where I am. So away, Trinidad and Tobago, Poland, Germany. I'm going from the outside. Then the Swiss. I reckon they're the favourites here. Then Denmark, Nigeria, China and Brazil. So Musan, the hurdler from Nigeria, has got a pretty good turn there. Germany are going so strongly in the back straight. And Del Pont now flying for Switzerland. So watch the Swiss. 4 from the left, Kombucha gets it here. She'll take the bend and put them in front. Germany and Switzerland together as they get to the last change. Behind those are Poland, up to the last change. In fact, the Germans, yes, the Swiss get the narrowest of leads. It's Switzerland and Germany flying away. And then China, Nigeria and Poland. What a great battle. Germany coming over the top, and yes, getting them from Switzerland. They qualified. China get through for third. They're the automatics.
Now that's why changes are so important. Those two last changes by Switzerland and Germany were just so smooth. There was no slowing up of the baton. The baton held its pace all the way through, and that was just fabulous. And Kemper, who's been a fabulous runner in her own right, the German, she's saved herself for this relay. They are a talented quartet, as are the Swiss. So, it looked like it was a loaded heat in the first heat, but Germany and Switzerland are not to be discounted.
The favourites going through in the women's 4x100 metres relay. So we need to take a break. Thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero online accounting to help you do business but better. Tokyo 2020 continues right after this. Elise Wood going for gold on the water in the K1 500.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
I think playing against the Bulldogs is scary. That's the coming-of-age game for Max King. It's not absolutely locked in that he's not there as coach. Jakovic, Glass, Worsfold, you're dealing with some Eagles rock stars, and he's not that.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards, and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
Yeah, g'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. Experience the difference with the Shed Company. They're all about offering you a premier experience that'll make the shed buying process easy and flawless. They deliver personal, premium service that you will remember. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company. Experience the difference.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, bank.
Yeah, hi. Why are you charging me fees when Athena Home Loans don't charge any fees at all?
No fees? That's ridiculous. Surely they charge application fees.
No.
Monthly or ongoing fees.
No.
Exit fees.
No.
Asking questions fees.
No.
Chocky-bicky fees.
No.
Indoor plant fees.
No.
Pens on strings fees.
No.
Long lunch fees.
No, no fees at all.
Just doesn't add up.
Actually, it really does.
Check out one of the lowest fee-free variable home loan rates in Australia at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Save $45 on Revolution Plus cat, flea, tick and worm 6-packs at Pet Barn. Conditions apply. Ends August 16th. Pet Barn. Life's a treat.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Live on SEN, this is day 13 of Tokyo 2020. The first of two finals out at the Sea Forest Waterway featuring Australians will be the women's K1 500 in the canoe sprint here. Elise Wood will be in lane 3. She's up against the might of Kiwi Lisa Carrington, who already has won 2 golds these games. Elise will be in lane 8 rather. So Lisa Carrington, 4-time gold medalist at the Olympic level. She is 1 medal away from becoming New Zealand's most decorated Olympian. Let's hope Elise can stop her and get on the podium here. It's time for the final, the women's K1 500. Your commentators are Nick Green and Matt Hill from 7.
Dual Olympic gold medals already at this venue at Tokyo 2020. So the athlete to watch and probably the hot favourite for this race.
Yeah, fifth in the K2 500, of course, resides on the Gold Coast. Does Elise Wood. So this is the big final. And I've got a feeling we may have had some sort of malfunction.
Well, it looks like a false start. Looks like the hold go, but the little things that hold the boat at the front, the little, you can see on the screen there, the boat's parked their bow into a little cone. Doesn't look like that went down, so looks like it could be a technical malfunction, but it won't affect the athletes. I think the athletes will be pretty calm out of that. No one's impacted. They'll just reset themselves and get ready for this race.
So you'll get a quick glimpse of one of those cones. Has a timing mechanism attached and also 4 little lights that are predominantly red until the starter hits the go button. The starter, Shihai Shablika from Belarus, calling them forward again. So tense moments, not what a lot of these athletes needed was a false start like that. You can see that cone there on the left of your screen.
This is a chance where, from an athlete point of view, just take a couple of deep breaths. Nothing you can do. Deep breaths and reset and ready to go.
Lane 6, Hungary, you have a warning for false start. Lane 8, Australia, false start, you have a warning.
A warning there for Elise Wood.
Ready, set.
So away they go. The K1 500 final. Big start from Patella from Portugal, 2 from the bottom. And her 4th Olympic Games. Lisa Carrington from New Zealand on screen. She always begins cleanly and fast. And she's showing out early with Portella. And on the bottom of your screen, just sneaking into picture there is Elise Wood. But at this stage, Carrington looking very strong indeed. Tamara Shipez from Hungary in second. And over on the far side, Peters from Belgium.
Yeah, it's a race against 2 Olympic gold medalists out the front there. The Australians just slightly off, but we know both of these paddlers go off very hard.
So Carrington, who's taken the K1 200 and K2 500 already, leads by half a boat length. Shipez in second place. The world champ from 2 years ago is chasing really, really hard. So they go through halfway. Carrington leads half a boat length in front. Shipez second, and then a real battle for third. And Elise Wood, who can finish hard at the back end of her races, is trying her hard out on the near side. It's Carrington leading by a full second.
Yeah, Elise is in striking distance. She's got a very strong back half of the race. She likes a bit of a headwind. This is a chance for her to really use those skills in the last part of the race.
No sign yet from Kozak in lane number 6 from Hungary. But look at Carrington. She just seems to do it so easily. With about 110 metres to paddle at the moment, it is a good boat length in front. So Carrington clear from trying really hard. Shipez, if anything, Shipez getting a little bit closer. And over on the far side, Jorgensen is in contention for a medal, and then Stencils from Sweden. Carrington looking for her 3rd gold medal at this regatta, leads by half a boat length. Shipez coming at her. Carrington holding on from Shipez. Carrington, she is a legend and wins it. From in second, Shipez from Hungary. Denmark with the bronze medal, and a terrific performance by Elise Wood to get this far in the A final, in probably one of the greatest finals we've seen at the Olympic level.
3rd Olympic gold medal at this.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
If you're not sleeping well or you're waking up with a sore neck or back, well, here's your solution. It is the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It'll change the way you sleep. you will wake up refreshed and ready for each and every day. We use it here. We love it here. Thousands of Aussies now sleep better on a Spinal Ease pillow, and you can too. So start sleeping better. Visit spinalease.com.au and order with Afterpay to sleep now and pay later. You'll even get free delivery. That's spinalease.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
The men's park skateboarding final is on, and Australia's Keegan Palmer is about to have his first run. Ranked 7th in the world, the 18-year-old is in the bowl.
Flying the flag for Australia, kickflip over the volcano into the backside 540. It's the long way over the volcano. No one else in this contest is going that way. He's gone. Kickflip lean out. He's gone off. He can keep putting together wall-to-wall tricks like he is right now. If he can keep making the most of this next 25 seconds of his run, wow, showing how he is a force to be reckoned with in this contest. He is a contest skater. He knows what he's doing. He's serious about a cheeky little 1 foot over that. That frontside nose grind through the corner. Stale fish, still 5 seconds on the clock. Into the backside tail slide. Oh. Keegan Palmer, that last trip was outside of the 45 seconds. But the rest of that run, put your hand up. Ladies and gentlemen, get out of your seats at home. Keegan Palmer is going to lock in a score that could be one for the ages. He's going to build on this too. This is his first run. Now, we spoke about it before. There's the kick flip. Did you see him have to grab a second time? He had to grab his board a second time, was already coming away from his fingertips, and he grabbed again to pull it back underneath. Wow, the kickflip lean. Oh, he grabbed on that. I thought it was an ollie. Wow, that's insane. He mixed it up, though. It's a different grab. He hasn't tail grabbed on his other tricks, so he knows even though he's grabbing his board, has the style through the corner. Really, really classic style. We've talked about that with Keegan as well. He has this stance on his board that just looks good. This score is going to be extended. It might send us into the 90s. He did that well, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. He did. I don't know what to think. I really don't. Keegan Palmer, his first run has locked in a 94.04. Hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Things are heating up right now. These judges have gone.
The teenage Aussie has delivered a 94.04 on his first run. That is off the charts. We'll be back for Kieran Woolley's run at the men's park skateboarding. In the golf, the women's, we now have 4 women who are at the top of the leaderboard on 9 under, including Nelly Corder now. She's joined Emily Christine Pedersen from Denmark, Aditi Ashok from India, and Nana Kurtz Madsen at 9 under. Australia's Hannah Green is in a tie for 10th at -4, and Minjee Lee getting things going with a -3.
Love to shop and save? D-Shop really deliver with up to 90% off thousands of deals. D-Shop delivers with gym equipment half-price sale and up to 85% off a huge range of furniture. With D-Shop, there's more shopping, less waiting. D-Shop deliver fast because we're Aussie owned and run, and our local warehouses are full of stock ready to send. Oh, must be my dshop.com.au.
As we get older, we deserve to be surrounded by people who celebrate our uniqueness and provide the best specialised care. For over 25 years, Catholic Healthcare has been the trusted name in quality aged care. Our brand new residential aged care home, Holy Spirit Casula in Sydney Southwest, is now open, offering permanent and respite care with tailored lifestyle activities. Now's the time to tour this exciting new home. Call 1300 25 33 24 or visit casula.catholichealthcare.com.au.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German-engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tyres.com.au.
Breakout River Meats has some advice on your food choices. Independence. We're talking good Australian family-owned businesses. If you don't choose to shop at independent businesses now, you'll lose them forever. You can't buy Cara lamb, Watervale beef, or Shiverton pork at the giant supermarket chains. So be part of Team Australia and buy from independently owned family stores. Choose wisely now and you'll have choices in the future.
Attention Sydney! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Back to the skateboarding we go. The other Aussie in the field, Kieran Woolley, in the final. So his teammate Keegan Palmer's done a 94.04. This is the back end of Kieran's run.
How old's Kieran now? He's 17 years of age. I think he only just turned 17. But he's skating way more above his years. And that kickflip Indy, the height on that. Okay, so that's what's come away. He hasn't got his full hand to grip the board. I feel like he's almost laughing about it. He knows that it's a silly mistake that's not common for him, and I think he's just going to leave it behind him. Yeah, 17.03. His dad, Mark, and his young brother, who also rips on the skateboard, Dano, will be sitting at home in Kiama, just going, okay, Kieran, wait for the second run. But right now, Luis Francisco, 21 years of age, qualified first in the prelims. Now, what we have noticed with Lewis, his style has drastically improved from what we've seen. He's skating so mature, and his competition head is on right now. That sort of child style, he's left it behind him, and I think he's got a bit of maturity and composure. It's almost like what we're seeing from Keegan, where he's leveled up a little bit. He's got just a more solid head on his shoulders. And it's what put him in first qualifying place. Whoa! Did it flip? I don't know if that flipped. That's the second time we've seen that today. That happened to Zion Wright in the qualifiers. We're going to have to watch the replay on that. He flipped it on the second one, but that first one, maybe it just didn't flip. And ending with backside 5. Did the buzzer go off before he left the coping though? Luis Francisco, the whole of Brazil, is going nuts right now. They've got 3 skaters in the final. The skater to beat is Keegan Palmer. Can I just mention again, he is at 94.04. A near perfect score. He's less 6 points from a perfect run. No one has come close to that. No one's been in the 90s all day. It's his first run. He's got 2 runs to go. Can we take a moment to understand what you're saying right there, what Keegan has done, okay? But what this has really done for him is set him up for 2 more runs where he can pull some tricks that we have not seen in competition out in the finals. It didn't flip. The skateboard did not flip.
So there you go. That's the top 8 or the 8 competitors in the men's park skateboarding. So they've all had their first run. They'll get 3 runs. It's a best score out of those 3. So Keegan Palmer is sitting at the top of the board with 94.04. That was an 80.24 for Luis Francisco. Francisco. So that's the first run done. And this could be Logan Martin style here at the skateboarding, the way that he took gold in the BMX with just his first run. Well, Keegan Palmer now has 2 more to go. He will go out fourth when they get cracking for the second runs. The American Corey, as you know, will go out first, and then Keegan will go out fourth. So that's the lineup for the second runs. But best score will count, and at the moment somebody has to figure out how to beat this young Aussie, 18 years old, and he is leading the way. He is well and truly in the frame for a gold medal here. Don't forget that the Boomers will take on Team USA at 2:15. Our coverage will get going just after 2 o'clock with Gerard Waitley and Chris Anstey. We've got Melissa Wu in the 10 metres platform final, diving final from 4 o'clock. Tonight at the Athletics, the men's race walk over 20 kilometres, Declan Tingay and Kyle Swan. The Matildas going for bronze against USA at 6 o'clock, and the Kookaburras going for gold against Belgium at 8 o'clock tonight. So a big schedule coming your way. We'll take a quick break. We'll be ready for the next run of this Australian superstar at the skateboarding, Keegan Palmer.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
In this week's edition of the AFL Record, we catch up with Cam Guthrie ahead of his 200th game and another Cats final series. Also, what next for Alistair Clarkson as Carlton and Collingwood start the race for his services. Plus, check out the kids page and team lists for every game. Brought to you by 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. The AFL Record Round 21 edition. Available online via sen.com.au and the SEN app.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita LED flashlight valued at $179 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless blower kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Under 10 minutes now until the start of the men's K2 1000 final at the Sea Forest Waterway. Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen will be in action there representing Australia. They've gone through to the final, so they'll be paddling for gold. They already own the Olympic best time in that event. So one more competitor now to go until we get to Keegan Palmer here at the skateboarding. This is Stephen Pinheiro.
Praying before he drops in. That's how much it means to him. Ned's here. It helped. Kickflip Indy. We saw him fall on that on the first one. He's looking strong. Frontside tail slide through the pool coping. Fixing the helmet and the hair in the flat bottom. Wow. He's keeping himself fired up on the way through. He's still got 18 seconds to go. Almost wasted a little bit of time, but I feel like he's picked it back up. On the vert extension as well. I think he's the only other person other than Keegan to do his 5 on that vert extension. It's a very narrow place to do all that spinning and come back in. Frontside alley-oop over the little hip there. Oh! He clipped the body jar? That's going to make all the difference, the fact that was not in time. That was not in our 45 seconds. I've got to keep my eye on the clock. No, you don't. That's what I'm doing. No? I start to feel like I'm useful because I'm keeping an eye on the clock. Look, Stephen Pinero's run was definitely better than what we saw with his first. To get into that top 3 position, you need an 84.13 now. Yeah, everyone's basically saying, I need 85 and up. You got to skate like you're skating for a 90. You got to skate like you're trying to beat Keegan to even get on that podium. Keegan's got a 94.04 to start things off. Now, we talk about headspace and confidence. That is what is going to align all that coming into his second run. He's got tricks we have not seen. Hopefully, Kieran Woolley is feeding off that confidence and going, hey, I've been talking to Jack Fardell, my coach. I know what I'm going to do now. Stephen Pinero is waiting for the score. As we said, it's definitely going to better his first one, a 75.17, but it will not get him into that top 3 position, sitting in 5th. Okay. That's the same as Luis Francisco, where that last trick not making it into that 45 seconds is reflected in their scores, not getting anywhere near the 85. But who knows if they do fit it in, what that would reflect. Current finals leader, Keegan Palmer, wearing the green and gold, with a 94.04. He can do whatever he wants. Oh, okay. We spoke about tricks we have not seen Keegan do in competition. We know he has got these. We know he's got them in practice, but he just went then for a kickflip, body varial 540. Okay. You can tell, everyone watching, if it takes us that long to say what he is doing, that is how many complex different elements he's incorporating into a single aerial maneuver.
So, wow, Keegan Palmer, he decided to throw it up there on his first trick. He almost got hold of the board. In fact, he did get hold of the board on the way back down, but couldn't hold the move. So that's what happens when you put up a 94 on your first run. You can go footloose and fancy free on the second, and that's exactly what the Aussie has done. So that score just doesn't count, but he does remain on top of the board with a 94.04. Kieran Woolley still to come.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Just minutes away from Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen in the men's final of the K2 1000 at the canoes sprint. But the action continues here at the skateboarding park, coming thick and fast. Kieran Woolley is up for his second run now. The other Australian in the field, Keegan Palmer, leads the way with 94.04. They're going to go to Brazilian Pedro Quintas first up.
Start things off just like he has in all his runs. It has worked this time. I still think it's risky. I do. I don't even know if he necessarily wanted to end up in the position he's in now, and I blame that roll on lip slide that he's been starting every run with. But who knows what I know? Every time I think I know about contest skating, I am wrong. Pedro just... Oh! You saw how hard he was pushing his body. He is almost leaning with his head tipped so far. He was planning on sliding so many tiles, covering so much distance in that backside tail slide. It just got away from him. Okay. It's so hard to see, sitting from our position, I mean, maybe in your position at home too, to see someone take the risk, have the potential. Everyone in this final has the potential. When they come off, because they're trying to perform at their absolute peak, when it doesn't pay off, it's so difficult to see, but we know they have another run left. Everyone still has their third run to come. Even some of our skaters have their second run to come, including our Australian up next.
Now, we talk about competition, and leading into this, most competitors were like, okay, it's another competition. But as soon as you drape yourself in your country colours, things have changed. Things have changed for Kieran Woolley, because he's in the finals, and he's starting things off with a huge method into that kickflip Indy.
He skates with that same savage approach as Pedro does. But he's really catching a lot of transitions at the same time. He's coming in at the top.
I love that bowling.
Yes, we all do. See the speed there from that angle, how fast he cuts across the camera.
Beautiful alley-oop over the hip. Frontside feeble through the corner.
Okay, what's the next?
Backside boneless.
5 seconds got. Oh my goodness! Wow. Did you see his back foot hang off?
Kieran Woolley.
Do you know what I love is how many skaters have just kept going. They hear the buzzer go off, or they don't even hear the buzzer. I love that too. They just keep skating.
Okay, there's our boys, Kieran.
So Kieran Woolley, an excellent second run. We'll have to wait and see what the score is there, as he'll definitely go up the leaderboard, which is currently headed by Keegan Palmer again, 94.04 in his first run. Across to the Sea Forest Waterway we go. The Australians in lane 5 here in the men's K2 1000. Thomas Green, Gene van der Westhuizen going for gold. And your commentators are Nick Green and Matt Hill.
Semi, they're in the middle of the in the race, and that's going to be great for them. And we know that the German crew on their right-hand side are absolutely an amazing crew. So look out for those guys. The Aussies, I know, are going to try and get out hard early and see if they can get a boat length lead and stay there if they can.
So the starter from New Zealand, Matt Warren, sends them on their way. Dostel and Sleuth over on the far side from Czech Republic. Was Dostel the silver medalist in the individual event 5 years ago in Rio. It is Belarus, New Zealand, Germany in the middle of the screen with Australia right there in the centre. And next to them is Hungary, China, and then Spain on the left of your screens.
Yeah, the aim for the Aussies to get out just cleanly. Not do too much right now. It's a long race, over 1,000 metres. Just get set up. They know the Germans are going to be strong in the back half of the race. That's their challenge right now. Get set up, ready for the rest of the race.
The mix of youth and experience in the German crew. 4th Olympic Games for Max Hoff, and a gold medalist in the K4 1,000 metres in Rio, and has the young future of the sport for Germany in Jacob Skop. They're about a quarter of a boat length off the Australians at the 250 metre split. The split was 45.66, 0.37 to Germany, and then Hungary third, 0.64 off Australia.
This is what the Australians did in the semi-final. They got out early and then counter-moved any push that's coming. Expect all crews, when they get to the 400 metre to go, that's when the race is going to start. So the Australians need to put themselves in position, not work too hard, but with 400 to go, ready to go.
So they're now half a boat length in front. Getting a bit closer are the Hungarians in Bensnadas and also Balint Kopac, who was the champion in the K1. Don't forget that. And then we've got Germany over on the far side. So at this stage, Germany and Hungary fight out second. The Australians holding their form at halfway. They're looking pretty good. They're almost 3/4 of a boat length in front. 1:34.54 was that split. They've extended the lead to 0.93 of a second.
Yes, this is a fantastic position for the Australians. They'll see now with 400 metres to go, this is where they know the race will be won or lost for the Australians. They'll know other crews. Their challenge here, they see the Germans coming up. Their challenge over the next 100 and 200 metres is to hold off the Germans if they can and put themselves in for the last part of the race.
Australia lead by quarter of a boat length. Germany second. And there is some heat now coming from over on the far side. Team Czech Republic, Josef Dostel and also Radek Sleuth are starting to pick up some ground in this stanza of the race as they're about to come up to that 750 metre split. The Australians holding Germany at the moment. Czech Republic just third, then Hungary.
They're still relaxed. They're staying relaxed. They're holding the Germans now. The Germans haven't made much of of an impression. And so they're right next to them still. The Australians in a great spot for the last couple of 100 metres.
So here we go, the nail-biting finish. 200 metres to go in this could possibly be a famous final. It's Australia just in front. Germany coming at them. Czech Republic over on the far side. And the Hungarians not finished yet. Nadas and also Kopac. So it's Australia, Germany, Hoffenskopf coming at them. Australia might just have a margin at the moment. Czech Republic finishing hard. There's about 80 metres to paddle. Can the Australians lift? They're just in front of Germany. Czech Republic are closing. Still Australia from Germany. Czech Republic getting ever so close, but they're lifting the Australians, and it's green and gold, 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 gold. Fantastic. It is a magnificent win in the kayak doubles to Jean van der Westhuizen and Thomas Green. They are the new dynamic duo of the water.
What a race. What an absolutely amazing race. The composure of two young athletes under pressure from the world's best. Hold them off and deliver an amazing race.
So it is Jean van der Westhuizen and Tom Green, the 22-year-olds. They came in with high expectations into this regatta as they go over to the German crew that gave them the race of their lives. They were a shade disappointed individually in their single performances over the first 2 days. I think they realised that they had the world to beat. They've reset and they've come out in the K2s. It's unbelievable. What a moment.
Well, I think as I said, before the race, they were really changing their mindset because they went through to the semi-finals, won the semi-final, have got the Olympic best time, and they're on form. They found some fantastic form, and part of that form is they've been paddling together. They've raced the singles earlier in this format, and they had a bit of a blowout. They got used to the course, and they've just now been calm and relaxed under pressure. For two young kids, first Olympics, I say young, two experienced athletes under pressure, just blows your mind how good they can be under pressure.
So they have handled it so beautifully. Jean van der Westhuizen, born in Cape Town, came to Australia at 10 years of age, as I mentioned, and Tom Green, the 22-year-old lifeguard from Queensland. Oh, there'd be so many delighted people across Australia watching this right about now.
Well, I know one of the Olympic gold medalists who is on site here in Tokyo is Ken Wallace, who is a mentor to both these young athletes. He's the deputy chef de mission of the team now, but watching very closely, he'll be absolutely jumping out of his skin with this outcome.
Jimmy Owens, the coach of this crew, of course. Jean van der Westhuizen spends a lot of his time as a student away from his paddling, and Tom Green, a lifeguard, is at the Queensland Academy of Sport, and of course Ken Wallace has mentored him along the way. Wow, fantastic.
That picture says it all.
What a performance from Tom Green and Jean van der Westhuizen. So they have claimed gold for Australia. It is our 16th gold of these games, which puts us equal with the golden tally that the Aussie team had in Sydney 2000. One more, and we'll be equal to our best ever games, which was Athens 2004. Back in 1984 at the LA Games, Barry Kelly and Grant Kenny collected a bronze medal in the K2 1000. In 4 years later, in 1988 in Seoul, Peter Foster and Kelvin Graham did the same. Ken Wallace and Lockie Tame had bronze in 2016 at Rio. No Australian team had won the men's K2 1000 until today. So Tom and Jean are the gold medal winners in the K2 1000. That's an outstanding performance at the Sea Forest Waterway. We're getting ready for countdown to the Boomers v USA. It's already been a winning green and gold day, though. Australia also through to the gold medal match in the beach volleyball.
Still 7 match points.
Wow, the serve is out, and that's it. Australia have a medal in their back pockets. They came to play, they held their nerve, they showed true Aussie spirit. They've hit form right at the perfect time.
Australia are into the gold medal match.
Yeah, so that was earlier today, but green and gold for Thomas Green and K2 partner out there. Here's Jared.
In the prelims.
Keegan Palmer in the gold medal position, run 3 at the skate park.
One, then you're not going to see that from anyone else. He still has 20 seconds left in this run. He has achieved a great deal so far already, and he is making moves from wall to wall that are going to put him in a position.
Nice little sailfish there. Backside tail slide through the corner.
Quite possibly beyond what anyone else could try and put up a fight against.
Okay, Keegan, put your hands up, throw your board down. You are doing the whole of Australia proud. I'm trying to calculate right now. I'm near in tears, but Keegan has locked in a 94.04 as he hugs his teammate Kieran Woolley. He started that off with
He's coming.
Watch this. A kickflip 540, a kickflip body varial 540.
He has to spin a different amount of rotations to his board. He has to kickflip the board while he's spinning those 540 degrees. And he's doing it on a skinny vert wall extension that no one else is even doing. Only one other person is doing a regular 5 on that.
Then we saw him do the kickflip lean.
He's kept it together for the rest of his run. Sometimes when you do so well, you take a huge risk. People can't hold it together for the next 25 seconds. And he absolutely has.
The last score blew us away. This one is, it's got to be higher. It has to be higher.
It literally has to be higher because he executed everything at that same level and then had higher, more complex tricks involved.
Keegan Palmer from Australia locking in a score on his third run of a 95.83.
He's bowing to you, Australia, and everyone involved in his journey to get here.
Okay, Pedro Barros.
The one man standing behind Keegan, looking to push him out of that first spot. He's getting fired up.
He loves the pressure. He thrives off the pressure. He's good buddies with Keegan, but right now he wants to better that score. Starting things off, going absolutely huge with that 540 sailfish into the kickflip indie.
It's crazy with Pedro. It translates into the way he skates.
Okay.
Shocking.
And Pedro Barros, everyone has to take their hat off to that man right there because he is a household name in skateboarding and he has done the sport so proud. Since he was 13, he lives for this sport.
He absolutely does. And he's such a good example, not just for the Brazilians. He's almost taken Kieran Woolley.
3 skaters to go, run 3. Keegan Palmer with the best 2 scores in the competition, 95.83. Kieran Woolley of Australia is in 4th place. There are 2 Brazilians and 1 Australian left to go. Australia has a sight of gold medal number 17 in Tokyo.
Now, here's the guy out there in the park as he gives love to all his fans and fellow competitors. He's the man right now that all these kids, Keegan, Corey, look up to so much. He's a hero in the skateboarding world, and he'll continue to grow that legacy. And let's not... and he's in second. He's currently in second with an 86.14. Keegan is going to go sit out the back now. He's not claiming it yet, but right, someone to beat a 95.83. If I look at who's left to drop, I don't know.
The people behind him are 10 points behind on a 100-point scale. If you're 10% ahead of the field and the majority of them already skated, you just don't know what to think. Well, we'll see what Pedro Quintas does with the rest of his run, and the rest of the skaters do.
We just took a moment then, didn't we? Pedro Quintas from Brazil, backside tail slide.
Another error in the final run from a massive competitive Brazilian skateboarder. This whole country's still standing behind him. They're all super proud of him. But he has not come away with a single run that he would have liked to leading into this one.
Yeah, it was interesting. In the prelims, it was only one run that got him into the finals, remember? It was his 3rd run.
That's true.
Yeah. So he was probably hoping that was going to happen then. The score for Pedro will be in soon, but we know it's not going to get him off that back foot, just missing the board. Not going to get him into that top 3 position, but Brazil, 3 competitors. All the Brazil team is in the finals.
only our top 2 qualifiers are left to skate at all. In the Men's Park inaugural skateboarding finals, we have Keegan Palmer from Australia in first position, clearing second by nearly 10 points. Up next is our very own Kieran Woolley. I don't know what to think at this point.
Whatever Kieran does right now, he's made everyone in Australia so proud. He's locked in an 82.04. We know he's got a better run. Let's go, Kieran Woolley. I'm going to take my hat off to Kieran right now for not holding back.
He's taken a huge risk. He should be so proud of himself. He's gone for a massive kick of Indy straight in, first wall of his run.
Oh, and this is a redemption. There we go. In some events, we have first wall rebate. What Kieran Woolley doing right now is the spirit of skateboarding. Not saying, hey, I didn't make my thing. It's not over. I'm going to show you guys what I've done. Making Australia proud.
It's not about points for Kieran. He's out there saying, I can do this on my own. This is the one that he's missed in his run. He's pushed as hard as he can around the top of the deck, gone back where he started and just done it again, even though his clock's already done.
Kieran Woolley, a 82.05 as he hugs Pedro Barros, who is guaranteed a medal. Keegan Palmer, guaranteed a medal. I'm not going to say what colour medal I think Australia might have because it's not over.
Keegan Palmer, the Australian skateboarder in front of us, knows that he is going to be standing on the podium.
Pedro Barros from Brazil knows he's going to be standing on a podium. Right now, Corey Janot is on the bubble. The only man that can knock Corey Janot off the bubble and change that top 3 is Luis Francisco, who qualified first in the prelims from Brazil.
The score to beat first is Keegan Palmer's 95.83. So many things have to go right for Luis Francisco right now.
Okay, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to curse anything. I don't want to change any. I want their skateboarding to do all the talking. Right now, Luis Francisco is doing that. 15 seconds on the clock. We saw him previously not make all his tricks in the time. That's what it's going to come down to for Luis Francisco. Okay, we've seen an amazing run so far. Nick, you know what he needs. There's the backside 540 in time. Okay. He needs an 84.13. It is going to be so close. I personally think
his score for that run, I do not believe is going to push past 95.83. I do not know. No. I am not a judge, but I am willing to say...
But it might push him into third position. But with saying that, I got lost in the moment.
No, we'll wait.
Let's just wait. We will not announce anything right now. But
we're watching Corey Janot, we're watching Pedro Barros, we're watching Keegan Palmer, the top 3 ranked skateboarders right now. And Luis Francisco's score to change that order or not.
While we wait, let's give a shout out to Kieran Woolley.
Yes, thank you, please.
Making Australia so proud. Let's give a shout out to Keegan Palmer for making us so proud. We have watched Keegan from the age of 8 on a skateboard to now being here in the Olympics.
Our Australians, the 2 youngest skaters in this finals, have just done so well. They've kept a cool head. They've moved forward so well.
Luis Francisco, an 83.14. That will keep him in 4th position. The medals, Corey Janot with the bronze, Pedro Barros with the silver, and our very own 18 years of age from Australia, Keegan Palmer, the Olympic champion and gold medalist.
He's done it.
Skater boys, salutes. Keegan Palmer wins the gold medal. 2 gold medals in half an hour. The kayakers and the skateboarders. Keegan Palmer Gold medal number 17 in Tokyo, the most important game in Australian basketball history. All positive vibes. Up next.
Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Enjoy great deals at Snooze, plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what a little snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Love to shop and save? D-Shop really deliver with up to 90% off thousands of deals. D-Shop delivers with gym equipment half-price sale and up to 85% off a huge range of furniture. With D-Shop, there's more shopping, less waiting. D-Shop deliver fast because we're Aussie owned and run and our local warehouses are full of stock ready to send. Must be my dshop.com.au.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
The force is with Australia. Will it extend to the Boomers against Team USA, the most important basketball game the nation has seen? Gerard Whateley and Chris Anstey in the Olympic studio in the early seconds of this encounter. Australia hits a big three to get things underway. Chris Anstey just set up how monumental the next couple of hours is.
This is exactly that. It is the biggest and most difficult challenge in basketball in the world right now. Team USA, I know we feel like it's our time as Joe Ingles gets his feet set and hits a second three to get us off to a 6-2 start. But Kevin Durant is the best player on the planet. We're going to expect him to make a bunch of shots. They're so long. They're so talented. We feel like it's our time, but I think we don't quite understand how difficult this is going to be, but we've started great.
Do you believe in miracles the next couple of hours? Australia 6, the United States 2.
Something on offer there, and now he does get the ball to him. Done by Holiday as Andrew Bogut suspected, and good defensive pressure there from Adebayo. And Australia comes up empty as Booker. Back the other way, double team, harassed, and the whistle provided. Foul's going to be called on Dellavedova.
That's a soft one, and we see the real high showing by Australia on those on-ball screens, and that puts pressure on your rotations and your weak side help to stop those rollers. But I like the aggressive nature that Australia has right from the start on the defensive end. There you see it again, high show by Landau.
Booker works into the paint and off glass, comes up with his first score in the game. Almost 2 minutes played in the opening quarter as Ingles uses Mills, who fires from the foul line. Got it off quickly, but can't complete it. Adebayo the rebound for the US. Hands over to Booker. Working against Nick Kay. Now Landale joins in as well. This is Drew Holiday. Shook Mills down low, dumps it. Adebayo cutting across. Foul's going to be called on Joe Ingles.
Something I've just noticed, if we can get out and run in transition, the matchups, they can't get Drew Holiday to Patty Mills. So that means it's a cross matchup. He had Dame Lillard on him the last play. That's a matchup that we want. So if we can get out, even get the ball out of the net when we're scored on and run, and not let them set their defensive transition, good spot.
Spot on, Bogues. But I think they've got to really, it's got to be in context of the game, because this USA team want to get out and run at every opportunity, which we have as well. But when you look at their talent and their depth of talent, you want to run and get as many cheap baskets as you can, but you've really got to be selective, because if you're just going to make it a track meet, that favours the United States.
And there's a difference between running and shooting quickly.
Correct.
So you want to run with some pace to get into your sets and then get into your half court. That's the perfect recipe.
USA back on level terms here. Australia will get the ball back.
I like to see Joey just get one more three up or a jumper up, get the ball in his hands off some staggers right now. He's feeling good about himself. Let's get him another shot.
Here he is with it, guarded by Booker. They clear out for him. Ingles going solo behind the back. Nothing on offer. Landale puts it on the floor from close range. He draws a foul, and Landale's off to the free throw line.
It's an interesting twist over the last couple of days. You've got Jock Landale, who's now going to be playing for Greg Popovich with the San Antonio Spurs, just signed. And, of course, Patty Mills is going to be a teammate of Kevin Durant.
Durant, there you go.
And I'm sure that's something that they'll probably appreciate a little bit more after the game than they do right now.
And Jock obviously leaving money on the table to take that, so must be commended. He had bigger deals in Europe, could have made a bit more cash with the tax situation and whatnot, but it's a bullet you have to take to get your footing in there at all.
Greg Popovich was quoted as saying that he's been a little distracted by everything that's going on in terms of player movement as well, so let's hope that maybe that's left maybe a few T's or a couple of I's not dotted for Team USA. They look inside. Adebayo confronted by Mills, forced into a tough shot, and well done by Landale. Hands over to Ingles.
Well done by Patty Mills. Terrific rotation. Though undersized, did everything right, completely vertical, and turned it into a tough shot.
Dellavedova shares it now with Nick Kay, working against Durant. Ingles, one way, back the other. Now kicks outside. Mills got there quickly. Lillard, who's been called for the foul.
Great ball movement side to side. Felt like the Team USA were on their heels that whole possession. Breakdown, they had to foul after Patty Mills got by Dane.
Couldn't have asked for a better start for Australia, although they only got the 1 point lead this first 3 minutes. Nervous times, but been able to show some dominance on the defensive end, and offensively getting some really good looks. And there's one you normally expect Patty Mills to make, but the fact that getting these really good scoring opportunities is encouraging.
Inside, they work the ball, now kick it outside. Durant fires, can't connect. Landale wrestling with Adebayo, who got the better of it. Another chance here for Team USA. It's Lillard against Nick Kay, beating outside. Booker, high arc on the shot, can't convert. Offensive rebound for Adebayo, and had it knocked out of his hands, and the Boomers will get possession.
A little bit lucky there. We cannot afford to give up multiple shot attempts to Team USA. We have to secure that rebound. Remember, they're only generally sending one guy to the board for the offensive rebound. If we give them 2 or 3 opportunities, even every other possession, we're going to be in trouble.
So multiple substitutions from the Boomers here after 3.5 minutes, with Exum and Thibault checking into the game. Ingles and Dellavedova get a break. Good violation called on Bam Adebayo.
A little surprised to see Joe out. I'm sure it's probably only a quick breather to start with, and you've got that balancing act between offense and defense. Matisse Thibault, he's going to be a big part of what the Boomers do on the defensive end.
And the thorn in your side, Drewy, load management, man. I know you hate that word, but it's what it is today, mate.
Mills under the rack, thought he was fouled, couldn't get a whistle. Landale shut down. Excellent D there from Durant.
Good defensive pressure from both teams at the moment, and Durant with problems. Eventually gets it across. Adebayo was looking across court, and Thibault stole it away. Beats Exum for the flush, and he's stopped there by Kevin Durant. Free throws to come for Exum.
Interested to see this replay. It did look clean, or somewhat clean, maybe a bit of body there.
Yeah, the fall.
Oh, that's clean.
That is real. Maybe with the body, but yeah.
We'll take it, though. We'll take it.
Absolutely.
All game, go Boomers. But yeah, great play by Durant. And he's an underrated shot blocker as well at times. Just because of his length, he falls into a lot of stuff. But obviously a priority for him is the other end of the floor.
7 a game for Dante Exum, but only 6 of 10 from the free throw line in Tokyo. He's playing 21 minutes a game, and it's been very good.
One of the last remaining Australian free agents too in the NBA. So himself and Aaron Baines announced today. It was announced that the Raptors are not picking up his options. So it'll be interesting to see those two guys get picked up.
No question about Dante's ability. It's just the health issues that he's had over the last couple of seasons. But he's certainly helped his cause with his form in these Olympics.
US come up empty, so the Boomers by 3. Middle stages of this opening quarter. Thibault picks up the dribble. Now uses Exum. Mills. Shot clock to 10. Reaching in Durant. Got a piece of the action, and Booker's there with him for support as well. Aussies get back in numbers, but Nick Kay just did enough to worry Booker out of the points. And another foul going to be called here on the US. That's going to be, well, might be a fourth team foul here on the USA in this opening quarter.
And that's perfect because our offense is starting to get a bit of a lull, as is Team USA's. If we can get to the free throw line, knock down a couple of free throws every possession, that will help our offense.
Here it is, and Joe Ingles, as we thought, just a real quick breather. He checks back into the contest. And
field goal shooting 2 of 7 from Australia. Paddy Mills none of 4 at the moment. They'd like to get him going.
He's had a couple of good looks. The drives to the basket, reasonably open mid-range opportunity.
Ingles back on the floor. Now Mills with it. Australia by 3. Mills. That looked like a foul as well, and it is a quick one picked up by Draymond Green. And now there's free throws to come for the Boomers.
And how crafty is he? He knew that switching action. He had Draymond Green. No problems going by him. And just a little cut off there. Just cut him off, got him out of position, drew that foul. Perfectly executed by Paddy Mills.
That's always a tough one as a big fella, or for anyone really, when you're chasing and that guard just pulls the handbrake.
Yes.
You're running over. There's absolutely nothing you can do. You look at the ref, like, especially when I was getting older in my age, there was no way I was pulling a quick handbrake.
So first time out, Australia leads 9-6. Chris Anstey, what are your early observations?
It's been an incredible start to lead by 3 points with Paddy Mills going to the free throw line, and to pick up on what Andrew Bogut was just speaking about then, the USA's length at the rims bothered us, so they bothered Paddy Mills out of 2 missed layups, or into 2 missed layups. Jock Landale the same, but in that last possession we saw Paddy get by Draymond Green, pull on the handbrake, have Draymond Green run up his back and took away the shot blocking opportunity, got himself to the free throw line. So just under 5 minutes to go in the first quarter, we'll shoot free throws every foul from here on in. Really positive start for the Boomers.
The defensive intensity from both teams?
From the Boomers, great. It's we've mentioned the USA, that's their length and athleticism, and you see Drew Holiday taking away the opportunities for Paddy Mills to even catch the ball across the full court. So we're going to have to work just to get the ball into Paddy's hands, but at the same time, the USA haven't had anything easy yet. They've been contested 3-point shots. We gave up a couple of offensive boards, but we've done a great job of remaining in the play even when they've broken down. 6 points for the USA in 5 minutes is a hell of a defensive effort, but there's a long, long way to go.
Thoughts of Chris Anstey for City Venue Management, space compression, crafted compression with a conscience. 5:07 to go in the first quarter. Australia 9, the US 6, with Paddy Mills going to the line.
As well, we have 0, and that is a big factor.
You see Paddy Mills' number throughout the tournament. He's averaged 21 points at the Rio Olympics, and in London he averaged 21 to lead all scorers, and he's doing it again here. 5th in scoring, 6th in assists, and he's got more threes than any other player at 42%. foul on Draymond Green was his second, and he's picked up more fouls than any other player in Tokyo. So that's going to hurt them to a small degree. But any slight advantage you can get is worth a lot. And the Boomers now enjoy a 5-point buffer.
Shooting genius, Draymond Green, 100% in all categories so far in the Olympics. Small sample size, Drew, but 100% is 100%.
Bible's got it again for the Boomers. Quick outlet pass for Exum, just couldn't get there in time to keep it alive. They want to push this tempo. Out by 5 at the moment.
Gorgon clearly frustrated there. They played very well defensively. Probably a 50-50 risk to take to get an easy basket. I'd like to see him just grind it back up for another offensive set.
Durant working on Nick Kay. Muscles his way to the elbow. Elevates, comes up with a finish.
That is so hard when your guy got 6'11", can just get to his spot on the floor and rise up above. And much more Nick Kay could have done. Prevention's better than cure. Perhaps get in the lane, maybe limit the touches, because when he gets it, it's really tough to guard him.
He's 7 foot, Drew. I'm just going to put it on record. He's 7 foot tall. He hates it, but he's 7 foot tall.
Outside, one on the shot clock. Exum must fire and splashes the three. Boomers with their biggest lead of the game, a little over 4 minutes out from quarter time. Durant fires, it's short on the rim, and Mills has got the rebound. Thibault against Green, playing with those 2 fouls. Beats Mills, gets inside Durant, and the floater tumbles for Patty Mills, and Australia lead it by 8.
Well, the ease at which Australia's been able to penetrate is one of the biggest surprises. Defense not great as Australia reciprocates down the other end with an easy 2, but off the bounce, it's been relatively easy for Australia to get 2 feet in the paint.
And not a lot of help, as we see there. UK slips, no one in the vicinity. It seems like the US are really grinding into the fact of guard your man one-on-one, and that's how we'll win this game, but not against Australia.
Boomers by 8, little over 3 minutes out from quarter time. Ingles reaching in, slaps it away from Draymond Green.
There you see the little slip, and that's just being really Patty Mills conscious, and complete breakdown. Draymond Green maybe in a switch, and
that's the thing, when you're switching 1 through 5 and point switching and not getting into the body, this is going to be there a lot. So if our bigs can mix up a hard screen versus a slip versus a half slip, it's going to help.
Durant comes to a stop and adds another 2. Doing a great job of it at the moment, Durant. He has 6 of the USA's 12, but it's Australia by 6 as we move inside the last 3 minutes of the first period. Ingles behind the back, away from Holiday. Exum, P2 into the paint, guarded by Durant, nothing on offer there, has to retreat. Golding's opening shot off the mark. Kay keeps it alive. They reset, again single digits on the shot clock for Ingles, working on Middleton and others. Beats Thibault from close range. He adds another 2. That's impressive.
it is, and it's the extra pass. Draws to help, and the third man rotation not there for the United States.
Durant elevates to the 3. That's short. Holding the rebound. Hands over to Ingles.
Team USA look tired here, boys. They're really walking it up and going to one-on-one sets as they get a steal here in the break.
Middleton, alley-oop play for Levine. Couldn't get it to work. Now Holiday goes to the rim and comes up with a 2.
Finishing quarters is gold medal basketball, championship basketball. We need to finish this quarter off and make sure we have a buffer going into the break.
Ingles this time off the mark. Durant with a rebound. A little over 90 seconds out from quarter time. Durant wants to take on Exum. Did a good job to stay with him. The turnaround all the bottom of the net. He's got 8 points here in the opening quarter.
What a luxury to have. You could have the worst offensive possession of your life. You throw it to Kevin Durant, takes what would be considered a bad shot, and it's nothing but net.
Ingles going to the rack, and he's off to the free throw line. Racking up the fouls in this opening quarter. The USA.
Real similar start to this one as we saw from the United States against Spain. And Bogues is spot on. We saw Spain had a really good advantage just before half-time, and then you take the foot off the pedal, you get a little bit loose with the ball, and United States, that they can punish you so quickly. And we've seen the last couple of baskets come from Australia team turnovers.
I don't think we've played perfectly neither. You know, if you would have started a game with Paddy Mills going 1 for 5, you'd probably say you're down at that quarter break. So there's a lot of positive signs. Our ceiling to play better is still there.
Ingles got to the free throw line just twice in the first 4 games. But an early trip here as he looks to add to his tally. Called it short off the hand. Durant with a rebound and a chance now for Team USA to edge a little closer. A little over a minute out from quarter time. Lillard waving them away. Now works it to Tatum, who's lost it under pressure. Well done, Landale. And another turnover. And Eagles will bring the Boomers forward. They lead by 5. Golding. Back to Ingles. Working on Levine. Shot clock to 5. Just lost it under pressure. Doesn't like it, but turnover number 4 for Australia.
And we had no turnovers in the first 5 or 6 minutes of that quarter. We now have 4, and that's a big key to this game, is you're just leaving some chips on the table there.
USA with 5 turnovers so far. Zach Levine will restart. Pressure from Golding, but they get it to Lillard. Guarded by Dellavedova.
It's going up.
Lillard inside Ingles. Down Main Street off glass, adds another 2. An 8-point edge that Australia enjoyed has diminished down to 3 here as they look for the last play of this first quarter. Shot clock and game clock almost in unison. Dellavedova heads in the Ingles direction. Now Golding fires the 3 ball. It's all the bottom of the net for Chris Golding. And the first quarter honours are with the Aussie Boomers here. They haven't led at quarter time in 4 games so far, but they are here in the semi-finals.
Australia by 6 at quarter time, 24 points to 18. Australia over Team USA. The thoughts of Chris Anstey in a moment. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com.
New South Wales, at Optus, you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge: renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
17 gold medals in all, and Australia with a 6-point lead over Team USA. Chris Anstey at quarter time. How have you seen it?
We've seen it as an incredible start to this game. We've matched the USA in the half court, up 8 points a little bit earlier on, and a couple of just loose turnovers, both by Joey Ingles. So we've got, as Andrew Bogut said in the call, we've still got another level to get to, which is really exciting. What we don't want to happen is for the USA to get in the open court on a live dribble or a live turnover. But Kevin Durant, I'll tell you what, he is close on unstoppable. 2 of the baskets he's been forced to make as a result of the quality of our defense, one over Nick Kay, one over Dante Exum. There are just not many people in the world that can make those shots, but that's what the USA have been forced into. If they can beat us taking those shots and we can force them into those shots, we're looking okay.
Second quarter action, Australia by 6.
Second quarter from close range, Landale just off balance and couldn't finish it. They lead by 6. The US restricted to just 18 points in that opening quarter.
Well, we heard Brian Goorjian, well, we did, in that last time out, and you would have thought they were 12 down the way that he was addressing his team. Really upset with some of the rotations on the defensive end that led to some plays on the rim and some easy opportunities around the basket. And just making sure that he holds everyone accountable, primarily on the defensive end. I don't think he spoke about offense other than trying to get into their on-balls a little quicker.
Yeah, I was the word from Gorge, with a few other words that are of the different variety. But then Joe Ingles, too slow to get into our on-balls. Come and set them quick and get away from them quick.
Durant lost the handle, went back and cleaned up his own mess, firing now Middleton, and he comes up with a score. A 4-point game. Dellavedova subbed out after picking up his second foul. Landale had to hit from the field. And a chance here for Zach LaVine. And the US just to edge a little closer. Australia's biggest lead was 8 points in that opening quarter. They shot 50% from the field, 7 of 14. On this occasion, Middleton comes up empty. And now Sobey left alone. Back to Golding, who knocks down another three.
Both ends of the floor. Exactly what Brian Goorjian was talking about at the timeout. It was Golding that was able to fill that the rim protection and intimidate the shot, and down the other end knocks down the three.
Well, a dunk from Middleton came unstuck.
Just the rim presence there of Chris Golding coming up off the help side block.
Well, this is his go. He fires the three, and they fouled him. He's off to the free throw line.
And this is exactly what I envisioned from Chris Golding, was just coming off the bench as a spark plug. Hoist them up, and if you're making the first couple, Gorge, let him roll for a little bit. He's made 2 threes now and has a chance to knock down 3 free throws. Great start.
It's been hard for him because his minutes have been erratic. He's not sure. He's only been playing on average, 4 or 5 minutes a game. And when you're a shooter and you miss 1 or 2 and then you're sitting down, it's hard to get a lot of confidence. But he's an experienced guy. He doesn't get dejected about that. Always got tremendous self-belief, and it's paying off here. A couple of 3 balls and now fouled on the 3-point line. And full credit to him, the way he's gone about. He's only had, before this game, he was 3 of 9 from the 3-point line, so not a lot of opportunities for him.
We talk about small ball. The US, Devin Booker is the 4-man right now. He's the power forward. And you rewind back to when you played Drewy, he would have been guarding a Mark Bradkey, essentially.
Yes. Well, the game is so different. And you go back to the 1980 Olympics, Larry Senstock, 6'6" man back in the day before we had some of the big fellas coming through. It's almost evolved back to something like that.
So Golding makes 2 of the 3. It's a 5-2 start to this quarter for Australia, who now enjoy a game-high 9-point lead. 90 seconds done in period number 2. Lillard, all just sticking with him at the moment. Single numbers on the shot clock, little off balance.
Exactly what I imagined we would do with Draymond Green. He was not guarded at all in that possession, and I think Jock Landale was just clogging up the paint. They made a tough shot, but look for that. Draymond being left open on the feet.
Whistle off the ball. Foul's going to be called on Lillard.
There it is. It's just a one-on-one play. Not bad defense by Sobey by any stretch. It's just a little step-back, one-legged floater. It's tough to guard.
Second foul on Lillard. Second team foul on the US in this quarter. Landale hands over to Paddy Mills. Now Nick Kay puts it on the floor, backing his way down to the baseline and off the glass. Nick Kay comes up with the goods.
Just gets it done. Nick Kay just clinical down there. The Australian Mr. Fundamental. Unbelievable move.
Australia by 9. 2 minutes played in the second. Tatum shares it across. Middleton baseline, ran into traffic. Now back to Tatum. His kick for LaVine. 3 on the shot clock. Came up short, never got it balanced.
That is just brilliant scrambling by the Boomers. They get caught up in those rotations. They didn't quit on it. And gee whiz, Kay just got tripped.
And we've got a late whistle behind play. Nick Kay went down. The whole bench went up. They thought it was a foul. And timeout, as you can see, called here by Brian Gorge, and we'll try and sort this out. 7:28 until half-time. And the Australian Boomers lead it here 31-22.
Chris Anstey, what are you thinking?
We've been exceptional on the defensive end, and we see Nick Kay going to the ground and turning the ball over. We're not sure if we just picked up a technical foul, but the Australian Boomers, as it sit right now, we've been able to get a few minutes rest into Paddy Mills. Nathan Sobey came in and gave some very serviceable minutes, and he's still in. But Chris Goulding came in, and I love when Chris Goulding is the Chris Goulding we see here in the NBL. He's not shy. He's going to shoot it every time he touches it. He made 2 3-pointers, got fouled on another one. We needed the scoreboard to tick over with Paddy Mills on the bench. It did that. We're up 9. It's an incredibly positive start. I'll say it every time you throw to me. There's a long, long way to go against a team like the USA.
When we'll ride every minute of it, but if we started from a position of whether we were trying to talk ourselves into whether Australia can match it with Team USA or whether it's realistic, it looks realistic.
It is absolutely realistic. It is still a monumental challenge to continue over a course of 40 minutes to outplay the United States. They've got more genuine NBA talent in depth off their bench. They've got more size, and these guys don't get smaller as the game goes on. So Brian Goorjian's doing a great job of getting just minutes here and there, rest into Ingles, into Mills. We're going to need our main crew on the floor down the stretch.
Chris Anstey for Basketball Jersey World. See a basketball purist today. It's 22-31. The Boomers leading by 9. 7:28 left. It's the US who have gone to the line.
Free throw, and then they regained possession. I think it was the bench that were a little upset that there was no foul called on that Nick Kay drive. And this is a big play because that was going to be an uncontested layup by Nick Kay, and no foul called. So a pivotal moment.
Very, very lucky for the US. We just won on that one, but I'd look at that even being an intentional foul. The ball was in front of Nick Kay, and just one of those tough ones.
Here's Lillard, shares it with Levine. Guarded by Mills. Green goes back to Levine. And
Great help by Nick Kay. Great help by Nick Kay. Just to wear off the ball, gets a deflection, gets the steal.
Mills works to an opening. The 3-ball wouldn't work for him. Landale gets after the offensive rebound. And now Exum goes back to him down low. He's got Middleton almost getting into his back there. They clear out for Landale's hook shot. Ambitious couldn't get it to go. Draymond Green the rebound. He feeds Levine. Exum to beat. Looked like an offensive foul, and it is an offensive foul on Levine.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Again, really good defense by Dante Exum. Moves his feet well and gets hit right between the numbers. Look at the sliding of the feet, slides his feet perfectly, and Levine just runs him over. Really good stuff by Dante.
Question of bad offense by the US or great defense by Australia right now, Drew, because the US looks really, really bad.
It's poor. It's easy to defend. They're coming down. It's all one-on-one. The best they get to is an on-ball and very little ball movement.
Exum goes coast to coast, comes up with the 2 as well. And the margin into double figures for the first time in the game. 6.5 left until the break. And here's Durant getting it done and drawing a foul chance at a 3-point play.
You're really surprised at the ease at which Australia's been able to score. And here we have a look down this end. And that is just not a foul on Nick Kay.
It's just going to come down to one-on-one defense. That's what this game is going to be built on. Unless they make a drastic adjustment at halftime, which I doubt. You're just going to have to stop your man, have the help side eye ready, as Gord mentioned, at quarter time.
Averaging 18 points a game to be 8th at Tokyo. Durant, that's why they're paying $40 million a season, because he can get things done.
And he's done it internationally as well. A couple of gold medals already for Team USA.
Exum with it. Landale wants Mills. Mooker covers him. Shot clock to single digits now for Mills. Finds a way past. Tough shot. Well done, Tatum. Kicks outside. Exum with a 3. Yes.
This is a huge bonus. Here now, Dante Exum. It's his second 3-ball for the game.
50% for the tournament, really shooting it really well.
Doesn't take a bad one. He's not out there trying to create the drill, just takes what he's given from the 3-point line.
Holiday worked into traffic, had to retreat. Tatum He fires off the mark, Mills the rebound, and quickly up the floor. This Thibault, who was pushed, taking the 2, chance of a 3-point play. Things are happening here for the Boomers.
My word, they are, Case. And Team USA, what they're dishing up is not going to get it done against Australia. That's just a blatant push. And really good tempo right now for the Boomers.
And a good mix of what we said at the start, pushing the ball but then slowing it down when we don't have anything, and in that case having the fast break way up.
Holiday exploring, has coughed it up, was looking for Tatum, went straight to the bench. And the US turn it over once more. Australia have outscored them 15-8 in this quarter, and the margin is 13, middle stages of the second.
Everything coming off the bounce for Team USA, barely a cut. The closest resembled to any sort of structure has been an on-ball. And this has been helpful for Australia. Look out.
Dixon for Landale on the flush, another 2. Well, the Boomers have burst out here to a 15-point lead. It's 41-26, and the USA want timeout.
Oh, Chris Anstey, this is high adrenaline stuff.
Oh, I'll sit back down. The Boomers have been incredible on both ends of the floor. Their scramble defence, they've have to play one-on-one defence against the talent. They've done a great job of doing that. They've gone and helped, and then they scramble, and their activity on the defensive end is incredible. Dante Exum knocking down threes, throwing alley-oop passes. Matisse Thybulle, I'll tell you what, of everything he does, every time he gets a defensive rebound, his eyes are down the floor. He's hitting guys in transition, generating easy points. We're up 15. I hope they're on the bench now resetting. Let's not get excited. There's so much time to go. I told you I'd say it every time we throw. But there's a long time to go. We need to reset and not give the USA a sniff in these next 2 minutes.
41-26. 10 for Exum, 8 for Golding, 7 for Ingles. The way that it lines up for Australia, 11 for Kevin Durant. The basketball coverage for City Venue Management, base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. 5:23 to go in the second quarter. Australia 41, the US 26.
Team USA in that defensive transition, but this has been a spectacular display by Australia. But boy, you really question the IQ and the way that the United States are going about it. If they think that they can just come down and play a version of pickup ball, that is not going to work in FIBA competition, no matter how much talent you got.
And that's why their emphasis needs to be defensively to even have a chance in this game with the lead right now. They can dry up offensively, but if they're giving up layups at the other end of the Boomers, it's going to be a long night.
And Thybulle almost got it away from Durant there, who now takes him on baseline and comes up with 2 more.
World-class defense, world-class offense, nothing you can do about that.
Correct. They're the things you have to live with. You live with that shot. Off-balance, one-legged floater with good deep.
Durant's got 13 of the USA's 28 so far. The shot clock works to 10. Kay to Thybulle. Went on Durant, reaching in. Booker got a piece of it. And now an unsportsmanlike foul has been called on Australia.
It's fair to say the benefit of the whistle today has so far gone to the USA. Even though we're up, I feel like there's been a few tough calls against us that are just stymieing a bit of our flow, but hopefully can even out by the end of the game.
There's that tough shot by Kevin Durant. I'm willing to bet he didn't mean to use the glass. And there's the foul. You saw the hole there on Matisse Thybulle? That is the rule. And that is 2 in possession. And that is the correct call, according to the rules.
And 8 turnovers for the US here. Even though their offense has been pretty bad getting good shots up, they've turned it over 8 times. We've had 5 steals for those turnovers, meaning we most likely led to an easy basket at the other end. Have to finish this half, gents.
Correct.
Case. Have to finish this half off. This is a championship defining 4 minutes for 43. We don't want to come to the locker room with a 2 or 3 point lead at this point. We want to make sure it stays in double digits.
As you mentioned, when the USA played Spain, Spain had an 11-point lead 3 minutes before half-time and went in at the break on level terms. That's what the Boomers have to guard against. Holiday picks up the dribble. Durant, who's been the go-to, fires over Thybulle, this time unsuccessfully, and Sobey athletically upstairs for the rebound. Australia shooting the ball at 50% and 60% from deep. They're off the mark this time. Durant with the rebound. Holiday against Mills. Backs his way in a little closer. And the whistle on play. Foul's going to be called on Paddy Mills.
And no need for that foul by Paddy. And Nick Kay was coming across as he's helped defence, about to double. Would have been a tough shot for Drew. He most likely would have dribbled out. Nick Kay could have left and it would have been stymied. But just the foul, Paddy doesn't need to give up this point.
Well, since that last time out, the noticeable change has been on the defensive end by the United States team. Really starting to get up in the lanes. That last one, early transition three, not a bad shot for Nathan Sovey.
0 for 9 from 3 for the United States, Drew. Am I reading that right?
Yep.
It is.
And it's a donut. I'm just making sure.
None of 6 in the opening quarter, none of 3 in this quarter.
It's hard to believe, and right throughout the tournament, virtually half their shots have been coming from the three-point line. But that's been reduced here, and that, I think, is going to be bucket counts.
Yeah, Five will trying to knock it away from the cylinder, but hold of the net.
Yeah, I think it was already through. Drew and he grabbed the net, so I think it's just going to count as one.
So 5 unanswered points from the USA. A 15-point lead is reduced to 10. 4 minutes to play until half-time. Thibault got by Adebayo. And now Kay uses Sobey. Shot clock rolls to 3. Mills has to get busy here from deep. And it's on the bottom of the net for Paddy Mills.
That is a tough shot and a timely one as well, just to try and break a little bit of that momentum of the United States.
Tatum, baseline, running into traffic. Holiday, good ball movement. Durant fires unsuccessfully. Booker kept it alive. And the US will get another chance here. As Holiday, feet in the paint, wrap-around pass, gets Booker a wide-open look.
Second chance opportunities dance together, secure that rebound. Paddy contested, leaked out. If we would have got it, we would have allowed it to the other end, but we have to secure those defensive rebounds. First 3 of the game, too, for the US.
Thibault, shot clock at 10. Sobey. Now Nick Kay with it. Shot clock to 3. Thibault draws a foul. And that's going to be free throws now for Australia. The US will be over the limit.
And on the offensive end, it's really gone well for Australia. They're 7 of 12 from the three-point line. That is a tough shot by Paddy Mills. And down the other end, Booker wide open. He's going to make way more than he misses when he's that wide open.
We're interested to see what Pop does here with Kevin Durant. That was his second foul, I believe.
Yep.
So do you risk him getting his third towards the end of this 2 minutes 59, or do you make sure that he's fresh and got a few in the bag for the second half?
Well, Bogues, in the game against France, he got into foul trouble and they rolled the dice and it didn't work out because eventually he fouled out and he wasn't there at the end when they needed him, when they missed their last 9 shots. So that might have an influence on Pop's judgment here.
I doubt they go to the Argentina and sit him for a whole quarter, that's for sure.
Pretty sure that ain't going to happen.
So Holiday with it inside the last 3 minutes of a first half that has been very good for the Boomers. Durant off the mark. Athletic rebound there from Adebayo to keep it alive. And now Booker with a chance. Open keyway. Wanted to take on Exum and was almost lost control of it. Holiday, extra pass. Good D again from the Boomers, but right at the end, they're called for the foul.
You see the rotations, the scrambling, the determination, the pride that Australia's playing with on the defensive end. Exum, everyone's alert, and that looked pretty clean.
I think he missed the arm. I think the ref might have thought that was going to happen and blew the whistle. And that and the fact that Bam just banked a layup. It looked worse than it was.
It is, but on the defensive end, you can clearly see that Australia is aware of everyone else's problems. So they understand, even though they're on the weak side, they're aware of what the problems are, whether it's an on-ball situation or a penetration, and really playing for each other on the defensive end.
So the margin back to 10. It's been as big as 15. It was an 8-point edge in the opening quarter in favour of the Boomers. And Exum brings them forward, looking for Ingles, whose penetration was good. Thibault outside. Shares it now. Nick Kay. He's off the mark. And a chance for the US just to edge a little closer here. Durant confronted by Ingles. He did a good job to stay with him here. Needs help. Holiday provides it. Shot clock to 10 here for the US. Holiday takes on Kay, nothing on offer. Here's Booker working over Mills. 3 on the shot clock. Adebayo again. Good hustle from Dante Exum to deflect it out of court. There's 1.1 on the shot clock. Ryan Gorgian barking instructions in the background there. Thinks there's a lob play here where they get it to Durant. He fires, caught it deep. Thibault did well to keep it alive, only as far as Tatum. And now in the corner, they have another opportunity. Tatum once more elevates against Ingles and knocks down the 3.
Need a good offensive position here. Have to score here and get a stop at the other end. Just keep this lead at halftime.
Exum got into the paint, but nowhere to go. Got in the air and come up sore, clutching at a hip there. And as the Australians turn it over for the 7th time.
And that's the Dante Exum early in the tournament that we saw. He leaves his feet at times in the paint without knowing where he's going, and that can be a killer against length and athleticism in Team USA. He just needs to come to a jump stop there if he doesn't have anything. And kick it out to one of the shooters.
Well, again, we saw the change in the United States early on. There wasn't that rotation. There wasn't that collapsing. That time they had 2 guys collapsing from the weak side, and we didn't have the spot-up guys in the right spot for Dante on that occasion.
12-4 run in the last 4 minutes here by the US has them closing to within 7. Durant against Ingles. Elevating another 2 now for Kevin Durant.
He's the best scorer in the world, in my opinion. He might go down as one of the best pure scorers of all time when you factor in any spot on the floor, 3, block, elbow. Just sensational.
15 points in the game for Durant. He's Thibault in traffic, and Australia have coughed it up again. And Tatum leads the charge for the US. Inside the last 60 seconds, the first half, and that 15-point lead has evaporated for the Boomers. Tatum just with some ball-carrying errors there. Threw up a hook shot. It was an ugly play from the start, and he came up empty.
He was trying to pass it on that one.
Ingles looking for a steadying 3 for the Boomers. Caught the back of the rim.
The last shot of the half for Team USA. We will get the last one at the other end.
Drew Holiday against Landale. Pokes it down low and did a good job to come up with the 2 as well. So the Boomers look for the last shot of this first half. They led by 15 with 5 minutes to play in this quarter. Landale's coughed it up, wasn't expecting it, gave it back to the USA. Durant feeds Tatum, who fires the 3 ball off the mark. And Australia escaped with a 3-point edge. It probably should be bigger, but at halftime here, the Australians are in front. 45-42. They'll take that, Andrew.
Well, there's a lot of similarities.
We'll get the full thoughts of Chris Anstey coming up. Australia by 3 points at halftime in this semi-final against Team USA. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com.
Business owners, stop paying FPOS bills. Talk to SmartPay today for zero-cost FPOS. Visit smartpay.com.au. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Tired of the day-to-day struggle of living with an injury? Tired of battling with insurance companies? Not sure if you can claim? We do understand. Call Bryden's Lawyers today for a free, no-obligation consultation. Let them help you get your life back on track. You have nothing to lose, but there may be much to gain. Bryden's Lawyers. We do more to help you in your time of need. Call Bryden's Lawyers on 1-800-848-848.
Hey, Callum Sinclair. And Buddy Franklin here. For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal. Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance. Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fences Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot, your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita chainsaw bag, valued at $99 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt × 2 cordless chainsaw kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
On the rare time that Kevin Durant missed, and in the call, Andrew Bogut's he said that you can run the worst offensive set in basketball. At the end of it, give it to Kevin Durant and he'll make it look good. And that's what we've seen. 15 points for Kevin Durant on 14 shots. So he's certainly not being shy, but he's at the moment their best way towards the basket, and we need to find a way to limit him. And again, you're not going to take it away, but we can hopefully make his catches harder, force him further away from the three-point line when he catches, just make him do a little bit more work without the ball.
And the three-point shooting, so 2 from 13 for the US, and for Australia it's 7 from 15.
We've shot it well. And it's almost a little bit scary that the US have only gone 2 for 13 because we know the firepower they have from behind the arc. Damian Lillard hasn't hit one yet. I don't believe Kevin Durant's actually hit a 3 yet, but there's another level we've got. There's certainly another level that the USA have got. We need to be ready to go the second we walk out of this locker room.
How does Australia get more from Paddy Mills, given the way that he's been marked?
Yeah, great screens. We've got to find more in transition, get him the ball before the US defence gets set. The more we're able to play in the open court without the US establishing their length and athleticism in the half court, the more we can continue to move him around. So if it's a half-court battle, I think both teams are better in the open floor. In a half-court battle, the USA are doing a very good job on Paddy. And on top of that, we just need somebody else to step up. Dante's hit key threes. Matisse Thybulle got on the rim. Joe Ingles hasn't been a scoring threat since the first 60 seconds of the game. I'd love to see Joey knock a couple down as well.
Half-time, semi-final. Australia 45, leading the US 42. We'll be back for the call. Chris Anstey running his analysis. You can ping through your thoughts as we go. 0433 98 11 16. This is a nationwide emotional journey, the next 20 minutes of basketball. Our updates are for City Venue Management, base compression, crafted compression with a conscience.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
IGA is doing everything they can to keep our local communities safe. Thank you for practicing social distancing, wearing a mask, checking in using QR codes, and shopping local.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Cream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about Ream's advanced stainless steel water heaters with 12-year cylinder warranties.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
If you're not sleeping well or you're waking up with a sore neck or back, well, here's your solution. It is the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It'll change the way you sleep. You will wake up refreshed and ready for each and every day. We love it here. Thousands of Aussies now sleep better on a Spinal Ease pillow, and you can too. So start sleeping better. Visit spinalease.com.au and order with Afterpay to sleep now and pay later. You'll even get free delivery. That's spinaleeze.com.au.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACTTP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita LED flashlight valued at $179 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless blower kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
It has been a golden day for Australia in Tokyo. Gold medals number 16 and 17 won inside 20 minutes on the way to tip-off in the nation's most important basketball game. The men's kayak double 1,000-metre sprint. Jean van der Westhuizen and Tom Green with the gold medal. And then Keegan Palmer put down the 2 best runs of the skateboard final, 95.83. So 2 95s. He had a 10-point gap on the field with both of his best runs. The skateboarding gold medal for Keegan Palmer. So a BMX gold and a skateboarding gold. We're a nation of extreme athletes. Keegan Palmer. And Chris Anstey, you were here during the final stages of that skateboarding. That was insane.
It just occurred to me how amazing human beings are. Some of the things that we can do and that Keegan was able to do in those runs were absolutely amazing. I mean, I've seen skateboarding before, but not like that.
Kids these days, eh? Kids these days. An 18-year-old stands atop the podium. In the golf, Hannah Green is on the move. She's had a 6 under 65 in her second round. The pace is 14 under, set by Nellie Corder of the United States. So what is that? 7 shots behind the pace at 6 under, but a day that started at level par. And Minjee Lee shot a 68 in her second round. She is 3 under. So the Australians progressed up the leaderboard. Hannah Green has put herself in contention. The basketball for Basketball Jersey World. See a basketball purist today. 3-point lead for Australia over Team USA at halftime, 45-42. Chris Anstey, what's the Brian Goorjian demeanour, do you think, at this interval?
Pragmatic. It's resetting, as we learn from a very early age in sport, to reset and go again. We know what we were able to do. We know how we started the game. Forget the score, stop looking up at the scoreboard and take care of the process. Keep applying pressure on the offensive end by moving the ball, making the United States move around the floor on defense, finding your opportunities and aggressively attacking them. On the defensive end, it's the same. Continue to apply pressure, nothing easy. Try as best you can to keep Kevin Durant away from that little mid-range pull-up jump shot. Continue to carry hands and run at 3-point jump shooters. They're 2 of 13. If they're shooting contested 3-point jump shots and not using their athleticism and length on the rim, we'll be in a better position than if we allow open driving lanes and rim finishes.
Points for Australia, Exum 10. Goulding, who looked on with 8. Mills and Ingles 7 each, and Matisse has 6, Kay 4 and Landale 3, while for the US it's Durant with 15, so he's 7 from 14 from the floor. He's none from 5 from the 3-point range. Lillard 5, Booker 7, Lillard and Holiday 5 each, and then Middleton 4. So they haven't maxed out their offensive threats either.
No, they haven't. Again, which can be scary, and we need to make sure we continue to apply that pressure. I think another statistic as we go through the box score that is worth mentioning, Jock Landale in his 13 minutes only has the 3 points on 1 of 5 shooting, but 3 offensive and 3 defensive rebounds, 6 rebounds against this type of team is incredibly important to finish off the good work we're doing and generate some second chance opportunities for ourselves.
The Rebel Sports Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. Australia 17 gold, 4 silver and 17 bronze. And there are medals booked. The Kookaburras play Belgium in the gold medal match tonight at 8 p.m. And then tomorrow at 12:30 in the afternoon, the gold medal match in the beach volleyball after Australia beat Latvia 2-0, 23-21, 21-13. Maria Faye Atacho del Solor and Taliqua Clancy to play against April Ross and Alex Kleinman. So Australia versus the US tomorrow for gold in the beach volleyball. The Kookaburras for gold later tonight. The Matildas for bronze against the US. So you're getting the vibe of this. Australia versus the US is a rich theme at Tokyo 2020. So the Matildas looking for a bronze. The Kookaburras looking for a gold in the beach volleyball tomorrow with a gold medal on offer for the women. There is news updates around the country. Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. There's just a fear that Victoria's on the cusp of snap lockdown with a COVID outbreak revealing itself during the day. The AFL's taken the first step as the Tasmanian government said no to Hawthorn and Collingwood flying in. So that match, which was going to be played in Launceston, will now be played at the MCG. Same time slot, Sunday afternoon, 2:10. So nobody at the G for the Hawks and the Pies. And we await word from government and health officials as to whether Victoria is going to go into a snap 3-day lockdown with positive cases revealing themselves as the day has gone on. Australia 45-42. How... I feel the tension down my spine right now, Chris, and I'm just a fan. How tense is this going to get?
You know what? I woke up this morning like I was playing, and I'll tell you what, I reckon I've done 1,000 steps pacing this studio while the game's been on, but... Again, this is about resetting. And, you know, the thing is, and let's look back to Rio 5 years ago when we came agonisingly close on a dubious decision on Paddy Mills, but at the same time he missed a couple of free throws in the dying seconds. My only fear, outside the USA, of course, performing at an incredible level, is that the weight of expectation that sits on Paddy Mills and Joe Ingles' shoulders becomes a burden. I'd love to see them play freely. It feels important. I'm nervous. I'm excited. We've got 20 minutes. This is going to be a historical 20 minutes for Australian basketball.
Let them carry it lightly. Australia by 3, third term.
Sloppy turnovers and a couple of perhaps poor shot selections by the Australians, and that got the USA into that running game, and when they get some momentum behind it, it becomes really tough.
Yeah, shot ourselves in the foot a little bit. Just got to finish that half off. The end of quarters are vital in big games.
Possession arrow with the US as Lillard opens fire, can't get it to go, and Kay the rebound. Australia led the rebound count 18-17 at half-time.
Got to get a body on Bam Adebayo. He's got 4 offensive rebounds. He's really the only lone wolf in the paint, keeping possessions alive for the Team USA.
Paddy Mills with it. Down at the top by Booker. Nothing on offer. Forces up a tough one and came up well short.
And that worries me, a set like that where there is really not a lot of movement and just relying on a one-on-one play at the end of it for Paddy. Not sure that's going to get it done for Australia.
2 of 9 from the field now, Mills. Here's Drew Holiday. He comes up with a finish. So 7 in the game, along with 6 assists now for Drew Holiday.
Well, especially early in the shot clock, Drew, with that Paddy Mills shot. We're happy to have that one in the last 10 seconds, but let's get it through some hands and move it side to side.
Mills uses the body there against Adebayo and came up with nothing. And a chance for the US. Inside, Adebayo, wraparound play from Holiday. Stuck in the corner, they release the ball now to Durant. 8 on the shot clock against Landale. And the foul's going to be called on Jock Landale. It's going to be his first personal.
At times some good ball movement. Not necessarily man movement, good ball movement by the United States, prepared to make the extra pass.
I mean, they wouldn't be happy with that much ball movement, Drew. Come on. That's that one pass ISO is the go-to for Team USA.
That's it.
Might get subbed out.
Both teams back to their original starting 5. Lillard confronted by Ingles. And now Holiday goes to work, adds another 2. The USA are back in front for the first time since the opening 30 seconds of the game. Nick Kay with it. In traffic, needs help. Booker all over him. Dellavedova joins in. Hit the score in the game against Adebayo. And took him down low, and a foul's been called on the US.
And when teams switch 1 through 5, when you're the big or the screener for all the coaches out there that are watching, you want to set the screen on the low side of the man, so then you've sealed him towards the half-court line. If you just run into a normal screen and roll thinking they're going to show, you're going to get nothing out of it because that defender's just going to slide up that screener.
Second foul on Bam Adebayo. It's Dellavedova. Play for Landale. Defense strong there from Durant. Australia come up empty, and now a foul's going to be called on Joe Ingles. It's going to be his second personal.
Joe doesn't think he fouled him, and he's one that Landale, just a little hand in there by Kevin Durant, threw that one off, and great recovery by Kevin Durant.
Joe Ingles telling the referee, even Devin Booker is laughing at you about that call.
Tick over 2 minutes played in this third quarter. Australia yet to score, and the US are getting it done. Durant once more adds the 2. Chance at a 3-point play.
I'll almost argue maybe an early time out here, Drew. If they get one more bucket, we come up with nothing on the offensive end. We've come out a little flat. Just get a little reset. Get Gorge talk to the troops, rally them a little bit, tell them everything's okay. The game is not over. Keep pushing.
Well, that's right, and don't go away from what was working in the first half. I've seen a lot of random penetration by the Australian team, and get back more into some of those sets first, and then, like you're saying, in that last 6 to 8 seconds, well, then you can still get the same sort of shots that we're creating early, that they have so far been creating early in the offense.
23 points to 4 in the last 7 minutes of play, bracketed across half-time. After Australia led by 15, now they've got problems. Here's Dellavedova, baseline against Booker. Feeds Kay, lost control of the ball against Durant. He wants it back. The referees didn't see it that way.
It was well sold by the Team USA bench. Have a look at this. Comes straight off the foot of Kevin Durant. And straight away, the bench pop, everyone screaming, it's going that way. That is a terrible call.
Great job by the Team USA bench, though. Yeah. What you got to do. But once again, the benefit is going towards Team USA with a whistle.
Durant against Landale and comes up with 2 more.
Matisse has to check in this game at this point. We need Nick Kay's doing a fantastic job sticking to the scout, but that's Kevin Durant.
Can't get stopped.
Landale goes to work, draws a foul on Holiday. Free throws to come. Australia will take anything they can get at the moment. Second personal on Drew Holiday. Look at Kevin Durant go to work here. 20 points on 9 of 16 shooting. He's got 5 boards and a couple of steals and a block shot.
It's been a phenomenal display by Kevin Durant down the other end. Jock Landale gets fouled by Holiday.
That's the other side of the ball we need to look at. They're switching 1 through 5. We've usually got a Devin Booker or a Drew Holiday on Jock or Nick Kay. Is letting things eventuate and just let him duck in the middle of the floor. No double team can come. He can just shoot that little left or righty hook.
Spot on, Bogues. I think we can get that down low and give just a different look, just to change the momentum, the look of the game. And Spain did an excellent job in that first half with posting players up.
Well, Durant casually at the top. The $40 million man knocks down another. That's 23 in the game, his first triple, and the margin now has grown out to 9 points.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a timeout to try and...
I'm taking one, Drew. I'm taking one at this point.
Absolutely, to take away this momentum.
Mills against Durant. Inside. Outside Landale for the three. Off the mark. Strong rebound from Adebayo. And the US back hard up the floor. This is Holiday. Now Durant gets away from Mills. Fires over the top of Landale. Can't get it going. The Boomers with a chance here to open their account.
Great pass by Patty Mills. Great pass by Patty Mills. Let him eventuate. And he's going downhill as Landale's going downhill. Aggressive towards the basket. We get a layup.
First score. Took 4 minutes in this quarter for the Boomers to score. They've got some work to do because they can't contain Durant at the moment. Mills with a deflection. Comes to Holiday. He gets a user-friendly roll. And the US continue to march on here. That's 14-2 in this quarter.
It is, and a timeout might be worthwhile also to get some subs in. T. Steibel, the last minute and a half, 2 minutes have been waiting to check in. Haven't been able to get him in.
Here's Mills firing, trying to draw a foul. He gets the three nonetheless. He's into double figures. Middle stages of the third. US up 6. Skip pass from Adebayo, almost taken out. Here's Booker, top of the key. He's got the answering triple.
Starting to move the ball a little bit better, and this is what we saw the last two games. Their first halves were clunky, they were figuring things out, but Team USA, to their credit, has done a great job adjusting the last two games and now this game in the second half.
Golding, they left him alone. Can't finish it. Look at the rebound. Offense has dried up for the Boomers since half-time. Blocking foul going to be called here on Patty Mills. It's going to be his second personal.
And in these droughts too, another one that outside of that start of the game, Joe Ingles has only had the 4 field goal attempts, finding a way to get...
Timeout called. Team USA by 9. This has been a grim 5.5 minutes for Australia. 59-50. Chris Anstey.
Yeah, it feels like that the USA Avalanche that we've known for so long, and there's an analogy, and I'm sure Gorge is talking about it. He's the guru at these types of things. Don't try to swim against the tide. Yeah, the harder you battle in the more you try to force, you're going to drown. Like the last play with Patty Mills where he finally found Jock Landale. Let the play develop. Let it happen. Remain calm. Go with the game. Stay in the flow of the game. Keep making good decisions. We've already proven in this game we can go on runs and outscore the USA. But if we go away from what we do best, the USA, we've seen what they're able to do. So, again, a nice little reset. I'd love to see us challenge Drew Holiday to shoot the three. We're running at his threes. His mid-range game is killing us. Kevin Durant's game is killing us. 23 points on 10 of 18 from the field. Let's get Matisse Thybulle in. Let's get our scorers in. Chris Golding's just checked in. Get that scoreboard ticking over and lock into the defence again.
Australia led by 15 in the second quarter. They trailed by 9. There was a 20-0 run in the middle of that to the United States. It's Team USA 59, Australia 50. There's 4:34 to go in the third quarter. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com.
8 of 18. Contacts were a little blurry on that one, Drew. I'm getting old, mate. You've got the glasses. I might need those big bifocals like yourself.
That's it. But it has been some good three-point shooting right throughout the tournament. They're 40% for Australia, and they've shot it reasonably well. 8 of 18 is good numbers from the three-point line.
Since Australia opened up that 15-point lead, it's 33-9. The US since then. But here's an opportunity for Patty Mills. And they like it. Devin Booker with the shoe off.
Now, my understanding of the rules is you don't do that until...
Dead ball, right?
The dead ball or USA get possession. So another lucky break here for the United States.
Well, we're in prime time in the US, Drew, so they want to make sure the audience there is entertained.
You see, Booker loses his shoe.
Exum, top of the key. Guarded by Booker. Mills presents. Shot clock at 10. Guarded by Durant. Wants it back from Kay. Shot clock to 5. Kay's hook shot. Couldn't get it to go. Draymond Green the rebound. They are stifling the Boomers offense at the moment. Durant against Kay. One way, back the other. Works to the elbow. This time off the mark. Well, the tip in wouldn't work there from close range by Drew Holiday.
Great screen then, almost the half-court line from Nick Kay. Rattled Booker a little bit, and off the ball, Booker's giving him one back in the chest, so a little bit of frustration there.
Shot clock to 8 for the Boomers. Good defensive pressure here from the USA. Thibault working against Lillard, elevates, it's short. Nick Kay, the offensive rebound, and rejected by Drew Holiday, and they're off and running the US. Draymond Green, hands back, Booker inside Golding, confronted by Thibault, who recovered well, and now they've forced the error, so Mills has Kay ahead of him, Exum joining in, but the US get back in numbers. Just 5 points for Australia here in almost 7 minutes of play in the third quarter as Golding looks to change that with a 3-ball. It's off the front of the rim, came to Mills, who kicks outside. Nick Kay gets a good look and knocks down the 3.
Huge Nick Kay. Needed that one. Full credit to the United States. After the halftime break, there is a noticeable change in their work rate and intensity on the defensive end.
What would that have been, Drew? You played for the great man, Greg Popovich.
Well, I reckon he would have certainly used some language that we can't use, that's for sure, and shown a level of intensity. But they're still switching, but the aggressive nature now on those on-ball screens for Team USA.
Boomers come up empty again. The pressure was good. Booker looking for back-to-back threes. Can't complete it. Here's Holiday getting after the loose ball.
And that's Drew Holiday's strength. He's such a great piece for this team late, coming off the plane from the championship in Milwaukee. I think he's been a huge factor in this game.
And it tumbles as well. Booker gets the 2 draws, a foul chance of a 3-point play here. And they have lifted the tempo and challenged the Boomers to come with them.
And going back to your switching, Drew, that you're exactly right. There's 2 mindsets. When you switch 1 through 5, some people can take that as a less aggressive mindset, but when you're coming up and actually jumping out on that switch and making the ball handler back up, it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely, and the digging out and stopping the ball movement and really slowing down that action out of those on-ball situations, and as such, Australia's tempo on the offensive end is nowhere near what it was in the half court like it was in that first half.
So a 12-point lead for the USA inside the last 2 minutes of the third quarter. Been a dominant force since half-time. Scored the last 6 points here as well.
And that's the action we've been talking about. They run a little switch off the ball screen and get Handale down low. Those mismatches, he's got really good touch around the rim.
Inside, Middleton working on Sobey.
That's just tough. Nothing you can do there. We'll load it up on the whole half side. We had everything covered. Great one-on-one defense, better offense.
And Chris Middleton paying some of Nathan Sobey's wages as well as a part owner of the Brisbane Bullets. Got a little something for him.
That's right. I'm not sure Chris Middleton would be actually aware of that.
I own what? The financial statement. It's great to have numerous NBA players involved with NBL franchise.
It is.
Including yourself.
Former washed-up NBA player, Case.
This is Golding. A little over a minute out from three-quarter time. He needs to get something happening and can't on that occasion. So Golding now 2 of 6 from the field. And they've got all the answers here. It's been a 25-10 quarter in favour of the US. He started 3 points down and Tatum wide open adds to the carnage.
And if you cast your mind back to that first half on those types of plays, we had someone desperately lunging. Even though you might be late, still had someone lunging out, trying to close out on those shooters. That time, flat-footed by Australia.
Australia led by 15 in the second quarter. The US have got a 15-point lead here in the third as Sobey goes to work and draws contact.
It is. There's the hold, and I think it was more not at the end with the slap of the ball. It was the foul was called on the hold on the penetration, and this is the play I'm talking about. See all those green jerseys? Now, no one was probably going to be able to get there, but the mere fact you've got someone running at you, the shooter starts to think about it a little bit more. You've got a chance to put some pressure on that shot.
Ingles to restart. Has to go a long way to do it and finds Thibault. The pass for Sobey, telegraph, cut out here by Zach Levine. He'll jump up for the dunk.
Just looking at our bench and our body language right now, Julia, I know sometimes you can look too much into that, but we look a little dejected, we look flat, we're not moving with the same purpose when we're up 15 and up and about.
Ingles against Tatum. Nothing on offer. Here's Thibault. They want to... Landale posting up Middleton. Muscles his way in from close range. It's done. It's called an offensive foul. It's going to be waved away.
Well, I like the action. Brian Gosden doesn't like the call. This is something that when they're in the switch, he gets the advantage, and there's the hook. And it's just that right arm, and it's certainly there, but it's one that...
You got to let that go.
You're going to be blowing your whistle a bit. It's absolutely a foul, but in the context of what we've seen so far...
It's too little. Get him out of the paint. Middleton doesn't belong in the paint guarding Jock Landale. You don't reward that. It's the same way as you don't reward a big holding a guard on the perimeter.
Well, they are cooking at the moment, the USA. Timeout called here because the margin has ballooned out now to 19 points on the back of a 32-10 quarter. The USA looking strong.
I'm not sure we believe anymore. 55-74, Team USA, foot on the throat. It is three-quarter time. We'll get the thoughts of Chris Anstey for Basketball Jersey World. See a basketball purist today.
Switch to PowerShop and get $100 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to New South Wales customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search PowerShop.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast. Here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers. NBN from just $59. Search Mate online.
Three-quarter time in the semi-final. Team USA 74, Australia 55. A 15-point lead has become a 19-point deficit. A 32-10 third quarter. Chris Anstey, that was brutal.
It was a jarring reminder of just how good the USA players are when they're locked in. And, you know, it's one thing for a team to resist the avalanche that was the USA basketball team that quarter for a short period of time. But we mentioned early in the call that 40 minutes seems like an eternity. And the USA defensively in that quarter absolutely took us out of what we wanted to do. They locked into defending us one-on-one. They made it hard for the next guy to catch and made us into a one-on-one basketball team, which is their absolute strength and our absolute weakness. And you know what? When we weren't scoring and we only scored 10 points that quarter, they were out in the open floor. They're running. Their ball was moving better than ours. They generated uncontested threes, dunks on the rim. I hate to say it because it kills me, but it was a really impressive display of basketball by the USA that quarter.
First points of the last quarter to Jock Landale. It is 57-74, Team USA. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. I don't think a miracle would even do it from here.
Draymond Green's first miss of the tournament, a layup.
Well, there's the miss there. This one I thought was a trouble.
He's hit the board. Hit the bottom of the board. Yeah, he hit the bottom of the board as he's gone up.
What can the Boomers do from here, Andrew?
Well, when you trail by this much, unfortunately, you've got to play a style of play that really feeds into the way the United States want to play. You've got to gamble a little bit on defence to try and create some turnovers, and you've got to run, and you need quick possessions.
I just wonder if we've got some sort of full court press or pressure in our bag, because Americans generally don't know how to cope with that for a possession or two till they call a timeout. So we'll see if we extend our pressure a little bit.
Mills cutting to the hoop, needs help provided by Exum, who now penetrates, takes them on, and he draws a foul. So Dante Exum is off to the free throw line.
And really in that third period where the United States got the advantage, we were kind of playing the way the United States was playing in that first half. A lot of ISO ball being forced and run out of our sets, and just relying on individual one-on-one brilliance in order to create scoring opportunities. And on the flip side, it's like the teams changed jerseys after. On the flip side, the United States started to move that ball, make an extra pass, penetrate and kick, and
we can get that done, Drury, against the teams in our rearview mirror, but that's USA's strength. If we go ISO ball, one-on-one ball, we'll struggle.
Dellavedova with a steal. Landale wanted it up quickly. He's coughed it up, giving it to Levine, who rushes back hard the other way and wants to throw down another dunk on the Boomers.
Cannot turn the ball over and let the US get an open floor. It's given an easy offense, which we've had to work for in the last 3 quarters, but that's the Achilles heel.
Mills double team, feeds Landale, who from close range talked out of the points. That's great defense again from the USA.
And that's one of those occasions where you like the aggression, and there's the turnover you're talking about, folks. You like the aggression of Landale to go up and try and dunk it, but it almost delayed the shot and it allowed the defender to come over and shoot it. And sometimes
get on the glass nice and quick.
Correct. Just get it up quick, get it on the glass, and take away the prospect of getting blocked.
Tatum showing them some tricks from close range. Well done, Ingles, to knock it away from the hoop. But a chance now for Chris Middleton, and he knocks down the shot.
We've got to try something quirky. We've got to try something different. We can't keep going with this diet of things offensively and defensively, but especially defensively, we're going to have to ratchet up the pressure.
Down 22, Landale from close range gets a dunk of his own.
This is one of those situations, Drew, where you might need to take a gamble that loses your game by 40.
Correct.
To try and get it back to 0.
100%.
That's probably in the back of Brian Gordon's mind right now.
Jason Tatum, after they couldn't hit a 3 in the first half, they were 2 of 13. Well, they have really cranked it up since half-time.
And that's really been the difference. Really efficient from the three-point line right now.
Landale, this time unsuccessfully.
I'd like to see Jocko a little bit quicker and get some deeper position on those catches with a small on him.
Booker dishes outside. Shot comes from Middleton. Off the mark. Reaching in over the back. Booker to Toll for Mills. Skip pass across to Levine. A whistle on the play as well.
Draymond Green it was. Dante Exum just trying to fight over the screen. They called a moving screen on Green. He doesn't like it.
It's going to be his 4th personal.
Well, there's a hit in the head for the kick out for Jason Tatum, who he's up to 9 points, 3 of 7 from the field, 3 of 5 from the 3-point line.
Rebound count currently 35 to 24. That was a priority for me before the game. USA leading that one. Turnovers right now, 11 for Team USA, 13 for Australia. That is why we are down 20 plus.
And that rebound count is 18-6 their way since half-time.
It's the easy bastards. You grind hard to get a stop. There's nothing more deflating or giving up a second chance opportunity for a kick-out 3 or a layup.
Took over 3 minutes played in the final quarter. Tatum, who's been going berserk here in this final quarter, can't nail that. Holiday keeps it alive. This time Tatum works in closer. Middleton tried to thread the needle there to Tatum, deflected out of court. Last touch by the Boomers, so the US will restart. Joe Ingles still yet to score since quarter time. Knocked down those first 2 threes of the game inside a minute.
Sure, he's had too many shots. He's only 2 of 4 for the game.
Here he is now on cue, and they leave him alone, and he adds to his tally with another 2. First score since quarter time for Joe Ingles.
And now offensively, Drew, we got to take that quick shot. We have to fire him up in the break, get a shot up in the first 5 to 10 seconds at times when it presents itself, a half open look, because we got to bring this 21-point lead back to 0 as quickly as possible.
6.5 minutes on the clock, and the US will be in no hurry. Drew Holiday ends over to Tatum behind the back. This is Booker just firing quickly, and they are putting on quite a show now, the USA. They have got all the answers here and have really Sucked the wind out of the sails of the Australians. Mills from close range adds a 2. He's got 12.
I'm not a huge fan of plus-minus in small spurts, but Joe Ingles are minus 27 and Matthew Dellavedova are minus 14, meaning the score did not go great when those two on the floor. They probably need to give us a bit more to try and reel this in.
Mills stripped Middleton of it. This is Kay. Nowhere to go. Has to retreat for Mills. Reaching in, Drew Holiday deflected the ball away from him and will now step through. Well done, Paddy Mills, to recover there. But Tatum, he was there for the clean-up, worried out of the points. And now Ingles hard back the other way. Support on both wings. Mills the trailer for the 3. Greg Bonkovich not happy at all. Calls timeout. He's going to rest, but his team at the moment have got an 18-point edge. 5:20 to play.
So Team USA 86, Australia 68, 5 minutes 20 to go, 18 points. Is that unassailable, Chris?
I think, unfortunately, it might be. Yeah, the 18-6 rebound count since halftime that the commentary team spoke of. It's getting very, very close to Brian Goorjian pulling the trigger and re-evaluating the Boomers' goal as winning bronze. Whether that means we need to get Paddy Mills onto the bench, get Joe Ingles on it, make sure that we don't sustain an injury, make sure we don't overwork these guys. Within a minute or so, if it stays around 20, I think we unfortunately need to go to the bench and reevaluate our goal as making sure we do absolutely everything in our power to win our first international medal, but it'll be a bronze.
It'll be against either Slovenia or France. It'll be on Saturday night. So 18 points is the deficit with 5:20 to play. Yes, this is the air has come out of it, and now that the strategy for Australia and how to preserve for the rest of the tournament for that medal run becomes intriguing. Back to the game.
Himself down now, and instructions there from Brian Goorjian were measured as well.
It just shows an understanding that he doesn't want to give Australia any sense of momentum. Nice three-ball in transition by Paddy Mills. That last time out, we heard Brian Goorjian doing what is required. Wants early on balls or early screenaways, and let it fly from the three-point line whenever possible to give yourself a chance to pull off a miracle.
Australia leading the quarter 13-12. But at the moment, the US well on top, and Tatum may have stepped out of court there. And the US will turn it over for the 14th time in the game, the same number that Australia has in that category. The Boomers' offense, after they had 45 at half-time, hasn't lived up to expectations. The pass for Golding from Ingles, he couldn't handle it. They cough it up once more. Here's Middleton. Alley-oop play, Holiday. Can't finish it. The pass wasn't exactly where he needed it. Saved and kept alive by Golding, and Holiday will come up with a 2. No, he won't. From close range, it's Chris Middleton for the finishing touches.
Got to get back there regardless. Just got to run back to the paint. These guys can miss layups, miss easy shots, and it looks like we thought it was just going to go down for a layup.
Mills with it, working on Booker. Not a lot on offer. Feeds Golding, who fires the 3. Caught it deep, gets his own rebound. Mills elects to pull the trigger. It's 2 is short, and the rebound comes to Durant.
Credit Team USA and Drew Holiday specifically. Paddy Mills has had nothing easy this game. Even the shots that he's made have been very, very tough shots.
USA come up empty, but we move inside the last 4 minutes and they enjoy a 20-point lead. Reaching in, Booker's going to be called for the foul.
Absolutely, it's been really tough for Paddy Mills in this one, and to his credit, he's continued to battle away.
Does have 8 assists, so he has tried to get others involved and made some great plays there, but the shooting at 5 for 14, I think.
So those substitutions are being made, Chris. That's the white flag.
That's the white flag. We're 20 points down. Paddy Mills comes out. Joe Ingles comes out. The vets are going to get rested. They're going to lick their wounds for a night. Have a look at the film, recover, and get ready for either a Luka Doncic-led Slovenia, who have been absolutely incredible this Olympic Games, or a French team who knocked off the USA in Game 1 of the tournament, have been very impressive for the remainder. So a very tough ask coming up, and again, we reevaluate or reset our goals to aim to winning a bronze medal for the men's basketball.
US by 20, 3:45 to go.
Cinderella story is Slovenia, and I wouldn't rule anything out there, but law of averages say perhaps France, then we'll get Slovenia in the bronze medal game.
Never doubt Luka Doncic.
No. This Drew Holiday. He's after a gold medal like his wife Lauren, who won gold playing soccer for the USA twice. And here he is firing unsuccessfully, Exum with it.
And playing with his brother, unbelievable sporting family.
Josh Green onto the floor for Australia. Reith, Sobey. Go back to Reith, who fires off the glass and comes up with his first score in the game. Timeout again called by the US here. They lead by 18. Took over 3 minutes out from the final.
Knowing that the cause is lost. In very different situation to our last game when we were able to get a hold of Argentina, where we get minutes into Duop Reith and into Josh Green, in case we need them to provide some sort of a spark in short periods of time in our bronze medal game. So as much as the value in resting the starters is in preparing them, it's also getting some really key minutes against, of course, a very talented USA team into the guys who haven't experienced that as much. Yeah, really tough one. It's you mentioned the word deflating before. It started so promisingly, but at this stage we've got to give all kinds of credit to the United States. They reminded us just why they're the best basketball nation in the world, both on the men's and women's side. So for an Australian basketball community over the last 24 hours, it's been brutal.
So we've got some minutes to absorb this. Unfortunately, it's not to be just yet. So Team USA with Australia well under control. Timeout being taken with 3 minutes and 6 seconds to play. It's the US by 18 points.
Been very good from the three-point line, but across the tournament, but only 1 of 7 in this one. But that doesn't speak to the importance of the timing of when he was able to knock down his shots and also chipping in with 9 boards. So he is some sort of player.
Game high, plus 25 too. So his impact on the floor noted in the...
Had 29 points against Spain as well, including 4 threes, but long faces on the Boomers bench at the moment. The rebound count since halftime is 24-10 in favour of the US. They have just shut Australia out of the game. Levine uses Draymond Green, now Middleton, running out of real estate, feeds Levine from the corner, and he knocks down another 3.
An interesting spot now the Boomers are in, obviously knowing that they're going to a bronze medal game. You've been a few in this situation. How long do you wait after the game to regroup and refocus? Do you refocus straight away? Do you dwell on this for about an hour or two, give yourself a few slaps for losing and then move on? Or how did you guys play it back in the day, Jory?
You got to learn the lessons. As we see a spectacular alley-oop play, Levine going upstairs, but you've got to have a real short memory. You've got to go through the game, identify the areas where you need to improve in the bronze medal game, and morale has got to be huge, and understanding what's at stake, still an opportunity to pick up a medal.
See, I'm on the opposite. I think you just throw it out the window. You bring your hands into the game. You say, we lost to a better team. We didn't play on the second half. We're preparing for France or Slovenia immediately to try and get that medal.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but I think that if there's some key takeaways that you don't want to be repeated, you maybe touch on them, whether it's the video review tonight or a session tomorrow, and then you're right, you got to, like I said, real short memory, but fix some of those areas. You're not going to be able to make radical changes, but just tidy up some of those areas and then move on.
Green rejected. Excellent work from JaVale McGee, who's onto the floor. 51-25 is the scoreline since half-time as Golding brings the Boomers back the other way. Reaching in foul's going to be called here on Levine.
It's even worse if you consider those last 4 minutes before half-time. It has been the USA stamping their authority on the game, and as it starts with the defense. In that first quarter and the start of the second, where we were able to move the ball, get it through some hands, get some good looks, play with a level of comfort, but the minute we got uncomfortable because of the defense and the athleticism that was applied by Team USA, combined with a few sloppy turnovers, and it change so quickly.
Well, this is the 5th time Australia has been in this position at the Olympics in the semi-finals, and the pattern was really the same. In Rio, they lost this game by 26 to Serbia. In Sydney, we lost by 24 to France. We lost by 28 to the USA. In Atlanta, we lost by 25 in Seoul to Yugoslavia, and it looks like a 20-point margin here again. You have to play well to get to this stage, but then to every time 5 out of 5 lose by 20 plus, well, I don't know what's going wrong there.
And when you go back to the similarities with Rio, you guys, I think it was Lithuania, you did a number on them, smashed them in that quarter-final. And it's similar, we smashed Argentina here, and
that's the Olympics. That's world basketball. It's one bad night can derail your campaign for a medal, and that's what we're seeing here. Could potentially, we still obviously have a chance to salvage a bronze, but that's the beauty of international basketball. Let's be honest, this was a 7-game series against the US. We might get 1 game, maybe 2, but the beauty of an Olympic Games and what I like, and FIBA basketball in general, is one guy gets hurt, foul trouble, bad shooting night, and you can see upsets. Just not tonight.
And the draw, not that it's the excuse, in order to win a gold medal, you've got to beat the United States at some stage, but you much prefer to be playing them in the gold medal game than in a semi-final to get to the gold medal game.
Well, a loss, they were still in our pool, even though they lost. So that, we thought we were pretty much set, but then to have them in the crossovers in a semi, FIBA might need to rethink that one. I'm crying over spilt milk, Troy.
No, that's true. It is the luck of the draw, though, because there was 2 options that it could have been. So there was an element of just bad luck.
Well, it did seem odd to have the world ranked number 1, 2, 3 and 4 on one side of the draw.
But that was predetermined before the start of the way the system was going to work.
The matchups for the quarterfinals were, but then they decided which side of the draw they were on by pulling them out of the barrel.
Yeah, but you couldn't play the team that was in your pool.
No.
That was the problem. So it eliminated 2 teams for us.
2 teams were already gone, so it was only 2 that could have been. And unfortunately...
Anyway, as we say, this is spilt milk because the United States are careering into the gold medal game yet again. 18 the margin. And Reith is fouled here by Keldon Johnson. And that's going to be free throws to come for Australia. Time for Kevin Durant, Raymond Green to chat it over.
And enormous pressure on these guys. After that loss to France, the way in which the American media got after Greg Popovich in particular and a few others, and I think it reeks of a little bit of ignorance to how good the rest of the world is. If they have a better understanding of the talent of teams like Australia, France, and traditionally Spain and Argentina over the last 10, 15 years, and Serbia is another one, I understand the gap is not as big as what a lot of people may think. And when you've got a team where 3 significant players come in the day before the tournament starts and they haven't had any practice, it's always going to be tough. But as this tournament's gone on, they've continued to improve, particularly on the offensive end.
I have a lot of American friends, but I think a few pundits over there have only just realised there's a few other continents outside of North America, Drewy, so that might be a bit of a problem to start with.
So Exum with it. They'll wind the clock down here because this has been a dominant display by the US. Australia led by 15 in the second quarter, but it is all over here. And a dominant performance by the United States, and they've prevailed here by 19 points. It's 97 to 78. The US has won the last 3 gold medals and 6 of the last 7, and they're going back to try their luck to add to that tally. And for the Boomers, will they have to regroup now and will square off on Saturday in a bronze medal playoff against the winner of the second semi-final between Slovenia and France. It started so well, Andrew.
Well, it did, and it showed that our best...
We'll leave the coverage there. Cockeyed optimism and talk of miracles was nothing against the might of Team USA. The United States 97 defeats Australia 78. And while that's been unfolding, Victoria is about to learn its fate and be plunged back into another lockdown, joining New South Wales and Queensland. So a day that started off with such promise and has had giddy highs has turned. This Thursday has turned. The final thoughts of Chris Anstey in a moment.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
IGA is doing everything they can to keep our local communities safe. Thank you for practicing social distancing, wearing a mask, checking in using QR codes, and shopping local.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about Ream's advanced stainless steel water heaters with 12-year cylinder warranties.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
From football to basketball, or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
Our drive shows, your regular drive shows, straight after the news. The USA 97, Australia 78. Chris Anstey, it wasn't that long ago. It was Australia 41, US 26, and we were riding every shot.
We were riding every shot. We were off our seats. We dared to dream. We dared to hope, and the might of the USA got us. All it took was a breath, a little bit of an easing of tension or pressure from us, and that came in the form of a technical foul to just let them see one go through uncontested. It came in the form of an unsportsmanlike foul to again let them see one uncontested, and that 15-point lead we held so briefly was diminished to 10 really, really quickly on the back of a few undisciplined errors on our behalf, and they ran with it. We gave them an inch, they took a mile, and we were reminded that Kevin Durant's probably the best scorer on the planet right now, that Devin Booker was missing the start of USA's preparation as he went off and tried to win an NBA championship, and he's finding his feet. But when Team USA defends, our ability to just score 10 points in that third quarter when they scored 32 is indicative of the level of pressure they were able to apply to us. They took us out of everything we wanted to do, and we'll continue to chase the USA. I want everybody to understand how tough it is. It's not just our turn. It's going to take a lot of work, and you know what? As they said on the coverage, we need to almost straight away put that behind us, because France looks nothing like the USA. Slovenia looked nothing like the USA. It's going to be a completely different style of game, a completely different challenge. But in itself, if we're in lockdown, and it sounds like we will be, there's a hell of a basketball game to watch tonight. And France's NBA core is made up of Rudy Gobert, Nicolas Batum, Evan Fournier, Timothy Lawaru Cabaret. And, of course, Slovenia is all about Luka Doncic. Yep. So my gut feel says we see Luka Doncic, and we're going to need to find a way to limit his influence on the game in our ability to win a bronze medal.
Brett's text through, my son is devastated. He's crying uncontrollably. I suspect in a few lounge rooms the opposite will be true. My dad is devastated. He's crying uncontrollably. The idea remains just an idea to beat Team USA at the Olympics. Chris Anstey, thanks for your insights. Gee, we rode that up and down together.
We did. Thanks, Jared.
Blimey. There it is. US 97. Australia 78 as it comes to its close. For City Venue Management, base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. I guess we all counsel each other in these moments. I'm sure your drive shows are about to open the lines. We get through it as a community and then hope that there's still a bronze medal to be won for Australian basketball. It's been a golden day in Tokyo with a sour ending. Thanks for sharing it with
Sport's biggest moments, called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. The ABC is reporting they expect Victoria to go back into lockdown after 8 new local coronavirus cases were reported today, a number of them in the community while infectious. Word from the government on the next steps and any new restrictions is expected later this afternoon. New South Wales's COVID-19 outbreak, meanwhile, has had its worst day yet, with 262 new cases and 5 more deaths. 3 people aged in their 60s, 1 in their 70s and 1 in their 80s passed away. New South Wales will receive extra Pfizer vaccine doses over the next fortnight, but Prime Minister Scott Morrison says lockdown is still the answer to the outbreak.
The primary tool to end the lockdown in Sydney is the success of the lockdown
in Sydney. The virus doesn't move by itself. People staying at home ensures that the virus doesn't move.
No new cases for South Australia or Western Australia today, but 16 new cases in Queensland and 1 new case found in Tasmania in a man who has since returned to New South Wales. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Looking for a change? Go all in on the Volkswagen T-Cross 85 TSI Live from $29,990 drive away. Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit Volkswagen.com.au.
Shop online with Amart Furniture and spend $799 to receive $79 off your order. Online only for a limited time. Visit amartfurniture.com.au. Conditions apply.
For Auburn, Seabound Smash in lane 1 approaching the Silver Road off-ramp. Cruise off for the breakdowns in the centre of the Vine. I got it on camera. It's Old Windsor Road northbound approaching Powers Road through Seven Hills. No problems I'm seeing coming off James Roos Drive in towards Northmead on the Bryans Road past Clines Road. No problems I'm seeing on the Princess Highway southbound through Arncliffe, Rockdale and Cogra with the M1 steady down towards Wollongong, Mount Uzi, Mount Pleasant. Business owners, eliminate your monthly FPOS bill with SmartPay. Start pocketing more of your hard-earned dollars. Visit smartpay.com.au. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Start Friday's ride. Morning Glory with Matty Johns tomorrow from 9.
Got mountains of stock that you just can't move? Visit buymystock.com.au.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Sunny with a top of around 20 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss the Kookaburras as they go for gold tonight in the hockey, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
After 4 long years and plus another 12 grueling months, it's finally here. The games of the 32nd Olympiad. The stage is set. Just under 500 Aussie athletes are in Tokyo chasing gold. But most likely, they'll bring home some bronze and silver too. And hopefully some of that tasty Japanese whiskey. Anyway, we are away. Tokyo 2020 in 2021. 3 hours of top sporting action coming your way. With thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Test drive the Tucson today. Listeners, take your mark. It's time for the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch.
Thank you very much, Paddy. Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch. Today, Brendan Cow, with thanks to Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today. Now, we have got a big action-packed show coming up. We welcome our listeners, 1170 SEN Sydney, 1620 SEN the Gold Coast, the listeners on the SEN app, our podcast listeners on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Now, today's show, fresh off the loss. We're hoping to start the show in a much more bright mood. We'd planned the show to start an hour later, hoping it was on the back of a big win by the Boomers, but sadly not the case. Andrew Gaze, he's always in a bright mood. This will really test him out this afternoon. We're going to speak with him thanks to Channel 7. Morning Glory's Matty John standing by, so get your questions in for Matty. We're going to chat to Matty in a moment. We're going to get up there, Kazali with Nick Davis. The IMAR quiz for the Ringers Western Cap and Stubby Holder pack up for grabs. The market update, all thanks to Sportsbet's Shawnee Ormerod as we knock on the door for round 21 of the National Rugby League. The Boomers lost 97-78, who were absolutely cruising at the start. Team USA got the job done at the end of the day. Well done to Jared and also Chris Anstey for coordinating the call. Thanks to Channel 7 as well. Brendan, good afternoon.
G'day, Joel, mate. How are you going?
I'm going all right, mate. We've both got our shakes here as if we're looking towards Paris.
Yeah, well, I think we're both looking towards Bondi at Christmas, aren't we? You're on the smoothies. I'm on the man shakes here. We want to get nice and lean for our beach bodies. But, yeah, geez, the Boomers, they were looking so physical in the first half and really slick, like they were a champion team playing a team of champions in the USA. But then we were just reminded that they're the NBA and we're the NBL in the second half, and they came back and went, we're a bit better at this game.
That's right.
But you know what, all you can do in sport is do your best, and it was impressive. I was just thinking last night, I'm going to get withdrawals on Sunday.
Yeah.
Especially being in lockdown, it really enhances it. I've been loving the Olympics. I'm connecting with anything. I'm in the velodrome. I'm on the sport. Have you been watching any sports climbing?
No.
It is unbelievable. These girls were going up this wall in 8 seconds to touch the top. You're buying into every curve of the rock face, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't know what I'm going to do because I've really, really embraced it. It's been fantastic in Tokyo. So,
God, we're going to have to think of something.
Well, all those people blowing up about, why don't the athletes get treated like everyone else? Well, if that was the case, rugby league, AFL, whatever your sport is, it'd be very, very boring right now. But anyway, Amanda chirped us up after the loss of the Boomers. Matty Johns on drive with Joel and Fletch with thanks to Four Pines Brewing Co. filled with real characters. Good afternoon, Matty.
Joel, Brendan, how are you, gents?
G'day, Matty. All the better for hearing your beautiful tones. What's happening in your world?
Mate, I was just sitting there watching the Boomers and the Dooreem team, and it was funny watching it. It's I've been like a basketball fan over the years. I like the European basketball. Like, I love some of those players, like some of the great Croatian players. I was talking to a couple of the boys over the years who played a lot of basketball. It's funny how our basketball has evolved. Like, they say that the USA are vulnerable to good European sides because they play more technical. The European sides, where the Americans base it off basically athleticism and individual brilliance. And early in that game, the way we're shifting the ball around, it was so good to watch. And I reckon just before halftime watching it, we just lost control of our own tempo, went for crazy shots, and Kevin Garnett just started sinking everything. So,
that's right.
It was good.
We started to play a bit of NBA, didn't we? And then played into their hands. And that's right, playing a little bit more old school Australian style of moving around and confusing them was our best shot, and physical in defence. But then after that, I mean, America did that in their game just before this one. They were 20 down, and then Kevin Durant just went, "Oh, look, I'm kind of the best player at the moment in the world. Watch this."
For a second, in the first half, I thought there's something missing, and he actually went out in the court without his sneakers on. He was barefoot. Then in the second half, he said, "Hang on, something's missing." Okay, I'll put my shoes on and away I'll go. But it's been, I'm with you, Brendan. It's been so good. I haven't missed the crowds at all. It's just, I think it's been one of the best Olympics, all things considered. What they've gone through, no crowds. It's been fantastic. And the highlight in this family, and I said this the other morning with Vossi, was Italy. It was just oh my God, for us on the Monday morning, of course, my wife who's Italian descent, full-blown Italian, two boys, half Italian, me married in, no Italian, but that doesn't matter.
A love of carbohydrates, though.
Absolute love of all things Italian. To the fact that we've won Eurovision, and I'm saying Eurovision, we won Euro 2020, we won the 100 metres, and we won the high jump. I think it is probably the greatest period in Italian history since Julius Caesar.
Yeah. What did you actually make of the sharing of the gold, Matty? Did you like that?
I liked it. I liked it. I haven't got nothing like in this cold, hard, professional sporting life that we have these days. It was nice to see some of the old, what they call Olympic spirit, and I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was good.
It was a real sign of the times too, wasn't it? It's kind of a very kind of modern progression of two athletes going, maybe it's not all about the hard fought, bury you in the ground. Maybe it's about, do you know what? Let's both embrace a victory here for our countries and each other and athleticism. And we were just talking about that with the skateboarding, the way all the skaters high-five each other, give each other hugs, and they're kind of inspired by each other in a lot of ways. Like, I might try that now. I saw your kick flip and your grindy, fakey aero judo. I'm going to give, I like that. And there's more kind of, in danger of taking away the furious rivalry. There's nice respect going around.
Brandon, things have changed. I think this generation of athletes have a better perspective on it.
Yeah.
Like if I got beat in a game, which happened quite often, my wife said, like, I'd be miserable the whole next week. And where you run into young guys these days, and there's one school of thought, they don't care as much. Well, they do, but they've just got to. I think a lot of them got a better take on it. They just go, oh, well, let's just get back on the horse next week, you know.
Mate, I watched a retro game the other night of you guys playing the Dragons and you and your brother Andrew, and I thought you outshone him. I think you've got to stop beating yourself up on national television and such. I thought you were fantastic with the ball, pacey, unpredictable.
I agree with you. That amazed me. I'd forgotten about that game.
Awesome game, Butterfield.
Yes. Yeah. Some of the boys, because someone said, oh, mate, it was Joey texted me and said, our game against the Dragons got voted the best game of the 90s. And I went, which one was that? And then, went and had a look. Mate, it was... Yeah, when you're in the midst of a game, you know, Joel, you don't really get a feel of how good the game was. But we had a bit of a rivalry against the Dragons then. I remember we were leading, had the game under control. Then Brownie scored that try, and we had a couple of the boys who were at the Newcastle Knights a year or two before, and it ended sort of badly, and they left and went to the Dragons. It was Jamie Ainscow, Darren Tracy. And remember when they scored, and they were just giving it to us behind the face of the Dragons, boys. It was done. And then we just went for a speculation, short kick-off, got the ball back, and then Gids threw that amazing ball to Darren Albert. And then we gave it back. It was good. It was good. So, great rivalry, those games.
Matty, that would have been late 90s, was it?
Yeah, 1999.
Yeah, I reckon 1999, aesthetically the game, like if you could watch any game of rugby league, I reckon 1999 would almost have been when the game was at its absolute peak. What do you reckon about that, Matty, to watch?
Yeah, it's interesting. The game was probably in a sweet spot as far as it had been it had gone into full-time professionalism. I mean, rugby league's always been professional, but in 1994, I was playing first grade and doing casual shifts on Cessnock Council, holding stop go sign, which was little when you got a flogging standing on Vincent Street. Oh, mate, I used to wear a balaclava. Anyway, I'm not kidding. And so 95 goes professional, and it was right in that sweet spot where there was no wrestling, and I don't reckon not many clubs had what you'd call a full-time defensive coach. It was a little bit of that, you score 20, do you score 28, we'll try to score 30. There are a lot of sides like that around, and we were talking the other day. Fletcher and I were having a discussion about rugby union. We were on one of the Fox shows, we're taking apart the sporting film Invictus, which is, of course, the Rugby 95 World Cup. That is, for mine, the peak of rugby union because they're about to go professional, but you've still got a lot of the amateur ideals. A lot of the defenders are poor defenders, which lends itself to a better spectacle. And you had Jonah Lamu, Campo, all these great South African players who came through at that period. So, it's interesting when you look at that sweet spot of all different sports.
You mentioned Tony Butterfield before, Matty, and just by chance, NRL.com, 21 years ago on this day, yourself and Butsy had your last ever home game for Newcastle. I mean, that must have been hard to leave. And what's Butsy doing these days?
Butts has had a little. Butts is always involved with a little bit of this, a little bit of that. He's had a bit of a change in himself. He had a heart attack a few years ago. And, that tends to sort of change people, give them more of that sense of mortality and work out things that are more important. And so he's gone through a bit of that, Butts. A great guy, Butsy. He was tough. Yeah. And he was a real throwback. In those years, 99 and 2000, by that stage, there'd been no competitive scrums until, since the late 80s. But Butsy still went by the old ethos, is a fight for the loose head. And so in the games, you would literally hear this awful thud. And you'd hear there'd be a young guy across me, the other front rower, and he'd just go to the referee and say, mate, can you please tell him to stop headbutting?
Mate, it was pretty amazing watching the game because I've heard a few people talk on NRL 360 and such about, the game was at its retro round has been a catalyst for this kind of conversation of when was footy at its best. And you look at the footy in the late 90s, and it's so free flowing, and there's no wrestle. The ruck is so much quicker, but the game's still just as tough, and there's not as many head highs. And you look at it and you're thinking it's not too far away. It's 1.5 rule adjustments away from now. And if we can quicken up the ruck and tackle like you guys used to, it's a bit safer. And then we don't need to stop the play. And then maybe Tina Turner could do the theme song tonight. We're going to play footy like it's 1999, maybe. But I don't know what you think. Like, are we a rule and a half away from that golden time? Like, in all honesty, are we?
Yep. Brandon, it's a really good observation, because when Joey rung me about that game, the other thing he said was he'd come to the conclusion that a lot of the players at the moment are complaining about the game being too fast. And he said, and it's true, because what the players of this era have been used to is slow rucks and lots of wrestling, where suddenly the game has gone, as you said, for want of a better word, it's regressed a little bit for the better back to those years. The game is so free-flowing and fast, is that players are getting blown away going, mate, this is just too fast, it's too quick. But it's how the game was played in the 90s. And I reckon you're right. The more we loosen up the rucks, the more that fatigue there is, the more players get isolated, and the more they're forced to make legs tackles. And at the moment we're seeing a lot of players being concussed, and a lot of the coaches, a lot of the rhetoric coming out of the coaches is, low tackles more dangerous than high tackles. But I go back to the fact that, again, this generation of player has been taught to tackle up above the ball and almost hold and wrestle and dance around. And suddenly there's a change, and it's got to go back to the old drop and drive. It's a totally different technique.
Matty, is it as simple as this? Rissole the 6 to go. Right? Rissole the 6 to go. Warn the teams if they're slowing them down, penalise them, and if they carry on with it, we see what the sin bin does, and just get them off the field. Is that all we need to do?
I think, Joel, I don't mind the 6 again rule. I don't mind it. I think there needs to be a little bit of tinkering. You can get out of, like we saw in Origin, it gets out of control. I like the fact that it speeds up the ruck, gets the game moving quickly. It's really hard, like you're right, to say, all right, let's get rid of that and let's just penalise them if they're landing the rucks too much. Mate, the moment we start to do that, I'm telling you now, the coaches will start pushing to the nth degree. And suddenly what we'll start talking about, boys, is people go, if they change that rule today, next Thursday, we'll be all going, oh, mate, there were 30 penalties blown last weekend. It's just, a lot of the coaches are saying, oh, mate, this is the way the game's gone, they're kidding, aren't you? Well, the reason they've had to change is the way the coaches exploit the rules. And a few years ago, I remember they did the big ruck crackdown, and Todd Greenberg and the NRL said, mate, just penalise them. If they're breaking the rules on the ruck, let's get the game back in the hands of the referee and just penalise them. There was an uproar because there were 30 penalties being blown, and so then, bugger me, the league came out and said, letting people know we've told the referees to put the whistles away. So then the what they're basically saying to the coaches, listen, go back to wrestling because there's not going to be as many penalties blown, which I thought at the time was just absolutely crazy. Off Magic Round, we've seen it start to get back to some normality as far as headshots are concerned. And what they did, they hit it with a sledgehammer during that round, and they've been smart enough to pull it back without saying anything. Because people are saying, oh, mate, we want to hear. Surely they're going to come out and say that they're going to go backwards off the crackdown. But again, the moment you tell the coaches that, they just look for the loophole. So I like the fact sometimes too, boys, this is the other bugbear with coaches, is they get there and say, oh, mate, last week this is how the way this refereed. This week this guy's done it completely different. I like the fact that some referees referee different to others. I don't want there to be across-the-board consistency, because because once again, it shows the coaches where the line in the sand is.
I remember years ago, and this is a story I'm told as fact, where it was the week leading up to the grand final, and the referee boss at the time rings one of the coaches who's in the grand final and says, listen, this laying all over the ruck and slowing things down, if it happens in the grand final, we are going to penalise you and penalise you and penalise you, to which the coach replied, are you? You're going to ruin the grand final? Okay, go for it. Hung up. And couldn't give a rat's because they knew they wouldn't go through that and do that
rigmarole, yeah. But is there a possibility that when we get to retro round, this is my suggestion, retro round, retro rules?
Yeah, last week.
You know what I mean? So you get the retro round and you go, you know what, we're going back to the 99 game between the Dragons and the Knights, and that's how we're blowing it. And let's see what happens. Like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. It's funny when you boys talk about we talk about the game and everyone goes, we go, what's better for the game? And the coaches, like the clubs, just honestly, they go to their CEO meetings, everyone agrees, bangs the table, good call, turns around, everyone stabs each other in the back. There's a beauty with the Super League war, where they got there, the Super League clubs got together and said, what's really important, the coaches and the CEOs, what's really, really important here, one of the clubs stood up and said, is that we don't pinch each other's players. We need this to be a strong competition right across the board. So how's about we just basically we have a truce, and during the period of the Super League in the next 2 years, we don't pitch each other's players. And everyone said to Coach A, who said that, they said that is the smartest thing that's been said so far in the founding of Super League. Everyone banged the table, you beauty. The bloke walked out, called Anthony Mundy and stole him from the club.
Oh, yes. It was kind of similar to the old Trent Barrett this year, wasn't it, too, coming out of the Panthers going, no, mate, look, no, that's not me.
That's not me on the phone.
Yeah.
Hey, Matty, we've got to run, but before we do so, Manly take on Melbourne, and this is just enticing stuff. Tommy Turbo. Now, if there's one bloke who can have a plan for a player, Benny Barber dominated 2012, got to grand final, bellyache had a plan. 2009, Hayne dominated, got to the grand final, bellyache had a plan. How does this play out Saturday night?
What they'll do, what Warren Ryan used to say is like a Constantina in defence. You hold your defensive line, and the more that Tommy goes towards the defence line, the more you squeeze in. That's it. I mean, what they do is, with Tom Trbojevic, the greater evil is standing your ground and defending the outside.
That's what the Sharks did.
They did.
They stood
did.
around
They sat
going,
back,
what's he going to do?
Mate, we used to have a thing when we played Brett Camorley, when Melbourne played the really flat attack, and Noddy was going right to the line and sort of dummying going through all the time. And we just come up with a defensive idea that the moment that Noddy would take 3 steps, the third step towards the line, I would yell out, kill, and we just go outside in.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like the kill switch. And, that's... If you defend against Tom, you just say, the moment he takes 2 steps over the advantage line, boys, we just got to squeeze outside in.
What about a designated turbo diffuser?
That is
like, you know, in those jet planes, and when the pigeons get caught in the propellers and the plane goes down, like, who's the pigeon who's going to run into the propellers of the turbo? Wouldn't you just, like Wade Graham did it with the Storm? You know, he'd just like run at Cronk no matter where he was and try to murder him. And like, where's a guy? Wouldn't you just go, hey, Billy, and just drag him out from the basement and go, you know, don't get sent off, but you're just chasing Tom around.
Do you remember the ice hockey had the goon?
That's right.
The goon. Yeah. That was just on the field to beat up the other star pay. So they knew he had a goon. So it was basically an unwritten law that everyone can carry a goon in the side, and the goon would beat up the goon.
Yeah, his name's Igor, and he lives under his parents' house, and you just drag him out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad boy Bubby.
Hey, Matty, we're to fly. What's on tomorrow? Morning Glory.
Oh, you've caught me off guard. Got Joey in.
Yep.
We've got Joey, album of the week, the Amy Winehouse, First Time Back to Black. The movie is, I don't even know what the movie is. They've dug up some John Candy film, which is horrible. But, mate, we'll just take apart the weekend, talk about the Olympics. All happening, boys.
You know, this week, 40 years ago, MTV launched their first ever video
Oh, yeah, what was it?
It was the Buggles. Video killed the radio star.
Yeah, really?
This week.
Wow.
We don't watch them anymore, do we?
No, because you used to get as excited about the video as you did the song.
You did.
Like, you couldn't wait to see what it was.
Mate, it was almost...
Rage.
It was Pavlov's dogs. Every time I saw a video clip on a Saturday morning, I felt hungover.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yes.
Which was which?
Oh, yes, I know that so well. Hey, Matty, have a good show tomorrow, mate. We look forward to it.
Good on you, Joel. Good on you, Brendan.
Ciao, Matty. Ciao. There's Matty Johns on Drive with Joel and Fletch. With thanks to 4 Pines Brewing Co. filled with real characters. Remember, you can catch every ball from the England Test Series versus India as well, live from 8 p.m. on the SEN app. So that is on the SEN app. England taking on India, the Test Series, live from midnight on 1170 SEN as well after the Olympic coverage. So stay with us right here. We are driving for gold. It is not Drive with Joel and Fletch. It's Drive with Joel and Brendan Cowler. Breaking back with Olympics update.
If it's happening in sports, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing. 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
M4 Auburn, early crash at eastbound that was cleared approaching Silverwater Road. No problems I'm seeing for the M4 both ways past the Cumberland Highway. Crews off with a breakdown off to one side now for northbound Albans Road, 7 Hills approaching Powers Road. Coming off James Roos Drive back in towards Northmead. Westbound a bit busy. At times approaching Clines Road into Bryans Road. Parramatta Road busy. Auburn Gravel westbound. Shop online with Amart Furniture and spend $799 to receive $79 off your order. Online only for a limited time. Visit amartfurniture.com.au. Conditions apply.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Norbank, or abbeytimber.com.au. If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. As the footy heats up, so do your winter showers. And we've found the best try of the season. You just got to try Palmer's Glass. Just like Tommy Turbo, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. And while the footy lights up the screen, this is the world-class shower screen that has to be seen. Try Palmer's Glass. First class, world-class glass. You can't go past Palmer's Glass.
Good beer doesn't raise itself, and 4 Pines Brewing Co. is grateful to everyone who's raised a glass of 4 Pines.
To celebrate, they're teaming up with SEN to give away an incredible 4 Pines bottle cap tea with any case of 4 Pines purchased during lockdown before stock runs out.
Taste their classic Pale Ale, Pacific Ale and more.
For your tea with any case of 4 Pines, enter the code SEN at 4pinesbeer.com.au/delivery.
Drink responsibly. Rightio, Fletch, here's a bit of trivia for you. Think about this. They're Australian made. They will help your sleeping problems, whether it's snoring, sore neck, etc. I've got one of these. I love it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It would be the Spinal Ease pillow. I've got one too. So you're preaching to the converted.
So many people have been asking me about that. They're saying, is it really that good? Yes, it is really that good. So you can order yours Spinal Ease pillow with free delivery. You just go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. And you know what? You can thank us what?
You can thank me now. You can thank me later. Don't call me late for dinner.
Hey, Callum Sinclair. And Buddy Franklin here. For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
At JH Market Lighting and Electrical,
Electrical, they're all about value. They have a growing range of quality lighting and electrical products at the best prices for contractors to make more money. Shop smart, shop value, shop differently. JH.market.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Want the biggest brands, the lowest prices? Then head to Chemist Warehouse today and save on big brand vitamins like Blackmore's Nail, Hair and Skin 60 tablets, $11.99. Be prepared with Neutralised Kyolic Aged Garlic Extract 60 capsules, $16.99. Try new Nature's Own 4-in-1 Concentrated Fish Oil 90 capsules, $19.99. And Wagner Super Bio Magnesium 100 tablets, 2 for $16.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Thank you very much, Paddy. No Fletchy today, so it's Brennan and Joel. We're going to talk about the poll, but firstly, let's talk about the bowl last night, Brennan. What'd you make of the bowl? It teased us, didn't it? He had the lead. The whole family's tuned in. You're thinking, can he hold on for a medal?
It was just the greatest Hollywood script build-up, and the whole nation of the 3 million people.
Yeah.
Watched over 3.05 million people.
That's right.
And what an amazing thing to see a whole of Australia get behind this guy with South Sudanese heritage and cut into his family and everything. I know nothing about long distance run. Is it long distance running? 800 metres?
Yeah,
2 laps?
Oh, yeah.
Anything over 100.
Yeah.
Well, it is for us.
Yeah.
It's a very long distance for us. But I wondered what would have happened if he hung back.
Yeah.
You know, is the fact that he doesn't have the finish, was that the thing that he's got to go ahead? Because those other guys, I mean, they had the Kenyan Quinella, wasn't it? And those guys look like beasts of running. But you know, he's going to race again. This is the beginning of an amazing career, and he's a humble boy, and seeing his family there in Western Australia, it was beautiful, and probably the most joyous fourth in the history of athletics.
Let's just listen to the concluding stages of the bowl.
Bowl holding for the moment. The pressure's about to come on. Who strikes first? Carreur. Not sure how well Rotich is going. He's banging 6th place. Can Bowl hang on? Carreur's at him now. Peter's got to hold his ground here. Amos is coming with a run. 150 to go. Carreur's taken the lead. Bowl not done with yet. Dobek coming. They're starting to sweep over the back now. Carreur in front. Rotich very, very late. Kenya go 1 and 2. Poland 3, Australia 4. He gave himself every shot.
He did give himself every shot, Bruce, no doubt about that. And here's what he had to say after the race.
I'd be lying if I said I'm pretty happy right now. The goal was to win, so we still have to reflect up on that. But at the same time, I think today, I didn't know if I was going to win, but I knew one thing for certain, that the whole Australia was watching, and that carried me on, so I love that part about it.
Are you aware of what you've also done for the Sudanese community? We know your journey from Sudan to Egypt to Queensland to WA, and you've inspired so many young kids at the moment.
Yes, to Ross, I'm grateful. To Australia, I'm thankful. And to everyone in Australia, because we're just human at the end of the day. So we inspired the whole nation, and that's the goal.
Well spoken, Peter Bowl. Bring on Paris. That's what we have to say. If you go to the Twitter handle, which we have at Joel Fletch SEN, we've got the poll up. Should the NRL resole the 6 again rule? Have your say. We'll keep you posted as to how that is going. Coming up after the break, we're going to speak to David Attenborough right here on Driving for Gold with Joel and Fletch, and today Brendan Cow.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world right here on SEN.
Here are the headlines making SEN news this hour. Victoria will enter a 7-day lockdown from 8 p.m. tonight after 8 new local coronavirus cases were recorded today, 5 of them mystery cases that have been infectious in the community. Premier Daniel Andrews says there is only one chance to get on top of the virus and that waiting just a few days could lead to extended lockdowns.
Now you might ask, why not midnight tonight? Why is it effectively a snap lockdown? Well, the Miss Frankie's outbreak cases, there was transmission on the night of the lockdown last time. So this evening is go home. Go home and begin that lockdown.
It comes as New South Wales records the worst day of its COVID-19 outbreak yet, with more than 260 new cases and another 5 deaths. Queensland also recorded 16 new cases today. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
It's Telstra Day. Save up to $500 on a range of phones, tablets and accessories. Don't miss Telstra Day. Call your local store or shop online until midnight tonight.
The Boomers will now play for bronze at the Tokyo Olympics after losing their semi-final clash with the USA 97-78. It was a good day elsewhere at the Olympics for Australia though, with 2 more gold medals, 1 in skateboarding and 1 in canoe sprint, taking our medal haul to 17 golds.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Start Fridays right. Morning Glory with Matty Johns. Tomorrow from 9.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Sunny with a top of around 20 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss the Kookaburras as they go for gold tonight in the hockey, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Thank you very much, April. And David Attenborough has phoned through. He's held up for the time being, very popular, but he's going to call back very, very shortly. Looking forward to that. But in the meantime, this fellow here, he is punctual as punctuality can be. Swans update, thanks to QBE Insurance. Get $75 off new QBE comprehensive car insurance online. Nick Davis to chat a bit up there, Kazali. G'day, Nico.
G'day, fellas, and welcome to Crunch Time. Oh, sorry, that was my...
Did you hear what happened then?
Saturday.
So what happened on Saturday? So I'm coming in, and it's probably the earliest I've ever been. Brooksy gets a bit cranky, I get a bit late on the Saturdays. But I was going to be as early as I've ever been. Right. But because of the protests the week prior, the grid was gridlock. So I could not move. They were checking off everyone who was coming through to make sure they weren't protesting. Welcome to Crunch Time. Nick Davis, James Magnuson, Ciro was there as well, and you did terrifically well, Nico. It all went pear-shaped when you left, but
and you arrived in the studio with your flags.
It was Anchorman-esque. It was absolute Anchorman-esque. I was Veronica Corningstone, just filling in for my mate there, Ron Burgundy.
Yeah, well, Ron finally got there. What's happening, Veronica? What's happening in your world?
Well, it's all happening with everything that's happened down in Melbourne, Victoria this afternoon. So as I look on the AFL app, everything, the fixtures are subject to change. So who knows where the games and where everyone's going to land this weekend. But Swannies have been winning, which has been good.
Gut feel, and I would imagine it's the double. So wherever the AFL Grand Final is played, probably going to be where the NRL Grand Final is also played. What are you feeling? What's your gut feel come late September, early October?
My gut feel is Suncorp Gabba. That's where I'm sort of landing in regards to this. We've all sort of seen the lockdowns, and just because the lockdown finishes doesn't mean that crowds can come streaming back into stadiums. And Queensland have been able to look. They copped a bit of heat. I was on air when the few of the games got cancelled last Saturday, but they've been able to dodge this. But as you see, things change. But for me, if I was a betting man, and I probably am, I'd be going Gabba.
Yeah, a lot of betting men say that. If I was a betting man, hang on, that's right, I bet all the time. Just a question for you, betting man. If somebody took you into a vacant lot and chained you to a chair, and with some torture instruments said, pick who's going to play in the grand final, and you had to against your will because you were chained to the chair, what would you say?
Oh, it shifted a little bit, mate, Brendan. It shifted.
I've got the torture instruments, by the way, so you've got to, want to take the finger off.
I'm going at the moment. Look, I'm going the Western Bulldogs, and look, I've avoided pumping them up for the whole year, but look, I can't see maybe the Swans losing again until the first week of the finals.
Swans,
Not saying they'll
Bulldogs.
lose in the finals, but Swans, Bulldogs. The Lions have lost a leg, unfortunately. But
Geelong.
Look, Geelong are up there. But for me, if I had to pick, I'll pick Western Bulldogs, Geelong at this stage with Swans.
Okay, we'll set you free. Don't mention anything you've seen today.
Thank you.
What if Brendan just purely asked you, who do you think's going to play in the grand final?
Well, a lot of blokes
probably
then go,
would've given
look,
that
it's too
answer.
early to say.
Yeah.
So you have to get the torture instruments out. Everyone hedges their bets in this world.
Oh, yes. What's the state of play? Who the Swannies got this week, Nico?
Swannies have got St Kilda. This game at the moment is, I think all the games might go ahead in Melbourne, obviously with no crowds and exemptions and whatnot. This Saturday night at Marvel Stadium, St Kilda have been very inconsistent this year. Very inconsistent. They were very poor last week against Carlton, a team that's been underachieving their coaches under the pump, and St Kilda, who were looking to hang on to a spot and give himself a chance to make finals. They were poor, and the Swannies have been really good. This is the pride game that the Swans and St Kilda play in every year. Swans and St Kilda both wear very special commemorative jerseys for that. So I think it's an important game for both clubs. But yeah, Swannies have been good, and look, they were really good last week. They had 24 hours to. It was like the old days of, you get dressed in the car and you're in your footy kit when you get to the ground. They left Brisbane, they got to Melbourne, and to play the way they did, both Essendon and the Swans, it was a cracking game of footy.
If I just put the restraints back on for a second and go back to the grand final, now you're within reach. There's talk of the Rugby League grand final being played at the MCG. There's still talk that the AFL grand final could be played at the MCG. Could this be the ultimate peace offering in the Melbourne-Sydney tensions over the last few decades? The war between AFL and NRL? We share a grand final day.
Share a grand final day.
NRL grand final and AFL grand final at the MCG on the same day. A double header of codes. I've said it.
Yeah.
I've closed it.
Yeah.
It's been said.
Oh, I can't believe it's been said.
Now I should be restrained.
Yeah.
Could this ever happen? Have I lost my mind?
Yes, you've lost your mind.
I think you've lost some part of your mind. But in regards to that, I wouldn't mind if someone if they can get stuff sorted down in Melbourne, and if the MCG would hold the biggest crowd for both, and it would be full for both. If you went Saturday, Sunday, and then had if you had a lock-in, you got to sleep. Sleep at the MCG.
Who doesn't want that? Tent City.
Have a big barbecue.
Yeah, you both lost the plot.
Guy Sebastian's playing.
All of that.
The cast of Home and Away. It'd be awesome. Hamish and Andy. Whatever. Anyway, let's workshop that off air.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, let's not. Lowdown. What's the lowdown on the showdown? Now, this will be in Adelaide, so there'll be crowds. Full house allowed down there. Do we know, Nick?
I think they're at. I think they might be at 80. But
80.
Adelaide Crows home game. So it's a big one. Crows have been good. Port Adelaide have really beaten up on teams outside of the 8 and the 4 this year. They've really been good. They've been poor against the good sides. They haven't been poor. They just haven't been able to get the win. So it's huge for Port Adelaide, obviously, with the Swans winning and just snapping at their heels for the top 4. There's obviously 3 weeks to go in the season. A lot of these games mean a lot more now.
Yeah, they've smacked them too. The last 3 I see there, Port Adelaide, they have absolutely crushed the Crows in their last 3 encounters when it comes down to the showdown. As I just have a little bit of a bo peep here at the Sportsbet app here, and the line is 31.5. If you don't mind, if you were on that chair again, would you be taking the minus?
No.
Wow. Okay, you're pushing a fight there for the showdown. Anything else to report, Nico?
I just watched the Boomers, Boomers and Team USA. They competed hard. Paddy Mills is a great leader of this side, but nothing can improve a side. Nothing improves a racehorse's ability than ownership, and nothing improves a team's ability than patriotism. So the Boomers they've got an opportunity to play either France or Slovenia. I think for the bronze medal, if they can come away with a bronze medal, they have done an amazing job. And they
Couldn't agree with you more. Begging for bronze, the Boomers, all of a sudden, it all makes sense.
That's exactly right. As this bloke does every single week. Not every topic where you got led astray there by Emmy and Brendan, but otherwise, pretty good effort, Nick. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, Nico.
No problem. I'll see you boys. I'll see one of you, Paddy.
I'll see you Saturday. Yep, we'll see you Saturday.
See you, boys.
Kick some goals with QBE. Save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online. Conditions apply. Breaking news via NRL.com. Australia and New Zealand are set to be invited to take their places in the World Cup at the end of the 2022 season after the tournament organisers agreed to postpone it for 12 months. They had no option, really. The World Cup board met on Wednesday night, reluctantly decided postponement was the best option after the ARLC and New Zealand Rugby League withdrew the Kangaroos, Jillaroos, Kiwis and Kiwi Ferns due to concerns over the safety of the players travelling to England this year. So like the Olympics, it's going to be postponed 12 months, which makes a lot of sense. Coming up after this, we've got the IMAR quiz. First question of the IMAR quiz for your chance to win the Ringers Western prize package. The question is, name any three Boomers players who played today. Name any three Boomers players who played today. The IMAR quiz call line 1300 01 1170. That's 1300 01 1170 for the Ringers Western prize package. Up for grabs now.
Four Pines Brewing Co. The official beer of Drive with Joel and Fletch.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Andrew Voss for breakfast.
The one and only Paul Vaught, your win in 1995 as coach, as still I regard as one of the greatest and most unbelievable things of all time.
It was funny how I got the job. I'd just done some work for the footy show and I was shot at Andy ad and I was peeling off some lipstick and getting out some high heels, I think. And Ross Livermore rang and said, mate, we'd like you to coach. And I said, how many have knocked it back? Seriously, where am I? 8th, 9th on the list?
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
This is the Bet365 Odds Drift Protector. For example, if you place a fixed win bet before the race at a price of $2.50 and the price drifts to $4 at the jump, Bet365 will give you the bigger price. Every race, every day. We're the world's favourite betting company for many reasons. Horse racing is just one of them.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
A start. That's all it takes.
Doesn't matter when or where
or how. Just start.
Sporting dreams start at Rebel.
With the biggest range and the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com.
Rebel. Dreams start here.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Enter the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
What's for dinner? Try Coles Easy Lamb and Black Bean Burgers recipe. Made with 5 ingredients in 20 minutes for just $4 per serve. Discover all the new delicious What's for Dinner recipes online at Coles & Co.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass. Like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
Are you serious about sports and serious about racing? Here's Paul from Bet Deluxe.
Bet Deluxe, the new home for online punting. And this week we've got our crazy lockdown specials. If you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races, you'll reveal an exclusive racing special with betdeluxe.com.au. That's right, run second, third, fourth or fifth in selected races this week to reveal the exclusive Bet Deluxe racing special. And the same goes if you run second or third for all races at selected tracks this week. And don't forget our exclusive AFL and NRL same-game multi-specials on your team this weekend. So download the brand new Bet Deluxe app today. Bet Deluxe. Serious betting for serious punters. Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
Bet Deluxe. Serious betting for serious punters. Download the app today.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
The IMAR quiz, 1300 01 1170. You can jump on the call line now to win the Ringers Western prize pack, including the nice little hat you got in there. You like your hat?
Yeah, well, it fits well. I've got an enormous head.
Do you always go the backwards style, or...?
No, just now, because it kept running into the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Not many rungs left on that.
No, I've got a 62 head. When I was, you know what they say. No, it's just because my head is a warehouse of genius. Right?
Yeah,
so I need all that room to fit it. But no, when I've been to India 3 or 4 times, and I couldn't find a hat on the subcontinent that fit my head.
Right.
Because they've got small heads, and I had to get one made. That's how big my head is.
1300 01 1170 to play the IMAR quiz. First question. First question we open now. 1300 01 1170. First question. Name any 3 Boomers players from today. 1300 01 1170 for the IMAR quiz for the Ringers Western prize package, and they do accommodate 62-inch heads as well.
Do they?
They're looking forward to that. 1300 01 1170 is the way to do that. Jump on the call line when we return. It is time to fire up for the IMAR quiz. Okay, listen up, all you tilers. If you're a tiler, Beaumont has over 110 stores with the best range of Ardex, glues, grouts and waterproofing, and you can win 25 grand's worth. Jump onto iCanWin.com.au.
Ashfield, a broken down truck, eastbound Liverpool Road, Lane 1 at Knox Street past the shops. Liverpool, broken down truck, eastbound as well. Terminus Street, Peary Street, no problems I'm seeing for the Hume Highway. Warwick Farm heading down towards Hoxton Park Road. M Farm steady out past Moorbank Avenue, coming out the main tunnels. Bit of glare though, getting you westbound for the M5 and westbound for the M4 past the Cumberland Highway toward the M7. Switch to Power Shop and get $100 off your electricity bill. Sign up credit available to new New South Wales customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns. Tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN. Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
When it comes to the big moments.
The first grand final golden point. Thurston, he hits it.
Despite all that has happened before.
Massive. Shade from the boundary.
The most important part is not the end.
It's Weeks in front. Jubador's coming at it.
It's the start. Take a sec before you bet. Set a deposit limit with Sportsbet or whoever you bet with. to help you gamble responsibly.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
How many of you suffer from headaches, neck pain, snoring, just don't sleep well?
You simply must try the Spinalese pillow.
No other pillow comes close to the Spinalese. It contours around your head and neck to align your spine for a great night's sleep.
Okay, here's what you need to do. Jump onto spinalese.com.au, buy it, and sleep better.
That's spinaleze.com.au. You can thank me later.
Spinalese.com.au.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
Painting? Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for $2 sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
And that's full time here in Newcastle. A very handy win for the Knights. They keep their NRL finals hopes alive. But I'll tell you what's not alive, Davo's multi. He really needed that one. Looking back, he didn't need to load up a game this afternoon.
Don't get carried away on the punt like Davo. Take a sec before you bet. Set a deposit limit with Sportsbet or whoever you bet with to help you gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
The SEN Drive Quiz for IMAR Tradies Insurance. Get an instant quote and pay the premium at imar.com.au or call 13-IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
300 01 1170 is the way to have your say. The IMAR quiz is ready to rock and roll. IMAR quiz, the Drive with Joel and Fletcher quiz for IMAR Tradies Insurance. Get an instant quote and pay the premium. Go to their website, imar.com.au, or call 13-IMAR. Line 3, Damo from Narrabeen is on the line. First question is this. Name any 3 boomers from today.
Paddy Mills, Chris Golding, Joe Ingles.
Looks like he's on the Wikipedia, this bloke.
Yeah, he's cheating. Anyway, 2 questions to go. Brendan, what do we got?
2 questions to go. Peter Bowl, the 800-metre runner, is currently based in which Australian state? Tassie, WA or New South Wales?
WA.
Correct.
Final question.
Final question. Keegan Palmer, the gold medal winning throbbing youth, is aged 18, 8, 28 or 48.
Say that again.
Keegan Palmer, the skateboarding gold medal winner, is aged 8, 18, 28 or 48.
Oh, he's 18.
Yeah, Dave! How's the apple going, by the way? Stay on the line there, Damo. You've won the Ringer Western prize pack. Okay, listen up, all you tilers.
Game changer.
If you're a tiler, Beaumont has over 110 stores, with the best range of Ardex, glues, grouts and waterproofing, and you can win 25 grand's worth. Jump onto iCanWin.com.au. Big hour still to come, coming up. Looking forward to that. We're going to break down all of the Olympics. We are now equal. We have 17 gold medals, 17 bronze medals, only 4 silver. I find that fascinating, the split. You're begging for bronze is really taking off.
We're one way or the other, aren't we, Australia? We're either bronze or gold. No in between, no grey areas.
No, there's one to go to be the most successful Olympics of all time for Australia. Can we do it tonight? We've got the Hockey Roos, we've got the